Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndimmawu egu mawego. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndimmawu egu mawego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruna. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Obodo say yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Obodo say yeah, we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Since I was born, but now I am getting old. Hakuna motangu, hakuna togabu.
And there it is right there. I'm on pardon me. Pardon me. Amonishe. So those were still the fighting songs of elections gone past. That music is now out of date now, but the composition of it is so engaging. I have to pick the moment to abandon it. So I have to pick the moment to abandon it. Good to see you again. Good day to you, and how are you? So here we go again. Another day, another session. Of course, another day, another session. Whichever day has there not been a session. So is part of the routine of your backdrop now. That as soon as that, I was going to say, as soon as that, I have to keep my voice down. Actually, my wife tells me that I get so loud. Yeah. So yes. What else? Yes. As soon as the clock strikes 9:45 p.m. UK time, I was going to say, but I cannot recall the last time I ever really started on time. You see, it's for reasons of having a life. You may find it difficult to believe that I do have a life. Spending endless hours with you every single day on this space, but no, yes, I do have a life. So that sometimes has to be attended to first. So how are you? Good to see you. Good day and all that. So another day, another session. Almost inevitably going to be a short session because of course the storylines are Spartan, and I'm not sure that I'm not sure how long I want to run it for. Certainly not going to be a long and involved one. Almost certain not to be the case. But here we go again. Another day, another session. The usual protocol, of course. Click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Oh, that's Alexander Gomez speaking to my. So Alexander, let me just highlight something. Actually, let me highlight something. Just to highlight really how long is that showing on the screen? Just to highlight how long Alexander Gomez has been supporting the platform. He has been a member for 24 months. So there it is right there. Never missed a subscription payment. So that's Alexander Gomez. So click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard. Your invitation to come and join me on the screen. So I am really hopeful. I said this is going to be a short session. The only thing that can elongate this session will be new voices. I am so hopeful I want to start harvesting new voices. I want, to expand the conversations so that some sort of dynamic that the space may be missing. So you may well be that voice that presents it. So we want to expand the conversation. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to be that voice that comes to expand the conversation. So the link is all over wherever it is that we're broadcasting, both on Facebook and YouTube. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us on the screen and share thoughts. There's a hyperlink also pinned to the comment section inviting you to buy me coffee. Just please ignore that because we've always done anyway. I live in expectation that place will be resuscitated, but looking highly unlikely. But what will we be contending with today? Like I said, the news cycle somewhat Spartan, but we do have this to digest. Yes, we do have this to digest. Where's the headline? States get double their normal allocations after subsidy removal. So the immediate impact of the fuel subsidy removal is immediately being felt by the states. But is this the direction that sort of money should be pointing is the wider question. We all know, of course, the history of our money management by virtually all of the sovereign states within the Nigerian space, but it looks as though they are now declaring a wolf. So they are just, just from this headline, you could well just say that they are moving it from one set of looters to another. Because I thought, and the expectation was, that these now savings of the fuel subsidy will be pointed in key federal infrastructural projects, especially the electricity and the security space. That was where we were hopeful that they will point the money to, but it looks as though they've given it to Senator Adeleke and his band of merry men to make of as they will. States got double their normal allocations after subsidy removal. This is Daniel informing us of this information. So we find out what is in play there. We find out what is in play there. We find out what is in play there only to go on then to this space. Tinubu ready to take up Africa's leadership challenge. This is the presidency, which will be then, of course, Dele Alake. So it's almost by default that whoever sits in the position of the Nigerian president, by default, is the automatic leader of the wider African space and certainly the West African sub-region. So it's not anything especially about Tinubu, but the office that he occupies. So how he now manifests in that position is down to his individual inclination. But these are part of the trinkets that goes with the seat of the Nigerian president. Tinubu ready to take up Africa's leadership challenge. So this is the presidency, but what direction is he looking to pivot the African state is the wider question. So now, there comes a time in life when you reach a certain stage that you have to abandon certain sort of behavioral sort of things because they are no longer in keeping with the phase of life that you're in. You know, what am I saying? There comes an inevitable point in time where we all have to grow up. But it looks as though that might not apply to this particular character. Charlie Boy calls for insurrection, violence in Nigeria. So Charlie Boy, of course, Charles Okuta, there he is right there, all tooled up, all ringed up, everywhere, just blinking like some hip-hop guy from Old Compton Street. So some hip-hop guy from Old Compton Street, but set aside the fact that he's a 73-year-old man. Yes, of course, you look at him on your screen, he looks younger than you. He's a 73-year-old man. And this is the headline that he is still making. So there comes a time where that rebellion has to be dropped. Charlie Boy calls for insurrection, violence in Nigeria. So we find out exactly what Charlie Boy is up to in this particular instance. So we find out what Charlie Boy is up to in that particular instance. So now, Nigeria, oftentimes we say Nigeria is poverty capital of the world, poverty capital of the world, and people sing and ring it like some mantra and a song. So poverty capital of the world and poverty capital of the world. But is Nigeria actually really poverty capital of the world? Well, let's find out. So this is a piece from whoever this Twitter is, Madam President, she calls herself. It says, I'll just give it to you now. There's another article that goes with it, which I'll show you in a moment. It says, for 8 years, you all ran practically amok with the Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world mantra. Some of us told you the statistics was shady and off, but you held on to it because you wanted to shade and sub Buhari. This data here from the IMF, this data here is from the IMF and it is as at March 2023. Nigeria is not amongst the poorest countries in the world. Shall we say that the data was wrong originally, or shall we say different metrics were used, or shall we just admit that PMB and PYO, I don't know who PYO is, PMB is President Muhammadu Buhari, but who is PYO? So it cannot be Osinbajo, of course, because he was never president, but it says, shall we say that the data was wrong originally, or shall we say different metrics were used? Or shall we just admit that PMB/PYO moved millions and millions out of poverty? You can also read it here. So you can also read it here. So we'll go to where we can, before we go to that, yes, we go to where that is actually fleshed out in detail. So we go to where that is fleshed out in detail. So this page now, it gives you the poverty chart of the world. It says the 25 poorest countries by GDP per capita. So now we'll see exactly where Nigeria falls within that table of shame. Let's call it that way. So we'll see where. Yes, it's Professor Yemi Osinbajo. Okay, yes, Professor. Thank you, Ayo. So we see where Nigeria falls, particularly, especially within that table of shame. So we find that out. So the language that the Tinubu administration has been using is essentially languages of market forces. So what they tell you, especially with the dollar conversion thing, what they tell you is that you should let the market decide. This is what they tell you. And that seems to, and they are using that template for every policy positioning that they're rolling out. So they're telling you, let the market decide. So let the market decide. Petrol price crashes at depot amidst low demand. So there it is now. You know what sets a price? What sets a price of anything, no matter what funky computer modeling or gobbledygook that you're hearing from financiers, no matter all of that, what actually sets a price is a willing buyer and a willing seller. So when you have those two situations, the price determines itself. Do you understand? So if I wanted to sell, this pair of glasses for $1 million, I can want to sell it at that price point. But if you only are able to buy it for $1, then I have to make the decision if I'm willing to sell it for $1. If I make that decision that I'm willing to sell it for $1, then a trade takes place. Do you understand? Then a trade takes place. So that's a willing buyer, willing seller sort of a scenario, demand and supply in the colloquial pedestrian speak. And this is what is playing out here. Petrol price crashes at depots amid low demand. So people cannot afford it. So therefore, you have to bring the price point down. And that is it. Market forces, as Tinubu and his team continues to explain to the Nigerian space. So Tinubu and his team continue to explain to the Nigerian space, as Reno Omokri explained to Madam Ezekwesili. So this now seems to be a fight that is simmering in the sidelines of the Nigerian political space. But it looks because it looks as though rather Reno Omokri is hunting for this woman. Leave Lagos alone. Condemn demolition in Anambra. This is Reno Omokri still sitting on the neck of the Bring Back Our Girls movement chairperson. So this is Madam Ezekwesili, of course, who likes to run commentaries on any and everything that goes on within the Lagos space. But the silence is, remember how she was wailing and gnashing at the teeth about the Deborah Samuels incident in Sokoto. But then when there were more egregious goings on within her own homestead, the silence was deafening. And this is what Reno is referencing. Leave Lagos alone, condemn demolition in Anambra, Reno Omokri tells Ezekwesili. So Reno Omokri tells Ezekwesili. So we go through all of that. Now, there was this video that I wanted to play you yesterday, but we never got an opportunity to insert it. So hopefully I'll get the opportunity to insert it today. And this will be this. This speaks to still the weight of the policy changes of Tinubu, how it's been vested upon the average Nigerian person. Nigeria on path to losing the middle class into poverty. So this is something that I have tried to hint at, a conversational space that I've tried to open up on this platform. So maybe we get to because I wanted to play this video yesterday, but the opportunity never presented. But hopefully then we get to explore that today. So so there it is, a rich and diverse menu. When is it never? Oh, I don't know what Ogudimbola, I don't know quite what you're referencing there. So a rich and diverse menu. When is it never not a rich and diverse menu? So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax, enjoy it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join me on the screen. And the hyperlink pinned to the comment section, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. The dollar sign at the bottom of the screen avails you an opportunity to tip in the direction of the platform as well, as Ayo exemplifies with a handsome welcome to the session. It says the eagle has landed. So the eagle has landed, but the eagle just disappears from your screen for a micro moment, just to take a water break before we launch into the throes of it. You know where we're going to first, of course, to the Kegite, Egbelemu.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water.
Only water. Where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku koniru agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Amir po, amir po. The amen to that is plentiful. So amen to that, Iku koniru agbeshe. So Iku koniru agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. States got double their normal allocations after subsidy removal, a headline attributed to a Daniel. Agbenga Daniel, a former governor of Ogun State, who is now the senator representing Ogun East District, has said that the monthly allocations to states in June 2023 almost doubled following the removal of fuel subsidy by President Bola Tinubu. So that is not at all good news, I have to say, because you want that money ring-fenced at the federal level so we can monitor it directly. This is not good news, I have to say, just on this first reading. Benga Daniel, a former governor of Ogun State, who is now the senator representing Ogun East District, has said that the monthly allocations to the state in June 2023 almost doubled following the removal of fuel subsidy by President Bola Tinubu. Mr. Daniel, who was speaking on the assessment of the government of Mr. Tinubu, who had now spent 30 days in office, agreed that the subsidy removal has had its own implications. I was informed that the allocation that went to states this month is nearly double what it was a month ago, Senator Daniel said, whilst appearing as a guest on TVC on Thursday. Although the bold decision was taken to withdraw the subsidy, although the decision that was taken to withdraw the subsidy has major implications. Shortly after his inauguration on May the 29th, Mr. Tinubu, so this is this platform that continues to reference, you can see them, of course. This is this platform that continues to reference Tinubu as Mr. It's echoes of me in the past, you know. Remember, throughout the entirety of Buhari's administration, all I ever called him was Malam Buhari. He still governs the country for 8 years, so not even aware that I've been a silly boy in Kent. So they can continue to. Shortly after his inauguration on May the 29th, and here it is right here, Mr. Tinubu. Look at that. Let me see who wrote this piece, actually. I have my suspicions. Let me see who wrote this piece. This is by Tosin Ajunwon. Tosin Ajunwon. Shortly after his inauguration on May the 29th, Mr. Tinubu declared that there would no longer be, no wonder, the person that cannot even write properly, I'm having to insert editing. This is the person's turning the notes up. Shortly after his inauguration on May the 29th, Mr. Tinubu declared that there would no longer be a petroleum subsidy regime, revealing that the 2023 budget, he glimpsed, does not contain it. Mr. Tinubu stated that funds meant for the subsidy would now be diverted to public infrastructure, education, healthcare, and job opportunities. So there is nothing within that that says that it's going to be gifted to state governors like the dancing senator, who is now getting double the. I think that Maybach that Davido bought, I think he'll be taking delivery of another one very soon if they are doubling his money. Nonetheless, the 2023 budget only has a provision for fuel subsidy till June. For years, the Nigerian government has subsidized fuel and fixed retail prices of petroleum products, although the payment has threatened the nation's fiscal position and impacted the government's ability to fund developmental projects. If you actually pause to reflect on that paragraph for a moment, it's quite heart-wrenching. It's a 101 on how not to run an administration. We'll read this paragraph again because it captures the Nigerian fault line in just one succinct paragraph. Now, for years, the Nigerian government has subsidized fuel and fixed retail prices of petroleum products, although the payment has threatened the nation's fiscal position. So your fiscal position is your financial position. So you cannot afford it financially, and it impacted the government's ability to fund developmental projects. So what is the meaning of that? It's just that's the Nigerian situation captured in just that short paragraph right there. Speaking further, Mr. Daniels explained that the removal of fuel subsidy has its own downturn, but efforts are being made to provide palliative measures to cushion the effects. So this sort of commentaries is not really what the people want to hear. So be delivering the palliatives and tell us that this is being delivered. Don't tell us efforts are being made, because we're a month in now into the removal of the fuel subsidy, and the people continue to groan under the weight of the financial burden of it that is hemorrhaging life and well-being. So don't keep promising us that sometime in the future we might think about doing something. Either do something or shut up. Speaking further, Mr. Daniel explained that the removal of the fuel subsidy has its downturn, but efforts are being made to provide palliative measures to cushion the effect. He, however, noted that Nigerians have started experiencing the effect of the economic policy that Tinubu's government had put in place. Of course, there are downturns, and I am happy that efforts have been made to provide all forms of palliatives that can stem the side. That should be the slide. The side of some of the expected downsides. There's an ambiguity in that word palliative. Do you get me? There's an ambiguity in that word palliative. So what exactly does it mean? Because it's an ambiguous word, it doesn't land on anything that you can point to as a categorical thing. There's an ambiguity to it. So what exactly are those palliatives, and what is the timeline for them? Are you delivering buses nationwide to insulate the cost of transportation? Are you opening some food bank? What exactly? What are you doing? Parachute payments to the poor? to insulate them financially. So what exactly are these palliatives? Because it's just a nonsense word, isn't it? It's an emptiness. It's just a rhetorical barb. It's just a rhetorical barb. He, however, noted that Nigerians have started experiencing the effect of the economic policies that Mr. Tinubu's government had put in place. Of course, there are downsides, and I am happy that efforts are being made to provide all forms of palliatives that can stem the slide of some of the expected downsides. But I have no doubt that in a few weeks, months, we would have a new environment, and things will start to happen. He further revealed that indirectly, those dividends of democracy that he, Tinubu, talks about have started happening, while stressing. So what exactly has started to happen? While stressing that, and if governance at the state level can all thrive very hard to ensure that some of these resources that are coming into the state are also allowed to be I don't know what they are writing here, also allowed to be down those the way I don't know. Let me highlight the paragraph. It's just badly written. I'll just read it the way it has been written. It further revealed that indirectly those dividends of democracy that he, Tinubu, talks about have started happening, while stressing that, and if governance at the state level can also thrive, that should be tried, of course, very hard to ensure that some of these resources that are coming into the state are also allowed to be down. Those are the way we can start feeling that the removal of the subsidy is having a direct impact. So I don't know what that means. Since the removal of the subsidy, the pump price has been pushed from 194 per liter to over 500, with variations in states, even as Nigerians had been battling with increases in food prices and commodities. So there it is, a bit of gobbledygook and nonsense. But let's go to this space. Let's align it with this headline to see if we can start to make sense of it. So let's align it. And by the way, there's room in the studio if you want to come join, especially if you're a new voice. New voices I'm canvassing for. Petrol price crashes at depots amidst low demand. So now this is the impact of it. This is a willing buyer, willing seller, the doctrinal thrust of the Tinubu free market governance. So the doctrinal thrust of the Tinubu free market governance, willing buyer, willing seller. Petrol price crashes at depots amidst low demand. Private depots at the weekend crashed the price of premium motor spirit, PMS, to 494 naira per liter from 502 naira correspondence length. The development came amidst rumor that the price of petrol may soar in July owing to the recently devalued exchange rate. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, depot retains it at 479. Independent. Oh, I don't know. My throat is gone. Independent Petrol Marketers Association of Nigeria, National Vice Chairman Alhaji Abubakar Maigandi broke the news to correspondents. He attributed the decline in price to low demand for the product. So this is where it starts to come in. Lamenting the crash in demand for PMS, he said customers, especially civil servants, cannot cope with the new rate. According to him, they are even reducing the price compared to last week. They are selling at the rate of 495 to 496 per liter. You know it reached 502 to 503. In Lagos, most of the depots in Lagos, That is what they are selling. NMPC is maintaining its old rate of 479. There is no much market because people, especially the civil servants, are complaining there is no money. He urged importers of the product to hasten the supply, noting that there has been no fresh stocking since the removal of the subsidy. So if there's been no fresh stocking or fresh stock, that should say, if there's been no fresh stock since the removal of the subsidy, then tighten your belt. It's going to get worse before it gets better. Mike Gandhi, who said vessels of petrol may arrive in July, want the suppliers not to allow their stock to dry up at any time. The national vice chairman said, nobody has imported petrol since the removal of the subsidy. Even NMPC did not import. We are using the old stock, but I know probably this month there will be new stock. There will be new stock. And by the way, I'm not sure that probably this month there will be new stock because, of course, Dangote gave us the assurance that we are in July now. This is the 1st of July. So Dangote gave us the assurance that he's going to start rolling out petroleum products in July. So where is he? Or is he smarting them from the changing currency that has knocked him off as the richest African? We are all using the old stock, but I know probably this month there will be new stock. If not, it may create scarcity. The government should not allow the fuel to get scarce. They should ensure they bring new stock. So if they bring new stock, that is back to where we were, isn't it, really? Because clearly NMPC has failed as importers of petrol. So if they start to bring in new stock, that's essentially back to where we were. So back to where we were. Let me take you from there to the Charlie Boy story. Let's see. So now, in Yoruba land, we will call him Ipata Agbalagba, a rascally elderly man. Charlie Boy calls for insurrection, violence in Nigeria. I think there's actually been a response from the presidency, maybe calling for his arrest or something. Yes, let me pick this up as well. All right. Charlie Boy, yes. Charlie Boy calls for insurrection, violence in Nigeria. Charlie Boy, the 73-year-old Nigerian singer, songwriter, and actor, took to Instagram Saturday and called on exceptional Nigerian youths to revolt against Nigeria. The Peter Obi rabid supporter took his cue from the unrest in France, where there have been some days of rioting following the killing of a 17-year-old boy by a policeman. Charlie Boy, whose real name is Charles Chukwuemeka Okota, now wants the same reaction in Nigeria. And Nigerians, because you had the Arab Spring and you had no response from Nigeria, Nigerians don't really have the appetite for demonstration. That was why NSAS was such an anomaly. You know, Nigerians don't have the appetite for it. They're too fearful for their lives. He did not state what should be the justification for the violence, but it could be safely surmised that he's among the Peter Obi supporters still sulking over Obi's trashing in the election. So who wrote this? This is let's see what platform. This is PM News. So Obi's trashing in the election. That tells you the inflection of that space. So a Batified newspaper, almost certain a Batified newspaper. Right. This isn't Syria, Iraq, or Afghanistan. This is France, where 9% of the population has brought down the entire cities, he said, in reference to the raging arson in parts of Paris, a video of which he shared. Karma from Africa. I'm waiting on the exceptional Nigerian youths to reject a system that lets them down. On a destiny day on our hands. So that is what he's saying. In his earlier post before editing it, the musician called Nigeria a criminal enterprise and urged Nigerian youths to bring it down. However, most of the reactions to his post were one of mighty rebuke right on his Instagram page. Your kids should lead the line. You don't have any positive impact in this country. What you know is how to do is preach hatred, war. This country would move forward by God's grace, wrote Emmanuel Inyawe, an Igbo name anyway. It was written by an Igbo name, which surprises me because you would have expected that the Igbos would be hailing a man. Jatima 007 said, please don't be a Jatima 007 said, please don't be a reason why they destroy lives and livelihood in Nigeria, sir. It is okay to rant, but encouraging violence is the worst thing someone in your generation can be associated with. This battle is for us now. You can rest, sir. Thanks for your understanding. We will take over from here. So go sit down, Grandpa, seems to be the polite put down there. Please, sir, this is calling for violence. I don't support this. I am your big fan, but I condemn this post with everything in me. This is Abigail Nathaniel. So Abigail Nathaniel, almost certain another Southeastern name. Another commentator, Desoya Maestro, served Charlie Boy notice that he could be arrested by security agencies. With all due respect, sir, security agencies can take this up against you as instigating youth to violence. And by the way, what is the difference between this commentary by Charlie Boy and the reasons why Omoyele Sowore was detained for so long? I cannot say a difference because what he said exactly here is a lot worse than anything that Sowore said or did before he was picked up and restricted and confined to Abuja for a year plus. With all due respect, sir, security agencies can take this up against you as instigating youth to violence and cause you all of us these things. I don't even know what that means. Destruction has never done any good, even outliving the generation who began it. You elders are the ones who say those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. Let's take things easy, sir. Respectfully commenting. So and this is what is calling for. Of course, I cannot play it for reasons of because YouTube will strike me immediately if I play it. But you've all seen the clip, the goings on in Paris. The goings on in Paris. So that person rounds it off. No need to wait for youth. No need to wait for youth. Carry your children, go do harm. Another writer said. So this is the post by Charlie Boy. So you can see his verified handle there, Area Father. So Area Father 1. So he has the blue tick. So there's no disputing that it is from him. So that's Area Father 1. So that's Charlie Boy's Twitter handle or whatever it is, Instagram handle. And then he puts a clip then of the violence in France. And this is what he had to say. He's tried to delete it, I suspect, but of course it's already been captured. This is not Syria, Iraq, or Afghanistan. This is France, where 9% of the population has brought down entire cities. Karma from Africa. I'm waiting on the exceptional Nigerian youths to reject a system that lets them down. una destiny dey una hands. So this is it. This is a 73-year-old man wrote that. So I think these are more voices of condemnation. The violence in France, which began in the Paris suburb of Nanterre, snowballed into bigger violence on Friday. President Emmanuel Macron postponed a state visit to Germany that was due to begin on Sunday due to the unrest. So that's a good example right there. Remember when the whole of Nigeria was subsumed by flood and Buhari just flew off to South Korea or something, say, well, I'm not fire brigade now. What do you want me to do? President Emmanuel Macron postponed a state visit to Germany that was due to begin on Sunday due to the unrest, both countries said. The Interior Minister said on Twitter that 1,311 people had been arrested overnight, compared with 875 the previous night, although the violence was lower in intensity. Nahel. So, yes, that's, I was going to say that sounds Arabian, but it already tells you. Nahil, that's Nahel, a 17-year-old Algerian and Moroccan. Nahil, a 17-year-old of Algerian and Moroccan descent, was shot by a police officer during a traffic stop on Tuesday. I hope that this American culture is not something that is slowly seeping its way into the European space. Because we don't have a backdrop of this, police just, remember how they just go around shooting black people. They just need you your crime could be you are black and nearby and you get shot in America. So we don't want that culture here in Europe. Nahil, a 17-year-old Algerian and Moroccan descent, was shot by a police officer during a traffic stop on Tuesday in the Paris suburb of Nanterre, where buses were halted and the area quiet on a damp Saturday morning after more overnight rioting. The shooting of the teenager caught on video has reignited long-standing complaints by poor and racially mixed urban communities of police violence and racism. Macron had denied there is systemic racism in France law enforcement agencies. So that's the backdrop then to what's led Charlie Boy to make that rather unguarded commentary. So we've read now this tweet by Madam President telling us that Nigeria is not actually the poverty capital of the world. So now let's now see how that is backed up now by facts or with facts. All right. So here it is. It says the 25 poorest countries by GDP per capita. So this is a spent money on piece of work. The poorest countries in the world, and I do not see a Nigerian flag. So let's now see how they arrived at this. There are different ways. I'm not going to give you. Okay, yes, it's quite short. I think it's more the graphics that more than anything else. There are different ways to measure economic activity and wealth of a country. And for this article on the world's least wealthy nations, we've used GDP per capita projections for this year from the International Monetary Fund, IMF. Nominal world GDP per capita is expected to go from $13,400 to $13,920 in 2023. But in contrast to the rest of the world, per capita economic output in Africa is much lower than in continents such as North America and Europe. Here are the countries with the lowest per capita GDP, all below the global average. So, of course, you can see it on your screen. Burundi, Sierra Leone, Malawi, Central African Republic, Madagascar, Somalia, South Sudan, Niger. Well, I didn't really want Niger there because I I think that explains the nuisance that they're constituting to us. Mozambique, Eritrea, Congo, Chad, Liberia, Burkina Faso. Now, Yemen is there. So that surprises me because I thought the totality of it would be African countries. Guinea-Bissau, Mali, the Gambia, Sudan, Rwanda. I'm surprised Rwanda is on the list as well because when do we get to Nigeria? I wonder. I'll just give you a couple more pages of it and then we go on if we don't get to Nigeria. Togo, Tajikistan. I thought a lot of those STAN countries had oil. I'm surprised to see a STAN country there. Uganda, Myanmar, Lesotho, Ethiopia, Comoros, Tanzania, Nepal, Benin. All right. So that then tells you then. So this then makes a fallacy of that narrative, Nigeria, poverty capital of the world. Burundi, with a population of nearly 13 million people, is one of the smallest countries in Africa in physical size. The country has the lowest per capita GDP at $308. Burundi gained independence in 1962 after being first a German, then Belgian colony since the latter half of the 19th century. It has struggled for over the last 50 years with recurring civil strife and high level of corruption. However, the IMF projects positive trends for the country's economy, citing the impact of more recent economic reforms. So there it is right there. Nigeria, not the poverty capital of the world. Let's land on this Reno Omokri versus Madam Obiezekwe-Sele, and then we come into the room, see if there's anybody at all. Like I said, it's almost likely to be a short session. Leave Lagos alone, condemn demolition in Anambra. Reno Omokri tells Madam Ezekwe-Sele. Reno Omokri, a former aide to ex-President Goodluck Jonathan, has lambasted former Minister of Education Obi Ezekwe-Sele. Omokri blasted Ezekwe-Sele over her attack on the Lagos state government for demolishing defective structures at Alaba International Market. According to him, Ezekwe-Sele had remained silent over protests by hundreds of traders in Anambra, her home state, against the government's ongoing demolition of their shops. His words, when the Lagos state government was to demolish a few structurally defective buildings whose owners refused to correct them despite warnings from the government since 2017, Obi accused Lagos state government of targeting Igbos and asked the governor to publish a list of the ethnic nationalities of all those whose properties. I'm aghast. I'm flabbergasted that she would say that the government, the Lagos state government, should publish. It's here now. Maybe we have to go dig it out where she said that. That the Lagos state government should publish a list of the ethnic nationalities of all those whose properties have ever been demolished by the Lagos state government. So what does that even mean? So somebody of it's just a disappointment. Somebody of Madam is why we even calling Madam. Somebody of Obi's seniority within the Nigerian space, stoking the embers of ethnic divide. Why is Obi silent when things happen in the Southeast and loud when it happens elsewhere? This is the same Obi that has also not condemned the killing of U.S. embassy personnel by unknown gunmen in her state and close to her local government on Tuesday, May the 16th, 2023. Does that mean she approves of the killings? Would Obi have been silent if that happened in Kano or Bauchi? Omokri added that the former minister protested when Deborah Samuel was burnt to death in Sokoto, but remained silent after a pregnant northerner from Adamawa, Harira Jibril was killed with her 4 daughters in Anambra State. If you ask me where I would feel the safest, I would feel the safest in Kano. I would not feel safe at all in Kano, but I will feel the safest in Kano rather than in Anambra State because Anambra seems a bit more violent at the moment than Kano. The same Obi Ezekwesili that rolled on the floor of Aso Rock over Bring Back Our Girls, yet Obi never condemned the killing of Ahmed Gulak on May the 31st, 2021. Obi will always cover anything that happens in the Southeast and blow out of proportion things that occur elsewhere. So that is Reno Omokri inviting Obi Ezekwesili to a fight. So that's Reno Omokri inviting Obi Ezekwesili to a fight as I'm joined by Dewale and Ajale Kokoshoso present. So Dewale, let's kick it off with you. Dewale, Dewale, how are you doing? Adewale.
I'm here. I'm doing good. Good to hear from you, brother.
Yeah, good to see you. I saw you earlier rocking and rolling about with Rudolph with your rather funky. What was going on there? Eh?
I still have it. I was just trying to use something that would, more.
To hammer the point.
Yeah, that was the reason why I put that up there.
All right. Let's get into the conversation then. Like I said, hopefully a short little session today, maybe. But let me take you to the starting point. States got double their normal allocations after subsidy removal. So now, it's essentially a windfall to the government, the subsidy removal. And a lot of the country, of course, carrying the pain of it. But then what we had all hoped for was that it will be pointed towards federal infrastructures, but it looks as though they're sharing it amongst the states. What are you then making of this headline, Dewale?
Well, the headline come across as something that is good news, but my fear is what you just said now, that money probably is going to end up in the hands of few individuals, and it's going to be a shame. Here in America, when federal government is, giving monies to the state for a purpose, they usually attach it with something, or they try to as much as possible to, control or monitor that program. So, and I hope federal government is not just dashing out money to the state without putting in place, a monitoring program that will enable them to be able to ascertain how that money is being used. I want to believe that, the reason for this is because of the, trying to cushion the effect of this subsidy removal of a thing. But if federal government decided not to put in place such program, then it's unfortunately it's going to be an effort in futility.
I think it's more as a consequence of a sharing formula. So I think they have a sharing formula as to how much the federating states will get relative to whatever comes into the federal coffers. So like we said, the fuel subsidy removal presents a windfall to the federal coffers, and then the sharing formula kicks in, so that money then goes to Senator Adeleke and his acolytes.
Yeah, but what was the reason for this double allocation? What was the reason federal government decided to increase it?
No. Okay, let's use an example. Let's say, for instance, let's say the sharing formula is 60-40. Mm-hmm. So if the country earns £100, then the states get £40. But then if the country earns £200, then the states get £80. Do you get? So it's a sharing formula, I suspect.
Well, the issue is that most of the time, the money that goes into the state government covers is not usually accounted for, and there's this question. I think it's constitutional question about the EFCC role in terms of trying to curb corruption. Some say AFCC does not have the power to prosecute governor or state corruption issues, and some are saying that state issue is the federal issue, and it should be seen as such, and EFCC should be
Yes, the state governors have immunity.
yeah,
What's that? And that is a space that needs to be addressed.
exactly.
You know,
Exactly. That needed to be addressed. No, the immunity can stay, but they know once they're out of the office, that is why some of them usually try as much as possible to remain close to the central, to the power in the central, so that they will be protected or have a soft landing. So, but I mean, look at Ibori's case. Most some of the money recovered from Delta State went back to the state because the federal government wanted to confiscate the money and keep it in the federal, but the money belongs to the state, to the Delta State, to the people of Delta, right? So, and that is one of those hiccups, or should I say, some of the issues that needed to be addressed constitutionally, because state government continues to get from the federal, but at the same time, what is the money used for? Most of the time, it always goes in the way of politics, settling peoples, sharing it, and all that never gets to the last person in the state. So, and coupled with the fact that we also have issues on ground, this subsidy removal of a thing, people are lamenting and all that. I think this it will be best that the states maybe they have to pause some of their capital project for now and try as much as possible to see how they can charge people and you know meet them in the middle than just building bridges. For now, at least till they're able to at least push it to some levels and everything stabilize. That's the way I see it because it seems that every money goes into. In fact, there was a time that I was told that in Ekiti State, there was a particular hotel that the governors and the cabinet and other party members go to and share money. Uh, I don't know if it is that story is true, but I want to believe in Nigerian context is true because we're all Nigerian. We know what we are capable of doing. But nevertheless, uh, unlike I know there was a time in Nigeria during the Obasanjo, I believe, where allocation is always delayed or not or suspended. But now today is the 1st of July, and now we're talking about that federal government has already released the allocation to states. But I hope the state governors will be able to spend the money judiciously.
all right. It's just really there's a lot that needs to be rebalanced within the Nigerian space because the state the sovereignty the sovereign states within the Nigerian greater mass they are autonomous of the federal space, so
Hmm.
the federal space cannot really oversight how much they spend their budgets, so they just release the money and hope for the best. So I think we need to revisit that our constitution to give the federal space a bit more oversight, a bit more of a supervisory role over the federating states.
But that will impinge on the sovereignty of the state or the autonomy of the state. If federal government begins to, poke nose to the affair of the state, especially their finances and how it's been used. But um, and this speaks to this federal system. When we have country where everything is unitary and some states that are waiting for monthly allocation just as if you are waiting for your salary to be paid. That is the way I see some states in Nigeria that are moribund, that are not really viable. And I don't even know. It was really not yesterday that state creation was discussed on this show. And we're talking about creating more states and all that. Who is that going to help? Well, you can bring government to the last person in the state by empowering the local community. I mean, local governments to discharge their duty. But when we have states that do not even allow local government election to take place in the first place, so the federal government cannot make much incursion into how state is being governed because every state is expected to be governed, autonomously. So when we have a situation where government is releasing money blindly and they have no idea how that money is being spent or used, now the people of the state need to ask their governor more questions. I said it yesterday. State like Lagos State, you can't hide. You just don't have no choice but than to perform. It's simple as that. Because your poor performance will be so glaring that people can tell. Yesterday we were comparing the Lagos State governors. Starting from Tinubu himself, some rate Tunde Fashola as a super governor, while somebody is being seen as the lowest of the lowest among them. But that is just the way it is. But if you go to some states that doesn't really, who cares about Bauchi? Who cares about Ekiti? Well, Ekiti is always trying to strive to be out there in the limelight. But some states that people don't really usually pay attention to, you can hide. That's why the mediocre in the Kogi state can hide. I mean, I haven't heard about the project that he has done so far in his 8 years in the office. So, yes, I think it is high time people in the state uh, need to be more in the center and ask their governors questions so that they will be able to know what their money is being spent on. But it's unfortunate federal government doesn't have any power when it comes to how money is being spent, and I don't think any constitutional amendment is going to address that in the nearest future. Because if we are talking about the ideal federalism, that is not going to come up because each state will be on their own and they'll be able to control the affair of their each states.
All right, brilliant. Let me. I was going to take you to the petrol crashing, but let me hold that for a moment. Let me take you to the Charlie Boy story instead.
Oh God.
Who is calling for an? It's unbelievable. Who is calling for an insurrection? So what are you making of it? Charlie Boy calls for insurrection, violence in Nigeria. So I mean, where do you even want to start with this one?
In Africa, they say when you're growing old and you're having gray hair, you're supposed to be more wiser. Àìpẹ́ àkípẹ́ ni àkípẹ́ gọ̀. Yeah, I expect someone like this. You know, Number one, I expect DSS to arrest him or pick him up or invite him for uh, just to have a chat with them.
Actually, hold that thought. Hold that thought. Let me bring you this. Just off the back of what you said, I think that may well happen. France riot on Onuga urges security operatives to call Charlie Boy to order over irresponsible post. Bayo Ononuga, the media director of the All Progressive Congress Presidential Campaign Council, he could have gotten a job, but he spoke at the turn, has tackled Charlie Boy, the singer, for allegedly inciting Nigerian youths. On Saturday, Charlie Boy addressed the ongoing riots in France over the killing of a teenager by a police officer. And Nael, a 17-year-old, and then he goes on to give us that. The development has sparked widespread unrest across major cities in the country, with many people hitting the streets to protest the teenager's death. The musician took to social media to urge Nigerian youths to take a cue from the France riots and fight the system letting them down. But reacting via his Twitter page, Onanuga describes the musician's post as highly irresponsible. The renowned journalist also urged security operatives in the country to call him to order immediately. Highly irresponsible for a 73-year-old man, Charlie Boy, asking exceptional Nigerian youth to burn down the criminal enterprise which he called Nigeria. The security agencies should call this old man to order immediately, he wrote. In a follow-up comment to his original post, the 73-year-old said he did not incite the youth as assumed. This, and then he gives us that. It says, I don't ask anybody to go born anywhere. As it concerns France, I feel it is their karma hunting them. I only charge the exceptional Nigerian youth to take their destiny in their hands. If the judiciary fails to dispense justice, the last hope of the common man should be the common man. So those are inciting words again. What are you making of that then? All of that, Dewale?
Can you imagine you write something and you are contradicting yourself by what you just, the first one that you wrote? You are saying you are not inciting people against the state, but you are saying that the youth should take charge of their destiny. What does that imply when you are referencing the ongoing riot in France? Everyone knows that France is, especially outside Paris, France is a volatile country where people go out there, do things, and usually the government will listen to them and everything will go back to normal. But you see, it is irrational and irresponsible of someone like Boy. If there's someone or one person in Nigeria that has benefited more from this country called Nigeria, is Boy and his family.
Yes.
Okay, he has.
This is the son of a Supreme Court judge, by the way.
I mean,
he has had the fat of the land all of his life, all of his family, and he's now asking people to burn it down.
It's a shame. His father was a chief justice or chief judge in Nigeria, and a distinguished one at that. A very peaceful man and a distinguished Nigerian. And when I'm Nigerian, when he was alive, he was referred, he was respected. But Charlie Boy should know by now, even if you are, you make yourself an activist, quote unquote, there's a limit to what you can say, because what you say, people will listen to you. Why is this one making the news? Because Charlie Boy is not like an ordinary or regular person in Nigeria. Yes, things may be hard now, but you shouldn't be the one. If I type something like this out there, probably nobody will pay attention. Nobody will make any reference. But someone of a Charlie Boy status, putting out there and with like a dog whistle that anybody will care to listen. I think this is what you should do. I think he should be arrested or invited for one way or the other, because
it must be arrested. And I think he can sense the arrest as well, trying to walk his comments back. And this is not the first time he's gone down this sort of route. And as I was saying in the opening phase, she already did not do this much before they incarcerate. He must be arrested.
It is one thing for Nigeria to be going through something that is, unique and general like this, but for the fact that your kinsman did not become president does not mean that you should put yourself in a opposition position, because this life is not stagnant. It continually evolving, and you may think that you are in a position of, or you're not in a vintage position today, but tomorrow you might be. And this particular individual moved to Abuja.
Do you know where Charlie Boy is tweeting all this nonsense?
Where?
He's in Edinburgh, celebrating his birthday.
Can you imagine?
He's in Edinburgh, in Scotland.
He used to live in Lagos.
His birthday,
He used to live in Lagos. Now he moved to Abuja to be close to these people that he claimed to be opposing now, so that he can benefit from them. You see, this person of Charlie Boy is a person that will tell you, hey, look, you need to go and carry play cards and be protesting out there. But behind the curtain, he will go back to this guy and started asking for, crumbs. And you see, unfortunately, he's doing
we saw it during the, was it the 2019 election or this cycle of election, when this guy, he was telling us Unamumu never do, and collecting money from Festus Kiyamo.
He was begging him.
Do you remember when Festus Kiyamo outed him?
Yeah,
the guy is a punk.
See, that's to tell you how this thing works. and I hope nobody listens to him, because to me it's irresponsible of someone of his status at his age, even older than the president. I expect him to comport himself, in such a dignified manner. Life is not about, it's a must. Yes, you've lived your life and you've, try as much as possible to, speak for the lowest of the lowest. But don't go out there and start doing things that could easily put people in harm's way. It just not doesn't make sense. The riot it's not today that France has been in going through a situation like this. You remember the last protest where they were even burning, and they were out there for months, and eventually everything got settled. That tells you about.
I wonder which country suffers the most racial strife, France or America. Those two countries are notorious for racism, aren't they? France and America. Yeah.
Well, I'd never live in.
One man. Good morning.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Yeah. I did. Let me quickly say this before my assistant kick me out my phone. Prince, let me keep the Prince first. Let me call your Gadewale, or maybe I removed your Gadewale. How could you give that kind of submission yesterday, as learned as you are? What differentiates you from between the IPOB and the OB idiot they say they're always running with propaganda? How can you take somebody's...
What's up,
hold on. How can you take somebody else well said and you don't verify it before you run to public space to defend your spouse or your ethnic man or your party man of Tinubu yesterday by saying the convoy of Tinubu yesterday, of that day, that's bringing up a controversy, that the Senate President convoy was with that of the president. As learned as you are, if anybody tells you in your dream, won't you tell that person to go back to sleep or wake up from that dream?
What are you talking about?
I wonder what he's talking
about. They got on your words. You said yesterday when you were screaming about the convoy of Tinubu, like the hypocrisy of OB convoy, and you came on the show and saying that even the convoy of Tinubu has been debunked, that even the Senate President was among Tinubu convoy. That increases Tinubu's convoy.
Okay.
First of all, who told you the President and the Senate President can be in the same place?
What are you talking about?
Was Apabio no part of the entourage?
He can never, in his life right now as a president, as a Senate President, can never be in the same place with Tinubu except executive matters. The VP and the President cannot be in the same location. Security matters. The President and Senate President cannot be in the same location. Security matters. The President and Speaker, hold on, let me land. Hold on now.
Hold on.
Let me land. Let me finish.
Just hold on. You're coming at the conversation from left field. You're as though everybody listening knows what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
They know. Because you might choose not to know. Yeah, let me tell you what they know. Because the president of any country cannot be in the same convoy with his VP. The VP and the president cannot be in the same location. It's security issues. The VP and the president and the Senate president cannot be in the same location. It's a security issue. The president and the speaker cannot be in the same location. Hold on now. Let me land. Let me land now.
Hold on. Don't land because you are wrong. They cannot travel together. That's not to say.
That is travel together. Yes. Tinubu went home for Christmas. It's not official visit. And he was on a convoy. They are traveling. He is going from the airport to his house. The VP cannot be, the Senate President cannot be there. It's security issues.
What are you
Hold on now. Let me finish now. Let me finish. Please, let me finish. Wait, let me finish. Please. Don't lecture me what I know. There are 5 people that cannot. Hold on now. No, you don't know. I'm telling you. You don't know. Not being speaking big English. There are 5 people in this country, in Nigeria, that cannot be in the same place at the same time. The president, the VP, the third in command, which is Senate, the fourth in command, which is Speaker, and the Chief Justice of Nigeria. Go check it. At that very day, Akpabio was in Cross River, where Chasima was in Gonu, where Abba was, I think, in Kano. What are you guys saying? And he has been debunked that Akpabio was there.
All right. Can you
Are you
pause for?
finished?
Hold on, Dewale, because what you've just said is factually wrong. So just pause for a moment.
What you are going to tell me is factually wrong.
All right. You have not said
So
it.
don't,
So
don't
how
bother
do you
to
know?
don't bother to say it, because it's what is the security issue. If anything happens to the president, the next person in line is the VP. If anything
Right.
happens to the VP, the next person in line is the Senate president, according to the Nigeria Constitution. If anything happens to the Senate president, the fourth person in line is the speaker, and who swears these people in is the chief justice of the federation.
Right.
Those 5 people, if anything happens in that country, they take them to a separate location for safety. And they are going home for Christmas. It's not even a security issue. I mean, executive for the country, like decision, like to come together and make decision. It's Christmas, so they are all going on their own different places. They cannot be in the same place. Not even in campaign. When Buhari was campaigning for Tinubu, you will see Shubado there. If Shubado is there, you see the president there. It's security issues.
All right, can you pause for a moment? Let me just explain. We have seen Buhari and Oshibanjo together on countless occasions. You are only going to make me go and dig out clips.
One man.
Can you hold
One
on?
man.
Can you hold on? You are only going to make me go and dig up clips, which I'm not going to do. What you should have said is that the president and the vice president, I'm not sure about the Senate president, but I know that the president and the vice president are not advised to travel together, which is a different thing than they cannot be at the same location. Of course, they can be at the same location. They work together. But what I don't know is that they are not allowed to travel together. So I'm not sure where you're
coming from. This is my English. Listen to my words. Listen to my words. Tinubu was going home for Christmas. Senate president is Tinubu's house is not Senate president's house, so it can never be in his convoy. Akpabio went to Rivers. Shetima went to Borno. The Abba guy that is speaker, I think he's from Kano. I don't know where. He went to Kano. They're all in different locations. They were all. Hold on. Let me finish. And they were all shown. Then somebody came to the platform. I was listening for you guys for like 4 days. Somebody came with a solution. So like, do you know let me tell you one man to tell you the words the guy. You said, do you know the Senate president convoy is 10? Do you know? You said, do you know how many convoys are sent to the Senate president? You now said you don't know. And the guy replied 10. So imagine if you add 10 of Senate president and other dignitaries to it, the convoy will increase. And yesterday, Dewale came in to portray that fact again, that since he has been in his own way, that he has been debunked that the Senate president was among his convoy. That's why I came in today. You don't run with what people say. You have to do your verification first before you use that kind of words. Akpabio was never in that convoy.
I'm not the type of person.
And even though, hold on, I'll jump up now. Even though he can, security reasons, it's not an official visit. If the official visit, they have been designed. It's a personal visit. Christmas, it can never be there.
Thank you. Can you give Dewale the right to reply? It ran away.
This is what I will say.
I don't know, man.
This is what I will say. This is what I will say. I think what you did here just now is rude, because you never for once asked to interject, and you being clear to interject. I was speaking of something different, but because you already have your own mindset, you came in and you started yelling. Now, let me make this clear. What I said yesterday is something that I have knowledge of. You may have hatred for Tinubu, and I'm not there to defend him because I don't hold brief for him. When he does wrong, I criticize. What I said on the show yesterday was that it has been debunked that the convoy that traveled from the airport all the way to the island was not just Tinubu's convoy. There were a lot of dignitaries that were involved, party members were involved. And I did not mention Akpabio. But of course, Akpabio also came to Lagos as well. So there's a possibility that all these convoys will meet together and travel together. And when it comes to security of dignitaries, it's always good to travel together in colony, because it's easier that way than to be in batches by batches. And that was the reason why you have higher numbers of vehicles traveling at the higher speed on the day that Tinubu came to Lagos. Yes, Nigerians do not
Sorry,
understand.
my phone kicked me out. I know I told you I'm outside. So
all right,
Nigerians have no when people lack understanding of something, it is easier to listen and learn. As I am now, not everything that I know, but when I listen to people on the show that give certain answer that I know I have no idea of, I appreciate it.
Sorry, Dewale, but it is actually factually incorrect that the president and the vice president cannot be in the same place at the same time.
Of course, they've been.
I mean, what does that even mean? They cannot travel together, but that's a different thing.
And the point is that it was already debunked that the convoy was not just for the president alone. And we're in this part of the world where we say that okay, things must be the way it looks in the media or the way it looks to people that must be justified. No, security of the president and the vice president is not a joke. Nobody ever joke with it. If it requires 50 vehicles will go. If it requires 100 personnel will be there. That is the truth. Now, Nigerians want a situation where we will have fewer, security personnel around president. I get it, but you see, there's been reports since early 90s that there's been increase in the threat against the world leaders, even the lowest of the lowest, and that is why no country ever joke with the security of their leaders, of their president. And this is something that you can't cut budget around it. There's no way you can try to be rational about it, but you cannot cut that security budget because it has to be 100% on their A game. They must be perfect.
I've been listening to you guys for 4 days.
Hold on. You may have your own alternative belief, which is normal.
This is not about
alternative facts. They call
yeah.
it.
There's not. See, listen, Ogadewale. This is not. See, Ogadewale. This is not.
Hold on.
Let me have my own
to you. So
I mean, after all, you just interject. You didn't even. You didn't ask that you wanted to interject. I was speaking of something different. There's no country that joke about the security of their leaders when they make a budget. Nigeria wanted a situation whereby the villa will make a budget that will only few people. We are kidding ourselves. We have insecurity in the land, and yet you want fewer convoy on the Tinubu's entourage. It's not going to happen. Even if Nigeria is going up in the cash trap and nothing, that vehicle, that personnel will still go with him because he is the commander-in-chief. Yesterday, what is his name? Rational Mind said, six security personnel came with Biden to his community, and I will debunk that. And I said that is not true. As a matter of a minimum of 50 vehicles, because any visiting state will usually put their security team, and that is why it's always when the evil people want to strike, they strike when they know that there will be no much security personnel around, because some of them would have been drafted. Even neighboring states will join to protect that dignity. And at the end of the day, you will have more numbers in their convoy. That is why you cannot. There's no way around it. You cannot.
The talk is long now. This talk is long. I came here today. I have this to do. Let me quickly say what I'm saying, and you guys don't agree with it because that is what you guys doing recently.
Not factual.
Hold on. What you are saying is not factual. And what you posted. Hold on.
Can I interject one more, please? Sorry.
Hold on. Is it?
Yeah. Everybody, hold on. Sorry, Dewale. It goes like this sometimes. Let's hear from Solomon. Solomon, come in.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, good morning, one man. I just came in because of Mr. Wordpiece. Like what he was saying now is they are not just correct at all. I saw a video of Shetima. Shetima flew down from Maiduguri because he went that morning to Lagos. So he was in that gathering. It was only a Pabio, and I still read that he was in Lagos, but I did not see him in the video. But it was Shetima I saw in the video where he went to Lagos State. Even Nero Rubadu too was in Lagos State with President Tinubu. So him saying now that the president or something like that.
Solomon, hold on.
Yeah.
For the fact, listen to this word. I don't know if you watched the movie. For the orange is the new black. For the fact we are running on a very assumption platform and we'll do things we want it does not make it right.
What are you talking
Security,
about?
Listen, this is what I'm talking about. But listen,
one man assumption platform.
I don't know, man.
Yes, sir. So listen, yeah, you might, listen, Jalico, hold on, everybody, hold on. You can never, as I call you in America, there you can never see when Obama was president. You can never see Obama and Nancy Pelosi riding on the same motorcade. Because Nancy Pelosi is the next in line if anything happens to President Obama. The only way you see Nancy Pelosi.
I think you are not right. Hold on. I think you are right.
Biden was the next in line.
In United States, President. Hold on. Let me give you what happened yearly here.
I think we lost Ajanle Koko.
See, let me speak.
No, just settle down because you don't understand what you're saying. So listen to people who do understand. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Carry on.
Hello. Okay.
Yeah. Carry on, Ajanle Koko.
In United States here, World Peace. Every year, once a year, the president will deliver State of the Union address. And the person that will be sitting behind him is going to be the speaker and the vice president. So what you are saying is not right. So you have to...
Let's say like people are listening from me from the middle. And you want to justify what you want to justify by going from the middle.
Right. Hold on, please. I'm telling you a scenario. This is what happened in United States.
You think I don't know what I know what you're talking about. You listen to my word. I said you can never see Obama and Nancy Pelosi riding on the same motorcade.
Oh,
why you guys start on?
Hold on now. Is it motorcade you are saying? Or they can never be together in a place.
I said they cannot be in the same motorcade in the same place. I probably was in Rivers. I called the state where we are. I was just wrong in English. Shettima was in Borno, where Abba was where he was. Tinubu ride by himself from the airport to his house. It was Christmas. It's Christmas. Then I said I don't want to me saying that probably was in that convo. I said it doesn't matter. Listen now.
Hold on. Christmas in July.
It's not mostly Christmas. I call it Christmas. It's mostly Christmas. And for you to say that probably was with that motor guy, I said it's not national. It's not a national. Like you said, you just said just now, America or state of the world. They do it once in a year. It's not an executive matter that they have to be in the same place at the same time. And you guys like to hear from middle because when it concerns your sport, you want to correct. You feel like this knowledge is almost only one set of people. Listen when I speak and listen carefully. If you don't listen carefully, there's no point with talking. And I came in specifically and I specified that why will you use wrong with what people are saying that I probably was that motorcade? Why did you go and verify? And I digress more.
There's no way I said that I probably was
Adewale, I think it's right. You can never see the president.
To lecture me.
What I said yesterday,
right, and that is the point. That is what I was pointing out on that day.
I did not. Because you know,
let me tell you your words. Let me tell you your words. Let me tell you your words yesterday.
Hold on.
No. Hold on.
Please now cooperate with the flow of the thing.
Why you guys didn't cooperate with me? She's mocking me on like I was saying stupid things.
No. You had a near 5-minute monologue, just saying all manners of stuff. So let's see.
Am I correct that I wasn't saying all manners of stuff? You guys felt it was all manners of stuff, and I was pointing you guys to the right direction. That you guys wanted to beat me down like I don't know what I'm saying.
No, you said
don't do that.
Oh God. Just settle down.
Take it easy now.
Settle down now.
No, they are fond of doing this thing. They are fond of doing this thing, and I always want to catch them on the time. And they only feel I don't know what I'm saying. No, I want to correct Adewale. He said it yesterday. I played your tape, your version 4 times last night. You came in your words. I'll repeat it again. You said. You said that. You said somebody. You said when they play after one man play Peter Obi's clip when
I know what
Peter
I said
was.
yesterday, and I wasn't drunk. So when I said those things,
So
and
why
I
are you not
repeated the
trying to
same.
spin it?
And
Why are you trying to spin it?
would you let me finish?
You
what I
have to
just
let
said?
him speak.
Because you will
What
never
please?
let me
You have
finish,
to.
and you're
Yes,
already
let
jumping
him
into
speak.
conclusion.
So
There was
that
never a
Wale
place
carry on.
where I mentioned Akpabio's name yesterday. Never. There's never anywhere where I mentioned the name of the Senate president. What I said was there were a lot of dignitaries, including the acting IG, the other one of the service chief was there. We also have the Lagos State governors was there. There were other dignitaries too, because I went to the video now just to rewatch how many of them that I were able to identify. They were all there. Apart from that, they also have APC party members, in Lagos State also with their own attached convoy. They were all there with the other people that participated in all those welcoming whatever. So that formed the colony of that convoy that were traveling at a higher speed. But what I emphasized yesterday was that anywhere in the world, because the discussion is that the president must lead by example by cutting down on the number of convoys that will be traveling with him. And I try as much as possible to debunk that by saying there's no way presidency will reduce the number of security personnel that will be traveling with the president. What I said was that it has been debunked that the convoy does not belong to the president only, but with other people that were there at the airport that was also
God,
traveling
why
with
can't you
him.
just use the words you used yesterday?
You
All
can
right.
go and rewatch the video.
Okay.
I know what I said. I never mentioned Akpabio. I only said the dignitaries. I didn't even mention anybody's name. Now I'm naming names because governor was there, IG was there, and these people also have numbers of security personnel attached to them. And that was the reason you see those numbers. But Nigerians always want to, condemn and speak of, somebody has done wrong. And I said, you cannot reduce the security around the president. I mean, if it's nothing that
Sorry,
will
can I
teach us a
interject now?
lesson,
Let's be
the lesson
orderly.
we'll
Can I
learn,
interject?
the lesson we'll learn when Muritala was assassinated. Then Nigeria now decided to beef up the security around the president. And it was even a report that shows that there has been an increased threat against every head of the government.
Please,
And
can
that
I
is why
interject?
you would never
Now,
see
can you hold
presidency.
on? What piece? You're not
You will
usually like
never see
this.
presidency reduced because there's no amount too much to protect the number one citizen of any country. If anybody is saying that it has to be reduced and they meant it, they are deluding themselves. Because I tell you what, there are a lot of threats on a daily basis coming into the president that you and I would never heard about, that we would never know. That is how security works around the world. But to come here and saying that, oh, I said Fabio was there, and the convoy is this and that. You are just coming out here just to, I don't know what you have in mind or whatever, but I'm not defending Tinubu, but I'm stating the fact that security is not something you compromise about. That is just the point, especially when it comes to presidency.
All right.
Nothing.
People want us to move on, so we'll be moving
Right, but
on.
Mama, please, can I reply before we move on?
Right.
Yeah. Now, God, Adewale, in how much you state a lot of fact, but there's something you're not stating, and you're making me look like I'm putting words in your mouth. Yes, you said AIG. Yes, you did use the word Akpabio. The word you used was the Senate president, and the word you used, you said when you came in, your first word you said this is hypocrisy. This was the word you were using yesterday. This hypocrisy that is worrying with Nigerians, and you started
It is
talking about.
hypocrisy.
Hold on, let me finish now. Calm down. And you started breaking it down. What led to Tinubu's convoy to be that long? And you now said, in your words, go and play it back, that he hasn't been debunked that the Senate president was among that convoy. That was your statement, and that was the word you choose to describe that statement. You didn't say Akpabio, you said Senate president. I'm not using Akpabio because that's the Senate president. Now you coming back and say you never said Akpabio is not among. There you slight me. Go back and listen to what you said and see if I'm putting these words on you. Now, to support what you said, that security you were saying about ex-Russian man was here. I would have come to and talk to Russian man like this. That what he says is a lie. American president cannot move in spell 6. American president convoy is 50, and that 50 it comprises of 100 personnel. 100, no less, no more. It's 100, and the cars must be 50.
Okay,
that's America for you.
I agree with you. Let's move on.
Yes, thank you, Diwali.
So not just agree with me. When you agree your mistake and don't be shouting over people like I'm putting words in your mouth.
You know, one thing I will not do is to come on the show here and state the fact that I know it's not true. If you've ever listened or watched me on this show, I'm a very, very a very diligent person that I listen to people. Sometimes I stay in the background just to hear people talking. If I come here to say some fact, that is the fact that I know is true, not just alternative fact. And for you to have said that, I said it, I said that. What I said yesterday was dignity. I did not mention Apabio. Even if Apabio was even in Lagos that same day as well. Okay? Yes, you may not see American president traveling together, but that does not prohibit them or stop them from traveling if they have to form a colony. You know, in security circle, when we have people moving together, it's better to move in convoy, the same colony, like we have long line, than to move batch by batch, because you are creating a problem for the convoy. But when you move in the same line, the same line is easier to defend, you know, that convoy, that entourage at that moment.
I got it, you are right. Let's move on. Let's move on. But Ajale Koko, sorry. Ajale Koko, are you there?
I don't function this way, man. You just got
Ajale Koko, are you there? Okay, Ajale Koko, are you there? Can you hear me?
What did Ajale Koko say yesterday? That
no, what I was going to say. I want to say this now to close this thing. Whoever was in charge of Tinubu security yesterday should be fired. As the president, they should be fired. This is just a taste to show that they don't even know what they're doing. I don't even think Roberto know the office is holding as a national security advisor and the AIG to allow if to go to submission of Bishop submission that if Tinubu friends come to their person want to go with him, who is able to tell not to ride with him, the personal convoy cannot be compromised. It's been designed, and it cost. And again, when Ikene was making submission that there's a waste in the governance, and people were saying the defendant it was only a waste. Hold
on. We cannot re-legislate yesterday's session because a lot of the conversation went with yesterday. So maybe you should have come in yesterday to say all this.
Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't come here. I was busy. My yard was so noisy. Because yard noise and they are moving containers. So that's I always come. Right. I always want to talk when it's less. By the time I finish, the show is over. But sorry, normally I know I don't do this. I don't bring yesterday's topic into this topic. You know, I don't do it. But it hurts me why people are making fair argument. That's why I don't like the obedience, because the propaganda they are putting out there. You cannot argue constructively again. People easily tag you as a tribalist or as obedient or you're against their own clansman. That's why I don't really talk about Tinubu, because it's a president for everybody, not president for APC or Batified, you know. But that convoy is a wastage. Right. No matter how you're going to say it, it's this time that for the optics where everybody's crying. People have not really lose money. If you have a macro business going on in Nigeria, you are losing money. You won't be happy seeing that convoy increasing salary or all those things to yourself. Not what you'll be happy about. That doesn't mean, but it's not supporting this guy, Charlie Boy. I'm not saying that, but at least let's stand in one voice. You have to direct the president, not to antagonize him. I think direct what you are doing is not right. So you can make a change. We are helping you to help us.
All right. Thank you, Wapi. So thank you, Wapi. So thank you, Wapi. So all of that, I'm not quite sure what the last 20 minutes was. But if you still have your breath back, Dewale, take us back to Charlie Boy, please. I'm not sure. 20 minutes, you hear me. I have to go and listen back to you know. And did we even take any learning from that? I suspect we may not have, but you know, it's just all right. But yeah, Dewale.
Let me just attribute that to patriotism. That you know, we come on a show like this, and you just want to be. Anyway, let's go to let's go to Charlie Boy case. Like I said earlier,
What do you think is propelling him? And do you think that space is getting increasingly emboldened because, of course, he died in the wool, charged up, obedient person, a 73-year-old man, by the way. Not that his age is anything. He's always been a rascal. But
I mean, rascality doesn't mean that we should not be rational. Some of these acts should not be misconstrued for rascality. This is anarchy. This is more or less like anarchy. I think that is also treasonable. Let me put it that way. If you are inciting insurrection against the state, you can't do that. You cannot. Yes, you can bring people to the streets to protest, but when you are now invoking what is happening in another foreign land that is more of creating anarchy in the land, that's the objective is defeated. So, I mean, if you call on people to protest, peaceful protest, that is different. But when you are now invoking what is going on in another country that is going to be inimical to our existence, then why doing that? Especially at this time that something is going on in France. If you're saying, well, we are going to protest against injustice, that is different. But when you are now invoking insurrection, or should I say, the anarchy going on in France, then that means you are I don't know, your voice or the objective is no longer what it is. I mean, for crying out loud, how long are we? So these people live through the 60s, 70s, 80s. They knew what was happening then compared to now. And we've made progress, but at the same time, it seems we are stagnant. But one thing I know for a fact is that Nigeria will not remain the same. Every day we are getting more wiser. Things that should have been swept under the carpet before are no longer what it is today. People go, if you've ever been on a Twitter is for something, is a different universe where people just go out there and say all sort of things. Yesterday I wanted to reply someone, but I just felt, no, I need to restrain myself. There's no point, because this is what this person believes in. And unfortunately, that's what the social media space has created a monster for everyone. America had their own dose in 2015, and here we are in Nigeria facing our own demon. So Charlie Boy should be questioned. If not arrested, should be questioned. He shouldn't be the one making this kind of statement. Going on Twitter, does he think that he's living in obscurity, that nobody will pay attention to him? People still listen to him. He has his own disciple. You shouldn't. It's not even because you're supporting Obi now or you belong to Obedient. It's the fact that whether you are from Ratify or Articulate, or you shouldn't be the one making these insightful statements and all this that could cause chaos in the land. No, you can drive your point home without being, sounding like insurrectionist.
On a lighter note, Dewale, and it's only really off the back of Kolata's comment, would you want to look like this at the age of 73? It looks like somebody is 73 or this man.
I beg your pardon.
You wouldn't trust your daughter with him still.
Kolata, it looks like... Let me address Kolata that says that you still amazes that you look 73. That is the handwork of butters. Tomorrow, go and inject yourself. You look younger.
So no, I think it just has good genes. That's probably.
See, if I show myself on the camera now, as Dr. Damage showed earlier, you can think I'm like 25, 26, maybe, max 30. But some people have good genes and enhance with Botox. I mean, I'm not condemning him, shooting Botox in his own system. But that is just what
you've led to the assumption that he's on Botox, and now you are making.
He actually had a video clips that when he was having an injected into his system. He had it on his page one time. I mean, Botox. I'm not condemning. Anybody can do whatever to make themselves look young, as long as make them feel good to themselves. Man, look at you, Coletta. You are an ancestor. Don't shame me, no, because I'm going to report you to World Peace.
All right. Yes, World Peace will come back tomorrow to come and deal with that.
Can you imagine? World Peace just came at me like he has me in mind. He woke up and said,
God,
"I have this guy
Adewale.
today. I'm coming at you." No matter what.
Adewale. I know I
Hey,
expect you. I dropped the prince. So that not like I did talk to the prince. But you disappoint me, and I still stand by it. And I don't cut that tape. I know why I talk and I cut the tape. I'll send to one mommy plan. You go plan tomorrow in your own words.
it is your right. I'm not disputing it. It's not fair. It's your right.
All right. Let's leave that space for a moment. You still have the floor, and I want you to speak on Leave Lagos Alone, condemn demolition in Anambra. So this is Reno Mokri going after Madam. We call her Obi now because it's irresponsible a little bit. But before you give us your commentaries on that, you know how we canvass for new voices. Darlington came in and then he dropped out, but we have Osars now joining us. So let's just document his thoughts before I come back to you. So, Osars, good to see you. On mute, Osars. 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 You know that button that says mute. Click on it and it's on mute. Omidiji. All right.
Woman, why are you butchering people's name like this? Why?
Is it not Osars? How do
you
you pronounce it?
Omidiji. Is it not Omidiji? You said
Omidiji.
Huh.
No, I thought it was an Igbo name. I'm trying. Yes.
Woman.
Yes.
It's Osars. It's Osars.
Yeah, oh yes, it is Osars. Yes, good to see you. So yes, you've come into the conversation. So what especially inspired you to come in?
No, one man. I used to be on this show by the name Efe.
Oh right. What happened? How come we've not been seeing you then?
I've been having some kind of network issues, and I've been busy with my projects.
Okay. And how is the project going?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can perfectly. Carry on. I was asking how your project is going.
No, I'm done now.
All right. Is there money at the end of that project? We are only interested in projects that has money. Is there money at the end of the project?
Hopefully there will be money.
All right, good. That's what we always like to hear. All right. So if you're not a new voice, then stay with us. Let's have Dewale come into that space, and you can interject, of course. The interjections are allowed, but not with the robustness of our World Peace, but the interjections are allowed. It says, "Leave Lagos Alone, condemn demolition in Anambra. Reno Omokri versus Obi Ezekwesili." So that is a fight that I will certainly be monitoring on Twitter. But this is not the first time that she stands accused, by the way. And by the way, Peter Obi was also running commentaries on the Alaba demolition. So I'm not quite sure what the expectation is. Should they have left derelict buildings to collapse on people so that the narrative can then be that they let derelict buildings collapse on Southeasterners and all of that? So what are you making of this rather skilled condemnations that we get from Madam Obi all the time, condemning everybody apart from her own?
Madam Obi.
Oh, not yes, Madam Obi. Yes.
Madam Obi, the due diligence minister.
Yes.
When he was in charge of, was it BPP or what they call it? Director of Public Bureau of Public, whatever they call it. And Rufai then. But everybody wants to stay relevant, both Reno and, but these days you might even mistaken Reno as a spokesperson of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the way he's sing praising him and his actions on the Twitter space. But Mrs. Obi, if there's one thing, when he was in Obasanjo's government, she distinguished, sorry, I use he for her. She distinguished herself as, as a technocrat. But you see, what I've realized is that nowadays, people tend to be more aligned with their ethnic, more so to say, and it's disheartening that is what it has degenerated to. I'm glad to read because I saw the headline briefly on Channels News where this deputy speaker and governor of Lagos State and one other person, came together just to, discuss this demolition going on at Alaba Market and all that, which is to me is good because sometimes we need to drive the point home. But when you have somebody like Madame Obi Ezekwesili staying afar and throwing stone, or pouring gas into the fire, to me, I don't see that as being responsible about it all. Because, you're trying to say, well, this is more like a payback, but probably don't understand what is going on. Other states are demolishing. Look at the Kano. People are talking about the fact that governor of Kano is going about it, even if he meant well, you know. But in other states too, there are a lot of demolition going on. But it's not everything we have to use to attack one another. If somebody does well, speak about it. And if they done wrong, criticize. Constructive criticism. But when it come across as if you are aligning with your tribe or what you are doing is one-sided argument, and that is where the problem is because you never can tell who will pick up from where you stop. I'm glad Reno is challenging her, but he too also fall in that same category because both of them are opportunists. Let me
Yeah,
put it that way.
but Reno is not an ethnophobe, though. I don't think he stands accused of being an ethnophobe.
Yeah,
Does it?
we may say that.
Is he ethnic? Reno is not ethnic.
Well, even if it's not, sometimes he has his own way of charging people like like mine, people that believes in his ideology. So we may say he's not that kind of a tribal person, but he has a way of getting to his own people as well. So it's like a kettle cutting pot black, But we may say now or side with the Reno now, but they both belong to the same school of let me shade you, you shade me, I shade you. But who disappointed me the most is Madame Obi. At our own level, just like a workpiece accused me of my own intelligence level that shouldn't be seen talking that way. I expect Madame Obi also because you know to be more enlightened. And I see no reason why she cannot lead the pack to the state governor of Lagos State by asking relevant questions other than staying on the Twitter space and be tweeting. I mean, this is someone who had occupied, public position in Nigeria. So if she seek for audience with the Mr. Governor and she was granted, then she will be able to communicate to the people that she care most about, rather than just going on the Twitter space and be tweeting things that she has no first-hand knowledge about. And it's sad because to me that's gaslighting. Now, in the future, I expect because it seems the way things are going now, it seems people that I expect that. I mean, it's both sides. Look at what El Rufai said in the north the other time. It's not different from what Madame Mobi is doing or saying, right? Because it seems we want to incite or ignite the other people's flame so that they can go on the fire. But the bottom line is that somebody like Miss Due Diligence should not be seen, inciting or dog whistling or stuff like that. She should be the one leading the pack, just like she led the protests for the lady that was, in fact, Reno even accused her.
The only thing of meaning that she has ever done within the Nigerian space was they bring back our girls. That's the only thing that universally people can align behind her for.
I mean, for those
Outside of that, she has not done anything of any note.
but
And
when she
now
was in,
ethnic. Yeah.
woman, when she was, let's give credit to when it's due. When she was in charge of public bureau of procurement or whatever they call it, she discharged her duty. She was put there purposely for her to be able to be the eyes and ears of the Mr. President, and she did before she got employed to Ministry of Education, which people felt that was like a round peg in a round hole. But the thing is that when she started
Hold on. Yeah, go on.
When she
Go on. I
started,
think Solomon wants to come in, but go on.
yeah, I
Yeah.
will soon leave the space so people that can have their their say too. But when she started going south was when she started appearing to be more like an activist, when she could have used that opportunity of her position to be able to correct some of those things. But she decided, okay, join the park by being out there protesting. I said, to me, I think it was deliberate. She was doing that for a purpose. And as of now, I expect that, shouldn't be political or politicize everything. That's the way I see that she shouldn't be seen in that kind of. I mean, look at Madam Director General World Trade Organization. She's not, even though she may have her own bias, but she's not being seen to be, that kind of, because she carried herself with dignity. Dignity. Okay, if Madam DG wanted to see President today, all she did do is just a phone call. I want to see the President. Then the President will grant her audience. And to me, that is the way I believe people should use their position, not just being out there for the for the sake of being loud mouth and so to say activists. That toga of activist to me is just playing to the gallery, is showboating. Thank you.
She did that to Abike Dabiri too. When Abike Dabiri was being attacked on Twitter space by particularly those Lipobians or constant just being attacked, and then Abike Dabiri told them to shut up or something like that. Just responded.
Abike will flog her. Did she flog
She
her?
went after Abike now for responding to those people that are insulting her. I'm like,
Yeah.
What the heck? You didn't caution your own people when they were insulting the woman. When anyone else responded, you now have a problem. Like, what kind of mentality those people have, man? It's like they don't see themselves when they are doing something. Well, it's only when others push back that's when they can.
A lot of names that I've admired. They are disappointingly going ethnic, like Chimamanda, like Charlie Boy. I grew up on Nwanta Mesa and all that song. I grew up on all
even
of
this
songs,
woman,
Chimamanda Adache, everybody's going ethnic.
Even this singer, what's her name? Onyeka Iwenu.
She's gone ethnic too. Has she gone ethnic?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
They're just, I'm like,
Onyeka Iwenu. Oh God,
she's the first I even started. I'm like, I thought this woman would know better than this, Like, let us go. We want to go. You're blaming the
I think you need to realize that a lot of these people are still very hurt with the election result, the outcome of the election. And I think there's a part of them that kind of come to this conclusion to say they will never get what they want as far as Nigeria is concerned. And I think that has just driven some of these guys hard towards the exit. So, but at the end of the day, you enter a competition, you lost the competition, then you want to kind of look for other alternative. It doesn't work like that. It's either you don't compete or when you compete.
They were already behaving like that before the election or before even campaign. That's always been their behavior. Though Chimamanda, she's always been kind of like that. I mean, they have always been like that. Charlie Boy is one I wasn't really like that before. I don't know why he started being like that.
I'm not sure that's not too sweeping a statement, but certainly I'm noticing more people going ethnic. But let Solomon come in. Solomon come in. Solo, Eze.
Yeah. I'm here. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I'm here.
Good morning,
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Carry on.
I want to talk on this Reno's issue. Reno is one of the. In fact, when they say somebody is a true Nigerian, Reno is a true Nigerian. Like he doesn't discriminate any tribe, and in fact, if not for how did I even know about his tribe? Okay, that I got to know. I think it was this election that I got to know he's an Ishekiri man, and his daughter even bears an even a Ebele. So this guy is a true Nigerian. Anybody that is trying to say he's not part of those people that are going towards this tribal stuff, and no, it's just that he's debunking and he's calling out people that are not acting right. If this guy should come out to contest for presidency any day, I'm going to vote for him. for real, because he's somebody that I like him as a young
sorry, Solomon, do you not think that is targeting
yeah.
the obedient somewhat, Reno? Because I have the sense that it's targeting the obedient somewhat. Is
Yeah,
it
yeah,
targeting
yeah,
them?
yeah. He's targeting them because um how do I put this? Like, this obedient thing is more like some of them are hypocrites. So it's the hypocrisy in them that he's trying to point out, to tell them that, look, this thing you are doing, even the OB when he was hitting harder to be, it's just to tell them that they were seeing Obi like a saint, that if they come and use this word, that Obi is not part of the old guards and all that kind of thing. So he's trying to let them know that this guy, forget this thing people are saying, that he used to be a supporter of this guy, but this is politics, and the way his calculation towards Obi's candidacy, being the vice president to Atiku, to me was a perfect combination, of a perfect move. But what Obi did to me, that was why, one of the reasons why I did not even support Obi then. The kind of people, somebody like Charlie Boy, why would I support somebody this guy is championing? Charlie Boy of all people, I would come and support him. Why? Because I don't see him as a responsible person at all, to be honest with you. I don't see him as a responsible person, and I can't use because of him, and plus other things I know about this thing, and I know that the type of politics that was played, that would be tried to play in this election, was not something that would take him to that office. So Reno, he was hitting them because the obedience were doing too much. Those internet obedience, like in IPOB, they call them internet warriors. This obedience, they did too much online. So Reno is somebody that fits them. Then there are some other guys, Yoruba Agbado guys, that is the Baptist. Yeah, that are like Reno, but that one, they were more tribal. Something like Wuye and the rest. They were more tribal. But obedience, I think they got what they is it deserve. Yes, what they got, they really deserve it. So him is not just hitting the obedient because he's just, no, it's because of the way they were behaving.
Just whilst I have you here, Solomon, what's all this business about Simon Ekpa sending the IPOBs after me? What's going on there? Is my life on the thread? Is my life on the thread?
I was shocked the day I saw, there are people, there's this Nigerian election, that is why I laugh at some obedience, the elderly ones among them.
Did he put it out on Twitter? I putting my face on it.
Yeah.
How much did you put on your head, one man?
No banting. There was no banting. It was just that
50 pence.
He was just trying to say that.
So I can come and carry you.
Well, one man, sorry, I'll be jumping out soon. We always say in this platform, when you come, this is a platform you debunk lies, and you don't just come and make agbado. When I take something personal, I mean personal. When I say things, it's fact, I mean fact. I sent you minutes of yesterday clip. I will not let this matter go. I sent you yesterday for God to now spin it and make it look beautiful now, like he didn't never say anything like that. That was what I was correcting of yesterday. Please, I want you to play the minutes I sent to you yesterday so that the people can see if I'm the one being stupid.
What point are we looking to achieve?
No, just play it by yourself. That's the point I was making, that he said that the Senate President convoy was with the President convoy. Yes, that day. He said in his words. And that's what was challenging. That's why I burst in and said, how can he be saying that? When he himself know, too educated to know that the both of them cannot ride on the same motorcade at the same time.
So Simon Ekpa threatening my life.
No. Simon Ekpa cannot do shit. I deal with them here in Japan. They cannot do shit. I can put my video camera on. I have people from that region working in my yard. They cannot leave them. I'm out. But I want you to play it, and so that people will know.
There's no point.
No. Because Adewale used his mouth to say he said it or not, because he said that he didn't say that word.
Play.
Oh, Mama, play in your ear there. Mama, play it in your ear and tell me if I'm lying or not.
It's not what the effort now. Where
He
are we
worth
going
it
with
because
this?
when everybody was jumping, I wasn't making sense. People coming to the board to commenting that is for his maturity. Now I want to put that to rest. That if I just came here to make a word assertion.
All right, we'll try and insert it at some point, but let Solomon. I think we've lost Solomon now. So you see that's what happens now.
Solomon is family of the house. He's on the background. He will come back anytime. But I just want to make a correction so that next time when I say repeat his word, he will repeat it and say the way it is. That's me how I respect people. You say your word, you stand by it.
All right. All right. We'll get to it at some point. But we've lost Solomon now. So, but I don't even know where we are anymore. You're confusing me somewhat. Let's get back to Solomon, who rejoins us. So, Solomon, yes, you were speaking to the Renault space and your admiration of him.
Yes. He's one of the young, with somebody that as educated as he is. He's one of those people that are growing up. He really brought down his eyes. He knows Nigeria very well. He understands Nigeria well, and the things he says, I read every article he posts on his Twitter handle and his Instagram handle, because he really enlightens one, and you get to know things that you don't even know. Especially like the Biafra war. There was this, I think 3 days ago, some persons were just spinning or saying rubbish.
I saw that. You mean his essay on Awolowo? Did you see his essay on Awolowo?
Yes. You know, I used to be one of the persons that I at the time I never liked Awolowo because of certain stories I heard, but because of somebody like Reno, I started seeing things in the other way, and even though I know some other things that Awolowo did, that himself went tribal, especially like when this guy won him in but I blame Azikiwe, because you're not supposed to bring an Igbo person to a Yoruba land to contest under that party. You're supposed to bring out an Yoruba person, because we need to understand, you know. Sometimes they try to compare this man and and Obi, that they behave alike, so, and they use it to stereotype all Southeasterners. No, me as a Southeasterner, if I'm in a political party, I won't bring a Southeasterner to Southwest to come and contest in that my party. It is your own people you bring, because I know that we are in a diverse state, so we don't need to be doing more crossing our boundaries. I don't support that kind of thing. So in that place, Awolowo was still tribal, even though he was trying to protect his.
Do you think that Reno Omokri is anti-Igbo? Because I think he is somewhat.
No, he is not. He is not. He's just that he dislikes some character, some attitude, some characters that some Igbo people. He's not at all. He's not. I told you here that his daughter bears an Igbo named Ebele. His last child. She bears Ibeli. If this guy hates Igbo, he doesn't hate Igbo. I don't see him. Like, I like the way people like him, just like Madam Zita, the way they criticize. It's for people to change. Some people change, and you see where these people are saying, you're not doing good. You try and work on it and do better, but not like the way people like Mike used to talk here. That any small thing, these IPOB guys, the way it's not like that. But people like this.
You have to put Mike and Pansat in the same bracket, so that's how you have to digest.
Exactly.
You can't put me and Pansat in the same bracket, because me, I come to speak the truth. I push back.
You don't speak the truth well. You just come and you speak out of hate. You don't talk out of
no. It's not out of hate. No. Like, there's a difference between pushback. You can't say I speak out of hate.
Every time you talk about indie here, you talk about my people here, you talk with out of hate.
I'm pushing back now.
No, you're not pushing back. You're just
I don't out of the blue come here and start talking about indie.
You've made me just feel like not feel like I already know you. You look like your character, the way it seems now, like you're a very tribalistic person, and it's not good, you know.
No. Let me tell you what a tribalistic person is. A tribalistic person is someone that doesn't like any tribe except his own, or push against every tribe except his own. That's a tribalistic person. But if a person only have issue with one ethnic group among many, that's not tribalistic. You don't see me come here and start pushing back against Calabar, pushing back against Ijo, pushing back against Kanuri, pushing back against anybody that's not Yoruba. No, I'm pushing back against Indigo because their energy towards Yorubas and other ethnic group on the internet is just hectic. If I open my email, if I open my box, it's one Igbo person swearing for my papa, my mama, my generation. Their behavior for the past 7 years towards everybody has been pathetic. You go on the Southeastern China, it's just ethnic bigotry, and there's no leadership or any Igbo person pushing back on them. Like, stop this, where I can say, okay.
Did you see me poke my head through on Rudolph's channel?
Exactly. So when you go on,
I poked my head through today just to.
You see how even Rudolph himself.
It was only because he came here the other day just to return the courtesy. Yeah.
You see, even Rudolph himself, we sit there and watch them like bombard you, like him. I mean, he's supposed to. So would you call Rudolph tribalistic for not even being a man of principle? So the deal is, if your people are behaving like that, and the people among you that claim to be non what's the word I want to use there? The good ones, and they don't push back.
Hold on, Mike. I think what Solomon is trying to get across to you is that we all recognize that there's quite a really very sharp-tongued, toxic element amongst all of us, but we're seeing it coming out of the Southeast at the moment. But what Solomon is saying is that some of your commentaries, it sweeps the whole of the Southeast as though those
like all of them are like that.
Like all of them are like that. Yes.
I have to speak like that now.
Yeah, but Solomon is not like that now.
Do you know why?
Sakifada is not like that. Kene is not like that. A lot of people.
Okay. Maybe recently, if you notice, I've toned down compared to before, because the moment people like Kene started coming here, and I see that they are, for the first, your show I've been following your show for like 2 years, and like people like, can you tell me you have any character like Kene or Mama Zita in the last 2 years since you started your show where they actually are, or like Solomon here? We haven't had that. Usually someone that will come will be the remember those names, the
Maurice.
They just come to fight, and they're not here. They come to defend and fight and be bombarded and be hateful. And so, and when I say, okay, when I look at the whole picture, like, where are the good Igbos? Why are they not cautioning their people? And the one that claim to be the good ones, and when people say, "Oh, why your people behaving like this?" Rather than them to say, condemn, they will give excuse for them, or they will tell you, ignore them, or they will just keep quiet. They won't respond. So if their own people cannot, it's like your picking. They go cause trouble for streets, and they are telling you, say, "Come, you the parent, come, you need to caution your kids," and you are ignoring them. Eventually, they go help you begin to flog your children for you now. So when I see that there's no Igbo people really cautioning their people, there are nobody's cautioning them. Like, come on, you guys should not behave like. So I have to push back on the whole ethnic group because they are all guilty. Then you understand? So that's why I tend to come out like that. Like, I gotta push back on me. That's just where I am. Like, I gotta push back on you. Like, what kind of bullshit is this? You guys, I don't have monopoly of insult and disrespect and nastiness. We all people, everybody.
What did Barack Obama? What did Michelle Obama teach us?
I'm gonna forget that one, man. All that one, born a Christian bullshit.
What did Michelle Obama teach us? When
turn the other cheek. Turn the other cheek.
It said when they go low, where do you go? When they go low, you go high.
That's if that will work. Turn the other cheek. It's not every time turn the other cheek. So that's why I feel like I want. Like, yeah, I can't. No. I'm not gonna pull on. I mean, it's just I can't be nice to a group of people like that. That's what made me kind of. I mean, even in my own personal life, I live in a city where. But anyway,
What is
One man.
all this you just said now? You just come here, just rant. I mean, like,
Oh boy, go and sleep, man.
you this mic.
Go and sleep. Nobody cares how you feel, man. If you don't, if I don't like your people, you go and die. I don't care.
You're just a bigot. I don't know you to be like.
All right. Let's get back.
Cry me a river.
Back on track. I think.
Cry me a river.
All right. Let's get it back on track. Let's get it back on track. So yes, Solomon. Yes, Mike is working on himself, and we're working on him too. So yeah. So
I mean, I respect people like Solomon, the good ones. You know, I think when Kenneth is there, I think easy on his people because the guy is. I mean, Solomon here too. I'm like, okay, this guy is rational, Igbo person. Let me chill. You know, out of respect for him, I won't be too hard on his people and stuff like that. You know. I mean, if we have more people like that, maybe I would make a U-turn and be more nice to the, entire group. But for now, we don't have enough people like that, man. If you go and talk to damages, they would just, oh my God, man. I mean, I'm just saying, But anyway.
All right, brilliant. Let's get it back on track and get it back on topic. Back to you. Round off your thoughts, Solomon, and then we go back to the politics of it with Bishop. Solomon, am I still here? Hello, can anyone hear me?
We can hear you. I can hear you.
All right. I think Solomon's system. He's joining us from Abuja.
Can you hear me?
You're breaking up a little bit.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Carry on. Yes, we can. Carry on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can for the third time. Carry on.
But can you hear me now?
Well, as we did the last four times,
so
we still can. Yeah.
This Reno Mokri is a true Nigeria.
All right. So
Reno Mokri is a true Nigerian, and is.
All right, Solomon, your system has dipped out, and so we cannot have the vacuum. So let's go to Bishop, who hopefully has a better connection now. Bishop, you're up next. Bishop.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Good to have you, Bishop. So good to have you, Bishop. So we kicked off the session excellently by Dewale, and Dewale was speaking then to this space. State got double their normal allocations after subsidy removal. So the impact of the subsidy removal is just like a windfall to the Nigerian state, which a lot of people knew it would be. But then how they would point that money is what we were all waiting in anticipation of. But it looks as though they are now giving it out to state governors. So what are you making of this? Is this a misdirection of this windfall?
Okay, let me start by saying good evening, fellow compatriots, Nigerians, wherever you may be listening. Please kindly do the needful as you come in. Click on the like button, share, and if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do so. I want to say they have just done what is legal, what is lawful. Money accruing to the federation account belongs to all the states in a, how do they say it, percentage sharing formula. Sharing formula. So there is a difference between the federal government account and the federation account. The federation account belongs to everybody. So the federal government is not doing them. The federal government under Buhari is not doing them any favor. Yes, some other governments, for some reason, kind of find a way to manipulate to take money that lawfully belongs to the state. So if he's doing what is right, well, maybe people should commend it, but I think it's just not breaking the law, because the money that is accruing as a result of the when they were paying the subsidy, all of the states were suffering from it. So if they are making gains, by right, states should get a better allocation so that they can take their subnationals. Some people keep saying that they are not spending what they have. Well, that's a different kettle of fish entirely. So is it lawful? Yes. Is he like a handout? I don't think so. I think it's just doing what is right. So if we can do more savings and they can give everybody their dues, let people at the state level begin to hold their leaders responsible for how they spend or how they apply those funds. I don't want to sound ungrateful by saying it's not something that's really worth being celebrated. But maybe because we are used to anomalies before, so maybe I'll just be lenient and say, well, it's commendable. That's what we actually expect. That states we get, and local government too, if they give them their independence, will get more money to be able to get to the grassroots, not just some few fat cats pocketing, whatever gains we're making from this subsidy removal and the rest. So let's say it's the way to go. So I welcome it.
Do you think that do you think that the presidency should have more supervisory oversight over the state, just in terms of
No,
you don't?
Yeah, and simply because that means we are going back to where we are walking away from. Everybody have been saying, what's that mantra now? What's the mantra now? This government devolution. No, it's not devolution. Oh my God. What's that mantra now? Restructuring. Everybody have said restructuring. States are subnationals. They are independent. They are not an appendage of the federal government. They are not. In the constitution, just because we've had so many anomalies at the state level, and some people are ruling in a place like it's a fair job.
Does it not give you cause for concern that somebody like Senator Adeleke will be will have charge of vast fortunes of money? Somebody we saw his demonstration at the Salah something saying Baba Etide, and just you don't want somebody like that supervised.
Well, I mean, I've seen some governors, state governors, that are really, really what I would call an aberration, what will simply be interpreted to be a primitive pastime, like taking us back, in time. That look, how did we end up with such characters? But that is the law. People chose their leaders. So if they made a mistake after 4 years, let them think better and choose a better. And some people have mediocres as governors and they're celebrating them. That is their luck. So they chose it. It is democracy. So you cannot say federal government has no right, like Obasanjo was doing like a dictator. And because he doesn't like, or there are complaints against governor, he will organize how they will be impeached and the rest. We cried that we don't want that. Buhari came, there were no impeachment. The ones that the law something was, and people were, so we are going to learn. It's going to take time. It's not a dash. It's not a 100-meter dash. Little by little, some other states will be looking at other states. Some states will be looking at other states and seeing how they have been administered. And so the choice of leadership, we begin to now. When we started this democracy, nobody gave it a chance. Nobody gave it a chance. Nobody gave it a chance that it's going to fly. Kind of. It's like, whoa, let them just do it. Let's be watching. You remember the 5 fingers of a leprous hand that time. So really, people that really mattered did not join politics that time. I don't know how many people were around there and were politically cautious. People that really, really mattered, because we had better people than the crop that started politics. Otherwise, why? I mean, I know the antecedents of Ojikalu. I was in Maduguri when Ojikalu was in Maduguri, so I don't want to go into that. Why would Ojikalu become a governor in Abia State, and there are several other states like that. So, but gradually, we are getting to the place whereby now people are beginning to scrutinize. We are getting informed. The only problem I had before is that we thought we could make it in the dash. We just wanted to we wanted to start democracy, and we want to perfect it in 1 year. It doesn't work like that. Other people pay their prices. So over time, we're going to grow. And people, when things don't go their way, say, oh, let's pull it down. No. We don't need to pull it down to start again. We can make amendments and adjustment and the rest. So for me, I don't think the federal government should be like, it should not be a boss, a master-servant relationship between federal and state government. The restructuring is going to help us if it is methodically, clinically carried out. One step at a time. Let us strengthen the local government. Let us begin to give them independence. Let the legislature, most states now, everybody is looking at federal government. Oh, federal government. Oh, rubber stamp. Rubber stamp. Go and look at what is happening in the state. If the kind of effectiveness and opposition we have at the federal, the states will not be like that. The states are effectively in the pocket of the governors. Effectively, when I say effectively, so I don't think it is right, even though we will think that we'll achieve, but we'll be breeding another kind of dictatorship. I don't think it is right for federal government to be breathing down the neck of governors. It is not. their place. Sadly, our friend in from Osun State, people of Osun are beginning to see now, but it's their choice. He's a democratically elected governor. He has all the, after 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and after his first time, people will assess. And if they still want him to come back, so be it. It is their choice. They say, as you lay your bed, so you lie in it. I don't know if that's something that's correct.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think one man, you were here some few months ago. Was it Ogbeni, and some other people came here when before Buhari left, and they were riding this new thing that was done, some kind of restructuring by the Nigerian National Assembly, whereby they said now the state can get their money directly paid to them. Local government can get their money.
Yes.
So whatever happens to that, so why is Tinubu handing money over to, if it has already, like they say, it has been signed into law that local government will be getting their money directly from the national cake or whatever, however they share it. But now, from what we're seeing now, that Tinubu is now giving directly to the governor rather than giving to this local government. So what happens to that new law that was signed, that new bill that was signed into law?
I'm not sure if it's been signed into law. Tinubu, these are state allocations being given to states. It's not a local government storyline.
Well, I mean, I think Rational Mind did not get his information very correctly. Number one, there are two different things. What we're talking about here is that the allocation to the state and consequently to the local government has doubled. The avenue of them getting it is not what we are talking. Of course, because they mentioned state, maybe the headline, it means that the allocations, the sharing formula, what they were getting before had increased. Let's assume they were getting 1 trillion naira to share, and state government were getting X. Now that they are getting 1.5 trillion, it will be their X plus something. So that's what it means. So if they were getting 100, now they are getting 200. So that's how it cascades down to but we are not talking about the method of disbursing the money. So that's why I say you are going a completely different something. That's not the subject. The subject is that the money had increased. Should federal government increase the money? I heard when Adewale was talking earlier on that maybe the federal government should double on infrastructure. And no, you cannot choose infrastructure for state. Give them the money, they know what they want. There are federal government infrastructures that federal government can spend its own money on and developmental projects. So let states decide what they want to spend their own on. They have an assembly, they have elected representatives who is going to decide what is of paramount, what is of interest or of concern to the man in Akwa Ibom. Might not be the same thing with the man in Kebbi. So federal government will not sit there and be deciding what no. The role of federal government.
Sorry to interrupt you. So essentially, from what you're saying and from what that report says is that this is all about just that the money just doubled, not that they really disbursed the money. Is that what it is?
Say that again. Say that question again.
That what this article is talking about, and like you are trying to say, is that it's talking about the increase in that revenue that they got, what they saved. It's not really it's not about that they are already disbursing the money, but that they've increased it. Is that what the report is all about?
No, hold on. Now, what's happened is the oil subsidy removal has led to an increase in the intakes at the federal level, and because there's a sharing formula, so the state by token of that they get more.
It's that simple. It's as simple as straightforward as that.
I get it. But what I'm saying is that it has not been said that money has been disbursed, right? It's just that the money just increased. Is that what it is? Is that what it is?
No, if I don't know how they know, I don't know the source of the man say. So if what he's saying is that their allocation to state, maybe a state got 100 billion last month, and now he's getting 180 billion or 200 billion. And the reason why he's getting 200 billion, I'm just saying, I'm not quoting any state. The reason why he's saying is that because government had saved more money from money that should have been going into some other things. So that's I mean, I don't know whether they have disbursed it or it is the formula they have arrived at that they will disburse subsequently. It might just be okay now that we are getting more, expect more, But the important thing is that, look, the money that was going to this area before, like 2 days ago, we're going to talk about, unfortunately, I did not wait till we get there, about all these professional associations that federal government used to fund, that they are stopping. There are lots of money that should not be going out. And the people that are crying, masses, they are the ones that are benefiting all these things. They just, why should our government be paying, giving budget allocation to Nigerian Medical Association, to Nigerian Bar Association?
I was shocked that they were
No,
giving
they used to.
budget
They are
to
more
the
than,
Nigerian Bar Association. Why?
There are hundreds, if not thousands, of associations that draws budget. Some research institute that have not contributed anything. I did mention this a few months ago or some months ago on this program, weeks ago. Now we have more than, I know in Ibadan alone, I know we have almost 10, in Oyo State, almost 10 agricultural research institutes. Go and ask them what have they been doing. But they have hundreds of thousands of pensioners and they keep getting budget every year. But where is the product of your research? It's not there. So why don't you close them down? You're not adding any value. How can we have a cocoa research institute in Ibadan?
No, the research is fine, but the Nigerian Bar Association, why would there be a federal budgetary allocation to a professional body? It makes no sense.
Woman, the research is not fine if they are not adding value after 50 years of being in existence. What innovation have they brought? If not for China, we are still frying gari the same way we were frying, our parents were frying it 100 years ago. If not for China.
Hold on, that's not a matter of budget though, that's a matter of supervision. So they set them targets and then say achieve this. So
okay, I don't want us to go. I don't agree with you. A research institute.
Yes.
A research institute have been set up. The research institute should be able to come out with, okay, in this year, this past 3 years, we have been working on how you can convert cocoa to this. This is it. Cocoa Research Institute has been in existence. I know Crane very well. I know more than 5 or 6 of their locations across the country. At least I've been to their station in Aganebode. I know the one they have in Akure. I know they have one in Rivers. I've been to those places. I know their headquarters in Ibadan. Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria along Idea and Ure. They've been there like forever. I don't know their age. Go and check their record. Instead of cocoa farm increasing, getting more products, cocoa farms people were actually clearing cocoa farm to build estate. So
hold on. No, my point is that rather than cut the funding, set targets. So set targets. It's a matter. It's not a. Is an equal fading. Okay. On the government space that they're not monitoring them enough for end results.
Okay.
Rather than
Okay, sorry for bottling. I'm not even talking of set target now. They have a mandate. Their core mandate to increase to cocoa something, to improve, and to what's the other one? About 4 or 5. That's their core mandate. Have they been able to meet up 10% of their core mandate? If you have an institute, an educational-based institute, this is a research institute that have lived for more than 50 years, and they have not been able to meet 10% of their core mandate, people should come and defend why that institute should still continue to exist. Just give me a second. In Ibadan, we have Cocoa Research Institute. We have NIHOT, National Horticultural Research Institute, in somewhere around LA, Jericho, or Idishin in Ibadan. We have IART, Institute of Agricultural and Research, something in More Plantation along Odo and Apata. We have which one? I can count them for you. I'm saying that what value they've been drawing pension in Benin. We have what do they call it? This one, Palm 9.
All right, yeah, we have plenty of them. Yes,
they have their core mandate. They have their core. Hold on, 1 minute, please.
No, hold on. You've already said they have their core mandate. But the point I am making is that we necessarily need research, either funded directly by the government or sub-government funded research. So we do need that for advancement and development. But then those research institutes, they also have to prove value for money. So that's where supervision comes in.
Okay, let me tell you my own idea, my own thinking. Let us match those research institutes with our institutions. For example, in Ibadan, the cocoa research is the Ondo university in Ondo State that is a major cocoa producer, or University of Agri, Federal University of Agri in Abeokuta, that that is a cocoa something. So let them concentrate on cocoa as the one in Makurdi, the Federal University of Agriculture, the crop around that place. Let that research institute be an affiliate of that university. So let the university, let's bring something out. I know IITA. I did work with IITA sometime in the past, many years ago, and their impact is felt. When they introduced this, I want to remember that name. There's a cassava they introduced and soya bean that they introduced. The impact was felt. See, this corruption we are saying about research institute is, if they are producing, I don't have any problem with it. But if they are not producing, we can do something about it. Either they shape up or they ship out. The fact of the matter is that they are not adding value.
No, it cannot be shape up or ship out. Is it that the shape up or the management structure is changed? That's okay. More, yeah.
Okay.
Let me take you to the Charlie Boy space. Charlie Boy calls for insurrection violence in Nigeria. So I'm sure you've been following the irresponsible behavior of this octogenarian. So what are you making of these wild commentaries by our man?
I've had a lot of commentary. Nobody except for a few people, even both on the space and on the social media, they are trying to defend him. I mean, he himself knew that what he did was a gaffe, and he deleted it. Even though he's not, he's still doubling down. But it's unfortunate that he could say that. We know what is going on in France. We know what happened in Nigeria in 2020, and we knew how people, so what he said, everybody, I think people have said what needed to be said on that space. It's unfortunate. I mean, that's not how. You see, the problem is that he's not saying it from the point of that he loved Nigeria. I am bold to say Lagos made Charlie Boy. I knew his Charlie Boy bus stop. One of my friends used to live there. We used to call it Second Pedro before he forced it to change it to Charlie Boy. And the story of his notoriety there is legendary. So many things that he did. In other places, you won't do half of that, and you'll be a jailbird. But and if the same Lagos
made the Charlie Boy.
What do you mean? How did Lagos make Charlie Boy? I won't go to that. Please. Okay, sorry. If you don't think Lagos made Charlie Boy, then other people can explain that. I will not go that way.
No. You make an assumption here. You said
it's not an assumption. What do you mean?
No, it was Abba that made him.
It was
Come on.
It was Oguta. What do you mean,
Bishop? It's a question I ask you.
I've answered now.
Okay.
You said, how did he make him? Charlie Boy that practically lived all his lives in Lagos.
No. You said Lagos made him, and I asked you, how did Lagos?
Rational mind would have made it in Kano.
Lagos made it in Kano. Okay. His musical career, as terrible as it was, was shaped in Lagos. If Charlie Boy had remained in Oguta, there wouldn't have been anything like Charlie Boy. Charlie Boy he fought and got a bus stop in Lagos. They call it Charlie Boy bus stop, the one I was referring to as Second Pedro back in the days. It's Ebutemeta. It's not Ebutemeta.
Bagada Road.
Bagada is valid. Bagada, thank you. Bagada, thank you, Kulata. Bagata. So Lagos State gave the opportunity. And I think for whatever is what, I know where Charlie Boy father used to live in Cameron Road, because I used to have people that lived on number 2B Cameron Road in Koyi, which was just a walk store from their house. So the question that Lagos gave him the opportunity, it cannot be. That cannot be contested. Maybe you don't like the word that Lagos made him. Maybe that's but as far as I'm concerned, Lagos gave him the opportunity. Lagos gave him the platform, and he succeeded in Lagos. As far as I'm concerned, he made Lagos had a serious impact upon him on his life. So, but if he wants to say Lagos did not, well, so be it. Nobody can dispute. We're not ready to go down that way.
Because they gave him a bus stop in Bagada or
whatever. Nobody gave him a bus stop. Somebody had answered you. Somebody had already answered you. Lagos did not make him. Okay, Lagos did not make him. Oguta made him.
You know who Justice Oguta was?
I say Oguta made him, not Lagos.
I mean, Justice Oputa. Do you know that Oputa was his father? Justice
How
Oputa.
can you be asking me? I know just Oputa, of course. Probably I know him more than you.
We are only rubbing minds. Nobody.
Yeah.
If I question you does not mean.
I'm not fighting. I said I know him, of course. I said, of course, I know him.
So yeah, they were for a very wealthy family. He's the justice of the. He was a Supreme Court justice.
Okay.
Very wealthy. He was born with a silver spoon, even though he never. I don't want to go into that story. You see, sometimes we just want
see, rational mind. Let me tell you, if you know half of how estranged relationship of
I understand.
Tupu and his father was, if you know how the father cried, shed tears at a public wedding in Lagos because of children.
I know the story.
So what are you talking about?
I know the story of the Oputas.
So what are we talking about here?
Hold on, he did not grow up. Listen, his musical career.
Yeah.
You're not putting it. You're not putting this historical perspective right. I mean, he was more of like a big village boy. His dad never made him come to Lagos. He was in the village, grew up in the village for many years until like maybe when he was like in his 30s, and then he was able to move to somewhere. I don't know, maybe Asaba or whatever, and he moved to Lagos. I mean, you talk about his musical career, like that's all that really made him. Yeah, we can say that's how people knew him. But then this Lagos thing that everybody's usually say, this.
Did you know Charlie Boy when he was living in Oguta or when he was living in Asaba?
Do I know him?
Do you know him?
Nobody knew him now.
Okay, good. So when he came to Lagos, people know him. Abi, let us rest that one there. When it's your turn, you can give your.
You see, you just go. Let me just rest.
That's what I'm like. You're not making any point. You do this all the time. You come in as if you want to make.
No, you are not making progress now.
Hold on. The point
I'm making. I don't know whether I have just 10 minutes, so I want to just get to touch.
I think one man will give you time. That's what we do here. We challenge other people's view.
Okay, what do you want me to say now?
You see. No, I'm not expecting. It's your own submission or your own opinion you've made, and I think you have a point that we don't know him, but he started making names when it comes to Lagos. People knew him when it comes to Lagos. For me, I see this as one of those narrative of the Agbado people. You know, just wants to like look like. We are most of us. Most of us are not from Lagos. Most of us, maybe our parents come to Lagos, they were better in Lagos, and we became what we became. And so that does not mean that because somebody is from one other state and then he came to Lagos and then we have to use that and rub it on his face because for that reason he cannot talk, he cannot challenge status quo, and because he made this.
Which status quo has been challenged? Which status quo is it challenging? This irresponsible statement? Is that the status quo that is challenging?
And Nigeria should bond. In what you just said, in the context of what happened in France, when people were, we had a similar thing in Nigeria, 2020. Is it 2020 or 2020?
And we want to have that again.
Oh God.
I'm asking you now. You're just saying as if it's a normal thing.
Hold on,
it's something that is right.
Hold on, Bishop. Let Rational Mind make its point, and then you can
France has always been a nation of. You see, it's what they call égalité in French, which is equality, liberté, which is liberty. Its premise, you see, France is premised on some kind of ideology that it's all about freedom for the people. You talk about the French Revolution. Those are one of those known revolutions in history of mankind. So they are free to express themselves. At every point, if there's a need, they will express themselves. They will express their grievance against the government. This boy that was shot, we heard about a young man that was shot, and they had to go on the rampage. That's police brutality in some ways. And we had a similar thing happen in Nigeria. And some people try to silence it. We have people that are coming on this platform.
Because Obi lost election. That's the same as the boy being shot.
Because now you're connecting it to Obi. Is that why he made that comment?
What is the other reason he's saying we should burn down the country?
Listen. Let us take the context of what he said.
And we know when these characters are saying let's burn down the country, what they are talking about is let's burn down Lagos. That's what they mean. Let's burn down Lagos.
Hold on, Mike.
Was he saying because of one man and everybody here? Was he saying because of Obi we should all go on a rampage? Is that what he said?
It's because of what? What else?
Did he say? What did he say?
No, you tell me what's that reason?
Okay. Let me tell you exactly what he did say. Okay. So this is his tweet. It says and of course he references, as you can see, a clip of what happened in France. So I'm not going to play it because of the violent nature of it. But and then he goes on to say, it says, this is not Syria, Iraq, or Afghanistan. This is France, where 9% of the population has brought down entire cities. Karma from Africa. I'm waiting on the exceptional Nigerian youth to reject a system that lets them down. Una destiny day in our hands. So it unmistakably an invitation to anarchy.
One man, sorry.
So for what he just said there, one man, what did he say? Did he say because of Obi, people should go on the ramp? Because this is what some people here would do. They batified. I don't like talking.
What is the current grievance?
Did you just read what he said? One man, for what you just read?
Is it not our mandate? What is the current grievance right now in Nigeria?
One man. That was not the tweet he deleted. The first tweet he deleted is different from what you just read. The first tweet he deleted, he posted the video and said, this is not Syria, Iraq, or Afghanistan. This is France, where 9% of the population has brought down entire cities. Karma from Africa. I'm waiting on the exceptional youth to bring down a criminal enterprise. Of course, Obi has always referred to Nigeria as a criminal enterprise. So the one you are quoting is when he deleted the first tweet and bro, he said, I'm calling on exceptional youth to bring down the I'm not paraphrasing my own word now. The criminal enterprise that Obi has been referring to Nigeria as referring, Obi has been referring Nigeria to. So don't let's mix it up. If anybody did not see anything abhorrent about how they say abnormal and offensive about this statement, then we shouldn't have it anything.
You see what we do here. This is what we do here a lot.
What do we do?
Like hold on. Like, hold on.
Bishop. So Bishop, you are saying only the obedient youth that are exceptional youth in Nigeria.
Look, that is, you can give that interpretation to your. That's your choice. No, that's your choice. Woman, can I beg to move on? Can I beg? Let somebody, when you get to somebody else, you can continue the discussion.
Hold on. Yeah, rational mind. Make that point.
And everybody, we've heard what's his name? Shore use that word in 2019. Is it 2019 when he was contesting that? Was it 2019 or 2015? Oh, sorry, 2019 when he gained that notoriety of people were looking at him. He used the word criminal enterprise so many times. So many of the vocabularies that we see Peter Obi use. That is why I won't blame.
No, sure, never use criminal enterprise.
Sorry, Mike. That is why we won't blame Shure if he's like envious of this guy, because I know recently he has been envious of this guy, has been talking crap about Peter Obi. I can understand because so many of even like I think some of those there was one word like that Shure was using.
Shure was arrested anyway.
Continue. So my point is this: Shure used all these languages. We did not. Most of us find it like, oh, this guy is really for the people. Now,
most of us disagree with Shure, including myself, and he was arrested. And most of us disagree that he don't call for revolution after he lose election, including me. You can't accuse me of not going against Shure at that time, even though I was in support.
We all did, but go on, land your point, rational mind. Carry on.
When they target me, like I can't even make my thoughts right. I get
so
excited. So woman, everybody. My point is this. Sorry, my point is this: that nobody has monopoly over vocabularies, and I think that's one problem that Shure. I mean, I think some Shure people, they'll kind of like, oh, see Peter Obi is stealing Shure's line in many other like take it back, all those kind of things. Like criminal enterprise, like Charlie Boy used. Those words are not an exclusive word to anybody. Anybody can use it. So, but certainly because Peter Obi used it, because he has to make his point, which none of us here would deny that fact that Nigeria is being run by some criminal organizations or some criminal cabals. So if somebody used that word now, and somebody now uses it in another context now, it means that he's affiliated, and maybe because he voted for that person. I mean, why do we do all of this? Why can't we think rational and think like people
rational mind? Let me ask you a question.
Woman. I take exception to the choice of why can't we think rational. I think very rational. Stop. Don't be stopping me.
No, hold on. Don't take exception. Let's not go in that direction.
To call them to order. If you don't want me to, I keep saying this. Why do you shut me down unnecessarily too much? You shut me down. I can raise an objection to a choice of word that somebody used. You do this all the time.
All right. All right. I apologize if you were offended by that. But let me ask Rational Mind a question. So I've even lost my thought now. So Rational Mind, are you aware that Charlie Boy is an ardent Obi supporter? I mean, everybody knows he is. So are you not aware?
But woman, I said it in my comment I just made. I said just because he's affiliated to Obi and now he's using that word, criminal enterprise. But I'm giving you other context of people that have used that word. Where has used it? So many other people, even this SDP guy has also used it before.
No, don't.
So my point is, it's something just because somebody used it and because he voted for that person or he's an ardent person like you, ardent follower of that person, and he's talking about because the context matters. He's alluding to what happened in France to talk about what he's expecting the youth of Africa or youth of Nigeria to do.
To bomb down the criminal enterprise, yes.
Yeah, the criminal enterprise. So if I call because I'm an OB person now, I'm an OB client now, and I said we should just go and look for those criminals in Nigeria and put them down. Does that mean that I want Tinubu's government to be put down? No, I want criminals there to be removed. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know why we always do this because somebody is. I mean, what's the big deal? If I have a view that is different from you, are you saying something?
No, I think Osas wants to come in. Was that you, Osas?
Yes. Can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in, Osas.
I want to pick it from the angle that we are now using the context which he deleted. Let's assume he made a mistake and deleted that particular post, and he posted the one he wants everybody to see. And I will quote a particular statement there in the ending. He said, "I'm waiting on the exceptional Nigerian youth to reject the system that let them down." Now, he posted this thing on Twitter. If you are very conversant with the Twitter community, the particular system that let them down is INEC. We should not be too, let's just be straightforward. The particular system that let them down, they host spaces 247 every day on how they will reclaim mandate in the judiciary. So the particular system they are talking about, Charlie Boy himself is talking about, is INEC. They had their hopes high that they were winning the election. And at the end of the day, they came a distant third. So that system let them down. They say the IRF let them down. INEC let them down. So is all this thing is saying they have been pushing for a kind of protest. They went for protest during the whole Supreme Court when the court cases started. They went for protest, but it was to no avail. So we should not.
So how do you explain this picture of France? This picture right here next to him, that's showing us that picture. So him showing us that picture is basically telling us to do what's on that picture. So what's in that picture is basically burn down the city. This is like not this picture doesn't suggest going to burn down INEC building.
Is that the picture that he used? Did he put the picture there himself on his Twitter?
It wasn't even a picture, it's a clip. He put a clip of what? So, it's there on the thing, but I can't play it because it's too violent.
You're not expecting a woman. But my point is this: I mean, like our friend that just spoke now, Osas, or what's his name? The point we're trying to make is that why do we have to jump on everything that somebody said just because he has a different political views from you?
No, we should keep quiet now. Burn down Lagos.
No. Okay. Nobody's asking you to keep quiet.
Sorry, Rational Mind. What Charlie Boy is saying, his tweet is political. Is it political?
Yeah, of course, it is political.
And it's political from his political leaning.
Is what? Say that again.
His tweet is political, and it is political from his political leaning. Well, so he is speaking it in an obedient accent.
Yeah, that's your own. You can say that. That's up to you. But I'm going by what he said, going by the context. In France, like I don't want to take us forward. We all know what happened in France. Now he's asking the people, the youth of Nigeria, that can you see what your people in France and people are doing in France? You need to
But
fight.
rational mind.
Please, can I
The
say something?
obedient youth.
Oh, God. I can't even get a word in.
Sorry, you have to let him land rational. So when somebody is trying to land a point, let them crescendo that point, but bring it to
real quick,
so that people can come.
He's asking people that, can you see what is going on in France? So you people now, it's up to you. We need a revolution here that will bring down this criminal organization we have same here in Nigeria. So what is so hard to understand about that? Now, because he is a labor man, he voted for Obi, and obedient people are known to be very radical. Does that mean it's because of that? Is that what you people are targeting to? You see, come on. You see, we will continue doing this hate and hate everything. Just because I have a different.
No, we are responding to hate. Don't call us hate when we respond to hate. Stop this manipulation, this kind of game you guys play. Stop it, man. It's like we can't push back on your bigotry. They will accuse us of hate when we respond to hate.
But boy, if Mike come, I just don't.
No, you are ridiculous, man. I've never seen you go after your obedience when they hate, when they speak bigotry and everything. You don't do that, and you come here accusing us of being hateful. He constantly come here and accuse you guys of being the bigots.
All right,
this guy's ridiculous, man.
All right, I rest my case.
All right, let Ajanle Koko come in. It's not ridiculous, just the language, but Ajanle Koko come in.
I think Mike is going too far. Why can you say it's ridiculous? That's not good.
How is it not ridiculous? Someone come here every time to accuse people of being the bigots here, but he's never gone anywhere else where the real bigotry is going on. So tell them that they are bigots.
You don't say it's ridiculous. That's not a good language to use against each other. You don't have to.
Well, something is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Ridiculous is not an insult. It's just something ridiculous.
Let him continue with his. Yeah.
All right. Look, rational mind. Yes, the statement is not too bad statement, but the image that he posted of burning down a city, that is the problem. That totally destroy the message he's trying to send. The message is trying to portray. So what the images we're seeing here is not good. Burning down of a city is not what we should encourage Nigerian youth to do. Nigerian youth should not burn down their country. However, Nigerian youth should stand up for their right. They should be able to, demonstrate, or how do I say it, peaceful demonstration, but not to burn down the city. So if it's encouraging Nigerian youth to burn down the city as a way of taking back their country, I think it's wrong. And because of the political group that he aligned to, you cannot say that people should not see it from the angle that it's an obedient and this is the way they think. As a matter of fact, I think you should condemn him for bringing shame on the obedient group. I don't think, with this image he has posted, is showing that one of the leaders, because it's a leader, whether we like it or not, one of the leaders of the obedient group is calling for the youth to take up violent destruction of property, government properties, and destruction of the country as a way of, challenging the criminal authority he's talking about. So I think it's wrong. He brought shame on them. We cannot say in totality that all the obedient are bad people, but he is showing that he's one of the bad ones with these images that he posted. So, Rational Man, you don't have to defend.
I'm not an anarchist, and I hate it. You don't know my person. I can come on this platform and speak the way I speak. It's just because I hate when people try to paint other people as bad. I hate violence. Anywhere I am, I detest it. I can't even. But let me not go into all this kind of thing. So anyway, so for me, I just hate violence. I believe in peaceful protest. I believe in. Uh, I'm a pacifist to some degree. Um, I, I, if you people talk about the video, well, there are many ways we can spin this video. Like you just said, one of them is, oh, what is it trying? What is it trying to portray with this video? Is he calling on the Nigerian youths to go on the rampage and act the same way they did in France, to start burning things just to express their anger against the system, how they've been rigged or the criminal organization? No, that's not what I will not subscribe to that. And if you're saying that, well, I will condemn that. Definitely, I will mostly condemn that. But my point is that we have to now attach this to the person of Obi, or attach it to somebody because he's an Obi person. It means that is what Obi represents, or that is what his candidate who lost in the let me not say lost in the election, who I know declared that he lost in the election. So what my general point I'm making here is that we know what happened in 2020, 2020 or 2021 when the youths went on the rampage. It was a peaceful protest. When they brought in force on it, they brought in violence because they controlled the means of violence, and that's what the whole thing escalated. So the general point I'm making is that let's just stop this having to like every person that seems to be like against you will have a political leaning from you that is different from you. Because I did not vote. I don't like Tinubu, and because I make one statement, then you have to put it on the person of Obi as being can you see it? That is what Obi represent. That is what his group. No, let us stop that. That's just my point. If he has expressed his view, that does not represent Obi's view.
Well, no one said it represent Obi's view. No one here today said that represent Obi's view.
But that's what you people are saying. I mean, some of you
who said it?
You're saying that obedience. That's what you said.
So that's no obedience. It's obedience, Obi.
Well, I mean, they represent Obi in some ways. I mean, they because
well, they don't represent Obi's view, not entirely Obi's view.
When people want to talk about Obi here, they'll talk about his followers. They say, "Oh, look at the obedience." And for your information, I'm not obedient, but I'm obedient. I've said it here. I'm obedient, but that doesn't mean I'm a violent person.
Well, no one cares, man. No one cares, man.
All right, hold on, Rational Man. Let me ask a question, and I'm asking this question to Osas. So, Osas, do you think that do you think Charlie Boy should be arrested and made an example of? Hello, yeah, is that your Osas?
Yeah, because I didn't hear that. That's why I was just I didn't hear Rational Mind anymore. So.
All right. I was asking a question and I was inviting Osas to respond to it. So, Osas, do you think Charlie Boy should be made an example of for this comment, so that that draws a line on the excesses of the obedience space? Do you think they should arrest him for this?
Yes, most definitely. If he had posted that he has made that post without the video.
Burn down the criminal enterprise, he said.
Even using the word burn down the criminal enterprise and not using the video, it would have been a different story. But using this particular video, we can relate it back to NSAS. So what he's trying to say is go down, burn all the BRT buses, go to government, burn down government infrastructures, the new Niger Bridge, second Niger Bridge they just built, blow it up. These are the things he's saying. And the police should actually do a quick response to this by inviting him to actually come and give a better explanation. Let's assume we don't understand what he's trying to say. Let the police invite him. The police has invited a lot of people now. In fact, they are more proactive these days, inviting pranksters. And recently, they also invited Seun Kuti and showed him Pepe. So it should not be left out too. They should call him to come and actually come and tell us more. What is he trying to say? Not arresting, just inviting.
No, you don't think he should be paraded in handcuffs, Charlie Boy?
No, not yet. Except he can give an explanation.
For what?
What are you talking about? Is he a criminal?
I mean, they got to make an example of people now. If they want, I mean, they got to make an example of people.
He's not a criminal.
There is no way any reasonable person in Nigeria as it stands today. Sorry, one man, I don't know who was on the line before I came in.
No, that was Osas. You didn't beg his pardon. You should beg
Yeah,
his pardon.
you know, it is wrong for anybody for call for the arrest of Charlie Boy, and I will and it is quite unnecessary. He made a statement. It might not be so good, like someone said, he might be invited, but parading him on hard calls, like, are we serious? The issue here is this, one man. The issue there is this: we have started to see this selective justice. The selective justice is well, and look at what Asari did the other day.
Hold on, you will continue, but do you endorse Charlie Boy's invitation to the great Nigerian youth to burn down the criminal enterprise? Do you endorse that?
I would have put it differently, right? And in my own view, I would have said go for the politicians.
Off the back of NSARS.
One man, you keep referring to NSAS. NSAS has happened. What happened in NSAS was something that was happening in the country. Remember, it is SARS. If you were a victim of SARS, or any member of your family were a victim of SARS, you won't be making reference of NSAS as part of anything that had to do with obedience. It was the right thing to do at that particular point in time, because who was going to listen to you? Is it Buhari? Is it Borontai? Is it the FBI Fashola? Who was going to listen to you?
But burning down the BRT buses was not the right thing to do.
No. My brother, look, let me tell you something. Let me tell you. You see, one thing is that, you see, we live in an unrealistic world. And I'll tell you this because the reason why it is like that is this. Look at the history of Nigeria. Tell me one person that got anything peacefully. Tell me. It is the nature of Nigeria. If you are not violent in Nigeria, you get nothing. We are looking at the Niger Delta today. Why? Because there was an insurrection over there. They raised up. They burned down everything that was burned. They bust all the pipes that led to it. And they brought Nigeria to their knees. And they had to beg. You have to be violent in Nigeria to get what you want. Even your principal, and Tinubu, what did he say in his election? He said, grab it by all means. What does he mean by all means? Nobody is talking about that. He understands the system of Nigeria. And we saw it during the election. So you cannot just condone what happened during the election and want to call on Charlie Boy's head. Have you called for Tinubu's head? Have you called for those people that, for the governors of people like Lagos State that did not say anything while people were being maimed during campaigns? What was that? Because someone said there should be an insurrection, so somebody had to say. I know you are going to mute me again.
So what did can you tell us what Tinubu said? Can you tell us what
he said? Tinubu said with power, when it comes to power, you grab it, run away with it. Right? Yes,
so
he made a statement.
So that's a violent statement to you.
When somebody said grab it by all means, hold on, Adelokoko, please. Please. You are well educated.
No, I want you to tell us.
Please, let me just make this thing clear.
Yeah.
When somebody say, if I come and say, go to Adelokok's house, go and get a bottle, by all means,
He did not say by all means.
No. I'm not adding it.
Listen, he said power is not served a la carte. He said power is not served a la carte. Yes, you have to fight for it. You have to grab it. You have to run with
grab it. What does grab it mean?
What is the grab it mean? What does
excuse me?
Okay, everybody stop. This is going nowhere. I don't know where we're going with all of this. Let's get back to it's just it's getting rowdy. Osas.
Well, one more, can I? Okay.
Let Osas land. Yeah.
So as I was saying, one man, Charlie Boy should be invited for questioning. Then, if he is not able to give a proper explanation to this post, then he can be charged to court, and then yes, the judiciary can do the needful, either prove him innocent or guilty. But if he's able to explain what he's trying to say. It probably might just be an irony. It probably might just be making a joke. We don't know. Might be a prank. So, but it should just be called for questioning. It is actually very needed, because if this is not tamed, a lot of people would, if this goes without the police or the DSS inviting him, a lot of people would follow this path, and it will not be good for this country. It will not be good. That's my submission.
All right.
Hello, my brother. Let me ask you a question. Has I been arrested? I want to just ask you, has it been invited for questioning?
What statement would warrant his arrest, if I may ask?
When he was flashing an AK-47 all over.
So if you're flashing an AK-47, it means nothing, right?
Well, the question is, the AK-47 is it legally acquired or is it an illegal weapon?
No, you cannot get you cannot acquire. Hold on, please, woman. Sorry, please. You cannot acquire AK-47 as a civilian in Nigeria. It's against the law. That one I know for sure.
I thought he has a contract with the government. Where
he has a contract with the government, a private security.
So now you cannot use that kind of gun. Apart from the gun aspect of it, right? You cannot use that gun and you threaten a whole tribe in that country. You cannot do it. You cannot do it. So if he was being what?
Okay, he's going back and forth with people, a group of people, insulting and going back and forth with each other. He's not attacking the country. He's not saying he's going down the country. He's not going after the state.
Oh, okay. The Igbo nation is nothing, right? If you say, if you
guys are being nasty towards people and people are responding to you, well, that's between you guys, your group, and that individual. So that is not putting down a state. That's not attack on the federal government.
Okay. So it doesn't matter if it happens sectionally.
If someone specifically is, if I personally, let's say I'm talking to you, making threat, it's a civil case between you and I. You understand? Between you and I, you can come after me. You understand? If let's say Charlie Boy specifically was going after Lagos or maybe a Yoruba ethnic group, well, I will go after him as Yoruba. I will say, hey, as Yoruba, we will come back at you. We go back and forth. But I'm not going to say, oh, okay, is the government should be going after him? No, you are not threatening the state. You are coming after me. You understand?
No, my brother. Look, let me tell you something. That is all wrong.
The fact of the matter is, a lot of people are making threats. A lot of people are making threats at Charlie Boy and Asai Dokubo, and he responds to them. So
no. Look, let me tell you. When it comes to the Asari situation, Asari is the point man. He is the leader there. Whatever he is doing, he is the leader there. Right. He must take more responsibility. He cannot be saying
Asari Dokubo was being threatened by IPOB and all those groups, and he responded.
Oh my goodness!
He responds to them, so that's not. He responds to them. Okay. If Boko Haram is threatening me, right, and I make a video and threaten, say Boko Haram, I will destroy you. Even the government will support me because I'm.
Igbos are IPOB, right?
No. Oh God. Joel, we must move on. But Joel, I sent you a message a couple of days ago from Des on Instagram. So have a look at it and rest.
Okay, I will do.
Yes, it's from Des. So have a look at it and respond. But let's move on. That could spiral out of control. So Bishop, you still have the floor. So go back to the Charlie Boy space and bring up your thoughts, Bishop.
I would just like to summarize it. I wanted to get out of this something because it was not making sense. I'll just summarize it in 3 ways. Number one, there was something that somebody said that Aganle Kuku responded to. And I'm surprised that he responded to that. But when I said that it was not good for rational mind to say people are not being rational here, you found that one offensive. But I mean, you find that one. But when the other guy, you find that one right, when rational mind said. But when the gentleman that spoke after me said something that I can't quote him very correctly, I found that very curious. Secondly, I was wondering if Peter Obi had actually won the election, would it have been okay for Charlie Boy to make the statement he made? And thirdly, when somebody was trying to discountenance what Peter Obi said, because I mean not Peter Obi now. What Charlie Boy said, because he had deleted it.
He deleted it at the back of because of the backlash that he was receiving. And I'm sure people that were close to him. But he did not delete it with an apology. If he had deleted it and said, oh, maybe he used the wrong word or something, maybe we will not be having this back and forth. He only deleted it so that maybe, well, because of people that are close to him, says, look, that's not right. And he himself, maybe after some moment of something. But that some people are defending that statement that bring down, burn down. He made the narrative and he concluded with what he concluded with a video clip that people should burn down the country. That is the only message that stood out of everything he said. That look, if you cannot get what you want, just go the way of the French. Burn down Nigeria. If anybody is having a different interpretation to it, fine. That's the interpretation I got. And that's why I said it is condemnable. It is my view. I'm not a judge. I'm not the one that will arrest or that will put what's his name on trial. So the idea of going to Lagos, I just feel that if you have benefited from the society, irrespective of how grievous what your grievances are, legitimate or otherwise, you don't call for the burning down of your state or the city that had benefited you. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put by Bishop. So thank you, Bishop. So Bishop, for time, let me move the conversation on and take it in the direction of
one man, can I chime in?
Yeah, come in. Come in, Prince, of course. Come in.
All right, thanks. Yeah, chime in real quick about this session here. So, when Mike responds, usually is usually responding to what has been said and the narrative, not really attacking anyone. But Rational Mind, because of his piety, when it comes to respond, it never responds in the just way on both sides. It just comes after the Tinubu, or what he calls the battlefiers people, and he tries to guilt trip the people in support of Tinubu or the APC. It doesn't work that way, and I'm glad that a lot of people like Mike don't fall for it and still stand strong and combat his position, his narrative. This is not the way it goes. To Charlie Boy, I mean, what else is there to be said? This a picture is like a 1,000 words. Showing the picture of friends burning down, and what more is needed to be said? What other narrative do you need? That is trying to instigate, promote violence in the state? Really? Should we stand for that? It doesn't matter where you live around the world. I don't think it's necessary to want to burn down the country. Do you know how many people are going to die? The wealthy people, the rich people, they have security guards and probably going to leave the country. It's the common and the poor people that are going to die. So it should be questioned and brought to task. What is it trying to do? It's an influential person. We all know that. And it's not like a commoner just being reckless. No, it's Charlie Boy. We know Charlie Boy. So let's take him seriously. And not just try like Russian Mind to defend one side, or anytime somebody says something bad or against the obedient people, then that's when he responds in a righteous manner. No, this is not acceptable.
I'd be surprised if he's not arrested as soon as he gets back to Nigeria, or at least questioned. I mean, it's getting up, because if they let this one slide, then how much more of where will it ratchet to that narrative coming out of the obedient space? Burn down the criminal enterprise. I mean, for goodness sake. I mean,
Shore didn't say that much before the DSS nabbing, and he spent like almost a year in DSS dungeon. Because Shore only said revolution. I didn't even say let's burn it down, or they didn't show a picture like that or say a reference to another country where something is going on. He didn't say that much, and he was nabbed and put in DSS dungeon, just to make an example. So to me, I mean, it'd be fair and balanced if they do the same to Charlie Boy, to be honest. I don't see Charlie Boy as somebody more important than Shore. Because I think Shore, quite frankly, is even more patriotic than him. Shore has fought for Nigeria. He has fought for democracy. For someone that caliber to have been arrested and be jailed, Charlie Boy is just an entertainer, and is someone that just anywhere believe is collect money Because same Charlie Boy here during 2019, I was telling us, let's do take it back movement and this, and he went and turned around against his colleagues. What's that? They did Jade Yonju and my guy that sang song, just Abdul Karim. I went to collect money from Festus Keyamo, and he got exposed. So this guy is not really, I mean, he's not an important person. He's not more important than Shore. So if Shore would have been nabbed and put in dungeon, I think Charlie Boy should be in dungeon too, to be honest. You know?
I agree with that.
Well, one man.
Yeah.
I think that Joel raised the point, and I know none of you want to, because I went to check it. He raised the point. He says when Tinubu made similar comment like that, and he raised. I know I'm one of those people that I raised eyebrows. He said that it's the power is not served a la carte. He says you have to fight for it, and that was what I think Joel was saying, that by all means. Yeah, so by all means, fight for it. Grab it. And run with it. You can spin that word to mean many things, but I just don't want to go into that.
But that's not a violent.
When you say fight for it, what does that mean? When you say something, fight for it, I can spin that word to mean many things. You
want me to explain what?
Hold on. You see, I don't want us to go because I just want to say this in passing because I know one man said he wants to move on. My point is this. Hold on. Ajale Koko.
Yes.
Somebody puts a picture, which I condemn. I condemn violence. I condemn, and I mean, people burning down things and all of that. I hate that. I hate violence. But we can, like somebody said, pictures mean many. You can interpret pictures to mean many things. This tells many stories. You can say, oh, is it when you put that kind of picture? Are you telling that Nigerians should emulate that same exact thing and go and burn down your criminal enterprise? Is that what they're saying? You can mean it. You can relate it that way. And you can say, oh, he's just trying to portray that these people are serious about what they are doing. They mean business. So you people should take stand against the criminal. Maybe he's not talking about burning it down, but it could be that way too. So my point is this. Same thing somebody said, fight for it. Grab it. I can spin it too. But when you say fight,
no.
Sorry, you talk now. I didn't interrupt you. It's combative. It's a struggle.
You don't fight for power.
Hold on.
That's what I was about to say. His politics is not a battle.
Hold on.
No.
Campaign is a battle. If you and I are campaigning against each other, we are campaigning. We are battling against each other. It's a campaign.
Grab. It's grab violence.
Hold on, Joel. Let our rational mind land. I think he's supporting your point anyway.
My point.
I know he is.
My point is that fight for it can mean many things. You can say, like you said, like Mike said, oh, it's like a struggle, a contest. Yeah. It could be like, oh, this is something at any means. We saw his talks, what they were doing in Lagos. How they were like threatening other people not to vote. If they come out and vote, I mean, these are ways, intimidation, threat, and all of that. So you see, we can spin it that way too. I can spin it and attach those people that work for him in Lagos who were threatening other people of other tribes not to come out and vote. If they are not going to vote Tinubu or vote their APC. I can link that to it. So, but then I totally understand and I agree with people here that yes, maybe you should have used that picture because people could spin it like I'm spinning Tinubu's word now to mean that, oh, look at what he did and all of that. So, well, woman, let me just leave it at that. Yeah, I just want to leave it at that. Yeah.
So, if somebody says fight for your right, what does that mean?
Oh, fight for your right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it can mean many things, Ajale Koko.
Oh, okay. That's what
I'm saying. If somebody approach me with violence, come on, get my right from me with violence. I will stand for it. I met it with violence.
All right, Ajale Koko, let us leave that space. But you have the floor. So, Ajale Koko, as you know, your followership is vast and global. So, one of your many fans, they sent in this clip for me just to play to you. Just a micro little interaction with it. They thought you would delight in it. So they said, oh, play this to Ajale Koko. So I play it to you, and then we go back to the politics of it. This is what one of your fans sent in, Ajale Koko.
If you want to follow me, I want to talk about the many of Abiola as his legitimate children. Immortalize the temple of Abiola. And that is why we are here. They are not criminals. They are not thugs. They are not vagabonds. So we are responsible intellectuals in this country.
So there it is. Somebody sent that in that I should play it to you. So that's your boy and man's a rascal all the way through. That's Shore in his youth, no different from how he is now.
Thank you, one man, and greetings to my fellow panelists and listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. The person that sent that video, I think we should thank him greatly. That picture, that video is showing us of a young man back then who stood firm in front of military juntas fighting for the right of Nigerian people, and today still fighting for the right of Nigerian people. I hope that Nigerians, particularly the youth of today, will see Showore as a real leader that should champion, because he always will be fighting for better Nigeria and for their own future as well. So we have to thank that guy that sent it in. It just showed to us that Showore, whether we like it or not, still remain the man that everybody should line behind. We should champion. Been fighting since he's a young man, and up to today, he continued to fight. At his 50, he's still fighting. He's been fighting this war against the people that are in power.
You know what I thought when I saw that, and we're all seeing it together. It just solidified for me that Aluta is baked into that guy's DNA. Aluta is baked. He cannot. He's a protester, not anything else. That's just all he is. He was a protester when he was 19, however old he was then. He's a protester at 51 now. He's a protester. That's all he is. He's just a protester.
Well, I think to you, you don't want to understand, and you don't want to believe in people that fight for the right of the people. That is who you are, one man. So you don't want to believe in somebody that fights for the right of the people when you see somebody that go on the street, that is not taking of violence, that is challenging the authority, that the way they are ruling us is wrong. That you think that person is a protester. It's not just a protester, but it's just exercising his fundamental and constitutional right to protest, to challenge bad governance, and send the message to them that we, the people, detest the way you are ruling us, but rather you should govern us. So we've seen what it has happened in so many parts of the world. In Middle East, we all witness the what did they call it? What was the
Arab Spring?
Arab Spring. We all witnessed Arab Spring. What happened? So it was because people had been badly ruled for so many years. They stood up and they wiped bad leadership away. So if we don't stand up and do everything to send these people away, our generation and generation after us, their situation will be worse off than us today. So Sowore, as a visionary that has seen it long time ago, and he cannot bear this bad. So he's playing his constitutional right to stand up and fight for you, one man, and others that cannot do that. There are a lot of us that cannot do what he's doing. We should appreciate what he's doing because his activities on the street shake the government and the official in their offices. They shake them to the ground. That is what he did that drove the military Babangida government away, out of power. That is what he did that drove Abubakar out of power to hand over to Obasanjo.
He did? You say he did, or it was a collective effort? I mean, if you say he did, it's like he was the one spearheading it. Being part of a protest and spearheading it are two different things. Or spearheading the Abiola Brouhaha itself.
Okay, let me say it. That is what he did in company with others to drive those people out of power.
Better.
So I believe you understood what I was saying. But I will say it right the way you wanted me to say. So that is what it did that gave us democracy. Even though the democracy that he fought among others, they fought. He among others fought for democracy, for us to have good governance. But what do we have today? They destroyed that country because
but one of the people that fought for that democracy is the president now.
One of them that fought for democracy is the president today. But what has he done for the past 23 years?
He built Lagos.
Hold on, one man. What has he done for 23 years? He's among the corrupt politicians that destroyed that country. You might want to, because you like him or you love him, or some of people like him just because of their tribal sentiment or for some reason. But are we better off today than we were during the military administration? Are we better off?
Yeah,
in terms of the economy, in terms of the security, in terms of everything you want to talk about, are we better off as people?
We are not. We are not.
So let us be realistic. Let us tell ourselves.
Are you saying we were better off under Abacha?
We don't have. The economy was not a mess.
Did we have human rights under Abacha?
The security was not a mess as we have it today. You see,
are you saying Nigerian economy in the 90s was larger than it is today?
Every administration with their own challenges. You understand what I'm saying? But the challenges we have today is it's as a result of failure of those in position of leadership, incompetence, failure. The insecurity we have today is because of their failure.
Actually, we can blame the insecurity on the military.
The economic disaster we have today is because of their failure to manage the economy well. Every problem we have today are man-made problem, man-made by politicians.
I agree.
How do you want to? What are we trying to justify?
The military era was worse. I'm sorry to say.
Well, I don't know how old you were then.
It was terrible. There was nothing right on about. That's why
we can say.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Hold on, Ajale Koko. Let Mike expand on that. Why have you said that, Mike?
First of all, you can't tell me the Nigerian economy was larger back then than now. That's one. Two, first of all, you don't have the freedom you have today to be talking. If it was the military era, Charlie Boy would have been tied on the point and be executed. So all these things you guys are talking, in the military era, they dare not talk. That's one thing. The infrastructure was abandoned throughout the whole country. There was no development going on anywhere except Abuja. Even Lagos was abandoned. The moment the capital went to Abuja, everything, the infrastructure, everything, the road, everything just dilapidating. So military era was terrible. There was no governance going on. It was just straight, just dictatorship, more killing, just no freedom.
Can I say something,
so
please?
Today, at least we're holding governors. We are going after the air. We have power to remove governor, put someone else, elect someone. We have more freedom now. So someone cannot see and tell me the military era was better. It just wasn't. And even this insecurity you are talking about, it was the Nigerian army that started it. They were the one that went to carry out because after military left power, the army was still behaving kind of like soldiers. And Obasanjo didn't really calm them down. They were the one that went and committed massacre against the peaceful the initial Boko Haram was just protest. What's that guy, that Yusuf guy, their leader? It was Nigerian army that went there and just massacred the guy, took his boys, started executing them on the streets, and that's what gave birth to the insecurity we have today. So to be blaming the politician for that insecurity that started, that Boko Haram insecurity, no, I don't believe it.
Okay, can I please just weigh in a little bit, because I know that my family then was in the economic world, but I mean business. So don't ask me a question about ministerial or whatever. But under the military administration, we had a stable economy. Freedom, like you want to say it, or freedom of speech. Yes. We might not have had enough of it. But what about freedom of movement? We had more freedom of movement under the military administration than we have today under the civilian administration.
They were picking people up and disappearing there.
No. The people they were picking up, hold on one man. The people they were picking up were people that had interest in. It was other Nigerians were going about their normal businesses. They were going about their normal businesses. The economy was stable.
Are they not now?
You say?
Are the ordinary Nigerians not going about their businesses now?
No, it depends on which side you're going to. I mean, we still have things like sit at home on Mondays. Is that not an erosion into our movement? We have it also in the north, where there are places that are no-go areas. So what I am saying is that, you see, freedom and insecurity is relative. It depends on how you look at it. But if you want to compare what we had in the military regime and what we had in the civilian regime, I think we were more stable under the military regime. And for someone saying that was our economy this big, no, our economy was growing. Under Abacha, our economy was bigger than it was when it was under Abacha or under Shagari. So our economy was a growing one. Even at where we are today, it's not where we ought to be.
No, our economy was way better during under Shagari during that time. We had like the 70s, early 80s. Nigeria had the best
because we had the oil boom.
Money was
And I
good.
get it.
The military time was the worst. Everything just dabaru, like it was.
Look. See, my brother.
That time, you know.
See, my brother. I wish the civilians gave us a better option. Unfortunately, with what we are seeing today, the same reason why the military came into power, it is happening today, even times 3 times 4 of what is happening today with the civilian and government that we have. So that is the issue. So if you want to look at it, I want us to look at the individuals doing these things. Who are these individuals? We have an individual problem. We have a societal problem. Because it is individuals that will make up what we are seeing today. What we are seeing today is a pure failure of past government. So it's not for us to come out here and say, oh, the military was better. If we want to get it down to the numbers, my mom was importing shoes under Abacha. It was stable. I think then it was about 85. I can still remember it. I think it hit at 85 naira a dollar. It was stable. Even when they had an increment, it was stable. Not all this nonsense we have today. We don't even know if we have an exchange rate. So that's the thing. So it depends on how we want to look at it. You cannot say that the military regime was all bad. You cannot say that the civilian regime was all good. So we have to marry up and just say, okay, where is our problem? Then we can actually find it. But saying that the military was bad and the civilian, what are the civilian done for us? Thank you.
This is good.
Woman, can I quickly have a 1 minute interjection?
Yeah, come in.
Okay, I'm surprised that we are beginning to go this part again to begin to discuss that military regime was better at one point. Military regime is an aberration. It has remained so. It will continue to remain so. There are no freedom. Your freedom are very limited. Some people just sit down, whether they are 12, Supreme Military Council, and decide what should be. I don't know how we continue to go this front and back. I thought we've gone past this. Hearing on this platform, praising that military regime was better. Our democracy might not be perfect, but we keep growing. American democracy was not perfect the day they started. The British monarchy and their democracy everywhere in the world, we keep developing. As far as I'm concerned, we have developed far from where we started from like 25 years ago. But sitting down here and listening to people beginning to eulogize at the military regime again and saying it's better than what we have now, everything is rosy. We were there then. As little as it was, I mean, I remember one incident. I went to buy a carton of milk for 28 naira. Milk carton. We had a baby named Isabel. I was the one that went to buy it for 28 naira. A carton of milk. I went to buy a cow, Malu, for my sister's elder sister's wedding in 1983 in Shaki. I bought it for less than 300 naira. A whole cow. But look, as small as that money appears, then you will pull it out like you are pulling it out from your nose. So people have evolved. We are growing. It will get better. We would have preferred that he got better faster than where we are. But we've made mistakes. We are learning from our mistake. But that we sit down here and some people coming to preach to us that military regime was better because your mother was selling shoe, was importing shoe from somewhere. Man, I thought we've gone past this stage. Military regime is an aberration. Give us, apart from freedom, which I have addressed here. Like I told you, like today in freedom, when it comes to freedom, we have insecurity today, which we did not have under the military. Is it right or wrong? There are different challenges. Hold on. I witnessed, and I said it here, I saw a bit of Metasini in the north. In the north, you did not. You might not witness this in the south. We saw Metasini in the north. We saw bandits. Hold on. These bandits, what do they call them? These people that used to steal cow in Maduguri. What's this man's name? There were operations that were carried out in Boronu then. Ask anybody that lived in Boronu in the 80s. What was Operation Damisa, Operation Zaki, and there is one other operation. It was against bandits that were coming from Lake Chad and Cameroon province then. We had
pocket of insecurity. It was not as bad as this because we have not had this kind of population explosion. Nigeria was probably about 60-something million just about 40 years ago, probably 68 or 69 million. We have exploded. We did not increase our capacity. Job employment was, did not increase. Infrastructures did not increase, but population was increasing. So there were many more people fighting for little resources. So comparing that military, I don't think we should be going that way. I think democratic, no matter how flawed democracy. 1 minute, let me just finish. Let me finish. I will land it.
Oh yeah, go on. Yeah,
Let me land it. No matter how flawed democratic governance is, we have opportunity of improving, of changing people, and we'll keep improving, even if it is the Chinese say a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step. But if you now say, because we did not like it, let's go back to military. If we have a strong military man, he can rule for 30 years if he is strong enough and he can entrench himself. You will not be able to change it. Do you tell a military man that, okay, no worry, after 4 years, if I don't like you, I will not vote for you again? That does not happen. I'm just surprised that we are saying, we are praising, we are eulogizing military.
My brother, can I ask you this one question, please?
Yes, please go ahead.
Can I ask you this one question?
Go ahead.
And was everything about military bad?
Oh my God! So is everything about this civilian government bad?
That is the point. That's the point I was trying to make when I made my point.
Everything about this civilian government bad?
Hold on, man. Let me just tell you this. I said, one. Let me just run this up. I'm not going to take much time.
Yeah.
What I was trying to say, my brother, is this, right? That during the military, we had good things about the military. During these civilians, we have good things about the civilians. But we cannot just say that everything about military was bad. That is my point. And that was why I made reference to the economy that we had then. Everything about the military was not bad. And everything about the civilian government is not good.
The names Bartholomew Owo, Bernard Ojulogbe, and Bernard Ogedegbe, and Lawal Ojulogbe, are they familiar? Are they sound familiar? Those three names, are they familiar to you?
Those that are killed by Idiagbon during that time.
Retrospectively, they have committed the offense before they established the decree, but they were executed. Does that sound like justice to you? By retroactive law?
My brother, it was not justice, but that is the point I was trying to make you understand. Even under the military civilian regime, we have Apple 5. We had the Apple 5, and you see, we've had this indiscriminate killing in Nigeria till date. Why do you think AirStars came on board? It was because of this. So that is my point. That's the reason why I say anything that you have seen in the military is happening in the civilian regime. It's just that they changed uniform. So if we want to attack this issue, if we want to address Nigeria issue, we cannot be throwing the baby with the bathwater.
You're comparing police misconduct with government ordering execution. I mean, we're talking about the NSAS or SARS misbehaving. It's not like a government order NSAS to go and execute somebody. It's just a bad police officer carrying out misconduct, which is a global phenomenon. In America, you say a bad police officer that will shoot a black person or do something like that. So you can't compare that with the military regime where it's the head of state that will go and order the execution of somebody without fair trial, without a trial, anything like that, So it's different.
Man, go ahead, Ben. I don't want to just.
All right. The last interjection from Ekene and then back to Ajanle Koko. So it was just a little clip that one of Ajanle Koko's fans sent in. But Ekene, good to see you.
Yeah, man. Thank you, everyone. I heard everybody talk and so, but my suggestion with the last speaker is talking about the military and the civilian and all that. Well, the military did their own. They handed over to the civilian. But what happens is that our leaders from the past has been the issue we have in this country. Talking about our economy, how it was in the military and all that. It's because we don't have people that are visionaries, knowing that the population is growing there, so they have to expand the productivity of this country. And that is why we continue to go backwards as a nation. So other countries has been able to do that. But when they have done doing that, they still handed over to civilians. Civilians still continue, even worse than. So the freedom given to us as a nation, we use it to do party, to go to club, to waste our resources, to not minding how the future will be for the younger generation that we have today. And that is worsening the situation of this country. And I am not happy that as a nation, we're still going towards that direction. So our leaders has killed this nation, starting from the military to this point in time. So that's my submission, one man.
All right, brilliant. Before I come back to you, Ajan Lekoko, we cover for new voices every day, and they have been turning up. So let's document Interesting's voice as a voice that debuts onto the platform. So Interesting, unmute, and then just introduce yourself to the conversation. Interesting, let's hear from you. Unmute.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Good evening, everyone. All the panelists. Good evening. Yeah, thank you, one man. You guys have been doing a very great job, and I've been watching your program for a long time, and I always enjoy it. You guys are doing a great justice. Sometimes we might have different opinion, but still, we were able to figure it out amicably without causing any trouble. So good job, everyone.
You say you've been watching us for a while. Who's your favorite panelist? As if we don't know already. Who's your favorite?
Oh well, I have a lot of them. I would say Kulata. What's it? Ajale Koko. Rational Mind is good. Sometimes, even though we have like different opinions, which is fine. It's fine to have somebody that have different opinion than you. So I'll still take him as one that I like to be here as well. Yeah, everybody is doing good. I would say everyone. But like you said.
All right, brilliant. You know who my favorite is?
Yeah, what is it?
You for the moment, because
Thank you.
yeah. All right, good to meet
Thank
you.
you.
Stay steady. We'll come back to you. But Adale Koko, so just final words on the show space. When I saw that clip, it's just as much as we'd like to mock the guy, the admiration for him is something that I've always admired him. By the way, he's been steadfast. He has been consistent. And he has been on message all the way through. So that's the one thing that you cannot take from him. So that's an honest character right there. So there's been no, look at him now. That was a black and white clip, and what he was saying then is still what he's saying now. That this direction of travel that this country is embarked upon is leading to the edge of a cliff, and we as a people should not allow it. He was saying that as a 19-year-old man, and he's still saying that as a 50-year-old man. And the consistency of the messaging and the truth of it, there's no equivocation to borrow. So a lot to be applauded about Chowore, Ajan Lekoko.
Yes, a lot to be applauded and a lot to be emulated as well. If all of us have the same mindset and the love for our country, I'm very patriotic to our country. We will have taken that country, we will have driven out criminals in the position of power, and we will have competent people that really love the country in charge, and they will have made that country one of the greatest countries in the world. That country has all the potential, we want to call it, to be one of the first 7th or 10th best country in this world if we have had the right people in charge of that country. So, Showore yesterday and today, in terms of reliability, in terms of forthrightness, in terms of stableness, or anything you want to talk about it, Showore remain the same. Very stable, very reliable, a visionary, a forthright guy. He never allow intimidation from criminals in power, because I think that is the problem with us. The element of fear in us never allow us to stand up and speak out. Speak out against bad governance and bad things. Remove all sort of sentiments, religious sentiments, tribal sentiments, and all these useless sentiments that we get ourselves entangled, that never let us do the right thing for ourselves today and the coming generation. We don't think about people coming behind us. We don't think about the future generation. So we only think that, oh, it is good what they are doing. Look at Michael. Mike said now that we have larger economy. What is the larger economy meant for? A larger economy that is not useful for the masses. A larger economy that today have 133 million people living in multi-national poverty. A larger economy that is not productive. An economy that is not productive. A larger economy that is recording as of today 35% unemployment rate. What is the larger economy meant for? And let me tell you, people can say, oh, don't let us go back to military. Are we going to write off the military, the history of the military rule in our nation history? Can they be written off? We can't write it off. It's part of the history of our country, and we must always refer to it, whether we like it or not. Yes, when it comes to human rights, they are not good. But what the human right, do we enjoy it at the fullest, at the way we're supposed to enjoy it today under the civilian administration? Is it the human right that we enjoy? We see the way they pass, circular upon circular against the press in that country. Is that the human right that we deserve? Is it the human right we enjoy now that when you are too confrontational against the government, not by violent means, but because you speak up all the time, you will be arrested?
Give us examples.
Shure as one of them.
No,
He's not speaking up.
Shure was arrogant. So, and Adelekoko, it's a difference between making your point known and arrogance.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
It's not even arrogant. He was calling for.
So if somebody is arrogant, does that deserve that person?
Adelekoko, no. He was calling. He was battling back on the situation where they will burn down businesses. So they have the law enforcement to take proactive measure, move to prevent that from happening.
What did he say they should do?
No, he was about to embark on a movement, or I don't know if I'm using the right word, where revolution, where potentially people can come out and burn down businesses or burn the country down. So in law enforcement, hold on, give me one. You live in America today. You live in America.
Yeah.
If you're about to do something, right, that will cause potential destruction, that's national security situation. The FBI will visit you. Trust me. They will take proactive move to prevent you from doing that. You understand? That's not taking your freedom away, freedom of expression. That's beyond freedom of expression. He's not saying, oh, I don't like this. I don't. Showore was saying Buhari is the son of a bitch. He was insulting Buhari, insulting people that didn't come after him. He had freedom of speech. But when you're about to make a move that can potentially cause destruction of property, they have to put national security first. So that's not them stopping your freedom of expression. I'm sorry.
So that is why they have to put him in jail for several months, right? Because he called for revolution. Is it
Can you give me 1 second?
But you said they should arrest Charlie Boy, and now you're saying that you're now questioning why.
Can you give me 1 second?
So when he was arrested for calling for destruction of properties.
Who said that they should arrest Charlie Boy? Who said
Well, it was being said here. Now I thought you were in support of that. It was being said here.
Did I say that they should arrest Charlie Boy?
Oh, sorry. If you didn't say that, then I withdraw that. I think it was one man and his goons.
You're listening with
No, it should be arrested, and I'm sure you agree, Joel. I'm sure you agree, Joel.
No, he shouldn't be arrested, please. The one man. The issue here is this, right? Adeleko, not trying to take away anything from you. I like your dedication, your loyalty to Stowore. I too like him as well. I remember when I used to be a Stowore supporter, not like an ardent supporter like you.
When Obi came, you abandoned him because of your
because the reason why because
for tribal now we know why. It's for
it wasn't tribal. It wasn't tribal. Adeleko. The issue is this, right? The issue is this, right? It is only a fool that does something the same way and expect a different result. I was of the opinion that Stowore should go for a lower seat. Looking at people around him, he didn't have all the resources to go for the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Why must he be the one to determine which position someone must vie for? Why?
No.
When it comes to the intellect aspect of it, and the other thing, is he not qualified by qualification?
Even when you come to intellect, I don't know his intellect. I don't know when you say intellect. I don't know his intellect. I've always told people, like, an average man can rule Nigeria. The only thing that you need is something that we don't read in the university, which is willpower. Willpower is what we need in Nigeria, not whether you are educated or not. My thing about Stowore is that his manner of approach is wrong. I will tell you, you can make your case without being abusive and without being manic. His political positions, the political position he's gunning for, is quite unrealistic. Looking at how Nigeria is, not even a local government chairman, not even a cashier in at a GTB bank.
You see
that's
the way
my point.
You see,
no. Listen to me now. Let me.
The way you downgraded yourself. You people with people like you with how do I describe it? With low esteem. You never aim high. You just want to be below because you have your corrupt politicians at the top. Let us keep them there. They are bigger than us. They can do that is what you represent. And
it has nothing to do with low self-esteem. It has nothing to do with self-esteem.
Or if you put Obi and Stowore side by side and have them answer question on a question and answer session, Stowore will defeat Obi 10 times.
Stowore and Obi are not on the same level, please. Stowore and Obi are not on the same level.
In this world, better than Obi.
Aja, please. You see, that's the problem.
Hold on, Joel. You see, if we want to be dispassionate and leave emotions out of this conversation, there are many. You see, in terms of governance, you would say that Peter Obi has an advantage over Stowore. Because Peter Obi, of course, he has governed a complex state for 8 years, and his people they love him for that. But if you are talking about in terms of discipline, there's very little argument to say that Stowore is not more disciplined than Peter Obi. If you are talking about consistency, there is no argument to say that Stowore is not more consistent than Peter Obi. If you are talking about integrity, even you will concede that Stowore has more integrity. If you are talking about steadfastness, if you are talking about trustworthiness, there are living outside of the immediate experience, the hands-on experience that Peter Obi has. Chowore is superior to him by all of the metrics of measure. Leadership
One man.
quality. Chowore is a natural leader. Peter Obi is not.
Okay, one man. Can I say something, one man? You see, in all of these points that you mentioned, right? Obi cannot be compared to Chowore in any way. In all of this, you mentioned steadfastness, consistency, everything. You see, one man. There's one thing that always bugs my mind when it comes to Nigerians. Nigeria is in other places, in other clients. I've always seen people say, "Show me, don't tell me." In Nigeria, we believe in tell me, tell me, tell me. What can you tell me about a Chowore that is the chairman and the presidential candidate of his own party? Is that not being what's the right word to use, one man? Help me, because when it comes to you manufacture these words. Help me. If you are the chairman of your party and you're also the presidential candidate of your party, what are you? Does it make you? What does it make you? So that is the point I'm trying to make you understand.
You see that clip that we played, which is a black and white clip of Chowore?
Yes, I did.
Is that any different from Chowore as you know him now?
Yes. So one man, see, in Igbo land, that's what.
No, answer that first.
It's not.
And then,
It's not.
Okay.
It's not. So that's what. But I wanted to just give you a rebuttal, right, to that. See, in Igbo land, right, there's something we always say in Igbo land, like when it comes to people, right? We say eke or eke. Everybody has their own destiny. Everybody has their own work. Everybody, that is talking about the vision of labor. Some people will remain protesters till they die. Some people will work for people till they die. Some people will be governors. Some people will be leaders till they die. Look at your normal classrooms, one man. Look, let me tell you, one man. You know, sometimes those days I used to be mad. Why didn't they call me up for prefectship of the class? But you see, that prefectship is normally that you see. I believe that prefects are born. When you see them and they say this is the prefect, you will understand why they call them the prefect. You get where I'm coming from, right? So that is the point I'm trying to make where Chowore is. You cannot just say that he is this, he is that, he is this, he is that, he's going to do this. When he was at 19 years old, that was his calling. His calling is to protest. Now, when he did protesting to come into politics, now I've seen people do that. But if you're going to do that, then you have to do it rightly. You have to go through the procedure. Chowore didn't just come out to protest. He was a student union president. He had a process. He had the wherewithal, the platform that made him to be talking that way he was talking at that age. He had a platform. I don't know if you get where I'm coming from, one man. So the thing there is that
I am also of the opinion.
So he went through the process. Now, and we are saying, okay, in this political circle, in the political life, why don't you go for something lower and show us? I said this thing, one man before the elections. I said the reason why we are following Obi, if Obi just came out and said, I will do this, I will do this, I will do this, nobody will follow him. Obi did not tell us, Obi showed us. Thank you.
All right. About
what did he show us?
I don't know, but
You say, who asked the question, please? Obi showed us good governance. Obi showed us. Yes. You know, where you are right now, you can say anything you want to say where you are. But
people actually showed us what he was telling us to verify. We saw a video of Anambra. I mean, that was.
He said what now?
We saw the video of Anambra that he was shouting about. The place was messy.
No.
Sorry, Joe. Mike, the one place in the whole of the entirety of the internet, and I'll be brave enough to say that the one place that anybody cannot lie about Peter Obi is here. It is here because Adale Koko is here. We went through the IJR of this guy's tenure in office, total 0. We went through his history as the backdrop of an administrator. there was fraud littered all the way through.
Oh, come on now.
I mean, you were here now.
One man. No. You guys were just
even the success of
you guys were just modeling up.
Toludo and Obiano, they all.
Everybody was here now. We went through
one man.
in toto.
One man.
We know him
one man. You don't know him.
Right.
You don't know him. And this is what I want to say, one man. And I don't want to take so much time from Angelico Coco, but this is what I want to say, one man. Obi, when Obi came into Anambra State, I always tell you guys this thing. What was the state of Anambra? At what state was Anambra when Obi came in? If Lagos, for instance, let me put it this way. If Lagos was a desert when Tinubu came into power, Tinubu will not start with building mansions. Tinubu will start with building roads, making the people all right, building certain infrastructures to propel them, invest in education and all that. Then when someone comes in after Tinubu, that person will not be talking about building those roads again or building infrastructure and all that. He might be thinking of upgrading those infrastructures, building some vital infrastructures and working on the economy. So the thing there is that I keep telling you here is, at the time Peter Obi came into power, what was the state of Anambra State? That was a state that could not pay teachers. The teachers were on strike for 2 years, over 2 years. Primary school and secondary teachers. The state of where Anambra was, the state where when we had a construction company coming in one of those villages, one of the old men there was crying in shedding tears, said this is the first time he has seen a proper construction company come to grade the front of his house. That is the point I'm trying to make, one man. Anambra was not where Lagos was when Tinubu came into power. So when we are doing those comparisons,
Lagos was in a worse condition. It was in a worse condition.
No.
In fact, Anambra was easier because half of Anambra population had already fled to Lagos. So it was an easy place to. I mean, those states that don't have population like that. I mean, easy. Anambra is easy. That's all those southeastern states are the easiest to even develop. To be honest, Lagos, where you have, I mean, it's so much challenge in that Lagos. It's probably the hardest. And don't forget, at that time, Tinubu was being deprived of state fund allocation from the federal government. And still figure a way to raise money, increase the internally generated revenue. I mean, come on, you can't compare it, man. If I give me one of those southeastern states, I would develop it fast, man. It's easy. I don't even know. They are the smallest states in Nigeria, very tiny states.
You won't be able to do it.
And they are collecting big allocation.
Look, my brother.
Sorry, Joel.
Go ahead.
You know, there's no getting away from that Peter Obi space.
I get it.
Yeah. So back to you, Ajanle Koko. Just in a couple sentences, round off Showore, and then we just move on.
Excuse me, one more, please. Can I interject?
Oh, who's that?
It's Dan.
Dan the man.
Yeah.
Now only you are.
I always watch your program, but I can't able to come online. But because they mentioned Omoyele Sowore, that's why I came online. So I just want to debunk what this guy said before I just go out and just go to the beside the screen and watch you people again. You see, let us be sincere. I'm from Edo State. Omoyele Sowore and Peter Obi, they are not. There is no comparison there. I'm telling you the truth. Omoyele Sowore is more better, far better, educated, everything. Go and watch Channel Television when they interview Omoyele Sowore. How can you generate life? It will break everything to you. But they ask Peter Obi, tell us how can you generate life? He will say China. He will told us that Vietnam. No, tell us how are we going to do it here? It will be measuring different country. No, don't measure country. Tell us how to do it here. How do you want to do it? But Omoyele already told you that even the shit of cow, they will use it to generate electricity. You see, no, let's be sincere. We are just tribal. Nigeria as a whole, we are just tribalistic. That's the worst thing. Nigeria will never do. I'm telling you the truth. Sometimes I always pray to God, let Nigeria be good. But sometimes, most of my friends, we are working together. They always say that, why is it that you love Nigeria so much? You always pray, Nigeria will not good. But sometimes the way we are tribal and sentiment, because it's for my tribe, Nigeria will never go. Even when the person is bad, he just wants it to be there. So it's my tribe. That is the problem we are facing.
My brother, can I ask, Daddy, can I ask you one question? Just one question.
Yeah.
Okay. If you are going to, just be objective, right?
Okay.
If you are going to invest in somebody, right?
Okay.
And you see somebody that comes to tell you about the business you want to invest in, and you see somebody that has done it before and came up with a good pass mark, who are you going to invest in?
Can I answer you that question with
no, just answer me. Be objective. I don't want to make it a long one.
You are putting me on the scale right now. I don't have yes or no, so I must give you reasons to the way I want to answer it. Then, if you agree, let me answer it that way. Then I will give you some reasons. You know what is killing us, Nigeria? When you are seeking for job in Nigeria, they will ask you how many years experience you have, and you don't want to train the young one that don't have any experience. And those ones that even don't have any experience, when you train them, they are more better than those ones that already have 10 years. Look at the country I am, in Germany. They need young people. They don't even care about people that have experience. They need the new blood. They will teach you, you will know it, and you will do better than all those old people. But in Nigeria, they will ask you 10 years. Look at, I came from Nigeria. I didn't study in Germany, but I'm working one of the biggest companies in Germany. I don't want to mention the company's name, but they trained me from the company, and now I'm doing better. Even the old people I met in the company, now I'm using everything, the machine, then they are on my back. But what I'm trying to say is that Nigeria, they will be asking you 10 years. Even the country you are, they prefer young generation that will move the company to the next level. Not what you have done before, but they will train you so you should do better than what you said. But more than that, if you give it chance, you will do better than all those people we are calling. But Tinubu, I don't like Tinubu. I don't vote for. The only person I was campaigning for is Omoyele Sowore. Since he didn't win, I prefer Tinubu should be there. Because I don't see anybody apart from Omoyele Sowore that is even more competent, if not Tinubu. I prefer Tinubu there.
All right, Dan.
Okay.
All right. No, we ended. Peter will be there. Dan, now walk you day. If I say you go hide for toilet, they call us. Now walk you day.
No, I know they work. I know go work today now. Today na Saturday now. I be go club. So na inside club are for the work. So I just say me I run for inside the club.
Now that Juma they talk so.
Now Dan Juma.
Where you there since? You don't run away from us.
Nah, no be small you. Now work just to keep us busy. We are not gonna get time, so I'm so sorry.
Oh, good to hear.
How the club day for Germany? What's the? You see supposed to they go club. No, be last time you tell us say you want marry.
No, I never told you that I want to marry you. I never said that. Don't force word into my mouth.
Dan Juma, I remember now. You told me that you are getting married in 2 months' time. That's what you told me.
No, the only
but later he told us one man that he was joking, that he was just joking.
Exactly. Right. You know why I love Agali Koko? He always listens every time. That is why he's the best person in your forum. I'm sorry to use that word, but that is the truth. He always listens and he always pay attention. These are the three. This is true. I'm sorry to use that word, but my fellow comrade, please, you should forgive me for that. But Adele Koko is always consistent, and sometimes, I'm sorry. Sometimes he always force word into my mouth. I never say that. I only told you that I wanted to go to Africa, but unfortunately, work was, too much, little bit stressful, and I can't able to take 1 full month holiday, and I don't want to go to Nigeria and spend 1 week and run it back to Germany. It's going to be difficult for me.
So your 1 month, you don't even spend that for Nigeria. You don't even go use that.
Oh, sometimes the thing is that I'm sorry, that there is fees they normally do in Germany. Yeah, they call it Oktoberfest. Normally, people always come around all over the world.
you know, I'm coming for that this year. That's where, you know, they drink beer by the keg.
Exactly.
Yes,
Now, sometimes I
Oktoberfest,
do.
yes.
Yes,
And then
exactly.
they drink and they eat boiled sausages. Those are the two things they do.
What's the name of the festival? And one man.
Oktoberfest. They call it
Oktoberfest. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
No, FEST, October, and then FEST, you know, Oktoberfest. Yeah. And then they spell their own October with a K. Yeah, they called it with a K, you know. You know the German language and the English language, they are sister languages anyway, but yeah, no.
Yeah.
And then they wear this leather hosen. Do they still wear that? Is it leather hosen? What do you call it?
Yeah, normally they are still wearing it, of course, with a short. They call it unterhose. I think short trouser that you know. This is their ancient time. What the way they are dressing in ancient time. Though with they now use it as peace right now. Maybe sometimes they normally celebrate it and they will put on these clothes and you know.
And the silly hats. They wear the silly hat as well.
Yeah, you really know.
And do they play those oompa music and then they lock their hand and then they roll around? You know when they lock their hand and they play this oompa music.
Now you said on the floor that they wear their clothes.
No, now money we find come out, bro. Now, bros, I don't feel like for you, eh? Now 3 work I they do. I want to kill myself. You know, I know when they get time. So sometimes if I would just say I want to come online, but I just say work no go left. I would just decide I will pull earpiece. I just listen to now. But normally my full time job, which is Amazon, I did holiday. My holiday, I get holiday for 1 week and 3 days before.
I hear say the way those when you go they work Africans for that Europe, eh? Say they work now like say we did slavery time. Not true.
Not really, just that you know,
not free. Dan, you know what I'm saying? Work not free.
I want to see. I want people. The work where they are people. People don't do again. I'm gonna give Africa.
No. I don't think they force us to work. I don't think they force us to work. But you know, as Africans, right? We have so many obligations. And one man, you know, we said we were going to do something on the diaspora. You know, after the election. Yeah, we still have to do that because we have to highlight, you know, our problems, because you see, it's so easy to look at those in abroad and say, oh, they're doing well, because when they send you the money, it's multiple. But we have a lot of challenges that people living in abroad, especially with our domestics, right? Especially with our domestics. We work so hard, we work too much. Not that we work so hard, we work too much. Because we have to cater for ourselves, you cater for yourself, you cater for your wife, you cater for your children. Then you now remember your brother in Nigeria, your cousins in Nigeria, your aunties, unless you don't have a human feeling. And so it makes us mini government. We are mini government to most people in Nigeria.
Hold on, Dan. Let me insert this. Joel, you know, in this country, if there's an overtime going, or there is somebody calls in sick, it's always the Nigerian that goes in to take it. So it was just what Mike was saying, that they work you like slaves. It's really that you work yourself. Like if there's
you work yourself.
Yes, if there's any overtime going, the Nigerian is straight in there because he has done the conversion in his head. Oh, that's 100K right there, Naira.
One man, you're talking to me. You're talking to me. Don't go far.
Yes, if somebody phones in sick and they are looking for somebody to come in, it's the Nigerian. And this idea of working 3 jobs like Dan, it's the Nigerian, you know.
But one man. On the flip side, you have to have some empathy for the average Nigerian, especially. It's many of us that. Are you hearing me?
Yes, carry on.
Yeah, so it's many of us out here, you know, that have, you know, the love of country, you know, at heart. So, and regardless of what the government is doing to us, we still have our people at heart. We still have Nigeria at heart. So we still go out there, donate money, give money to relatives and all that. That in Igbo land we say betano 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 na honama. All those money you are giving out, you have to work out for it. So when you see us, like people, someone like me, I pick it up. If it's available, I pick it up immediately. But it is always available, so I'm always at work, right? But if you ask me, how much do you spend on yourself? How much do you spend on yourself? Apart from the housing and all that, how much do you say, oh, EJ, you will see me, I want to go and buy burger, I will say it's expensive. I will say, let me buy shoe, it's expensive. But I just sent $3,000 yesterday. For some people that were in Nigeria, you don't know how to spend the money and all that. So the issue there is that it has something to do with our hearts and the love of country, and it makes us work so much. And I don't know, it's many things that
Joel, I have a theory on that space that you're speaking to. I have a theory, and my theory is pick 3 and then shut down. So yes, if you're going to be helping people, just pick 3 people and then just shut down. Because
I shut down. Okay.
Yes. I mean, what can you can't help everybody, but if you pick 3 people that you have that relationship enough and you feel that you can impact on, just pick 3 and then shut down. So I mean,
it makes sense. It makes sense.
You can't help, and they wouldn't even be grateful for it in most instances. They'll say, "What is it? Is it because of your 100,000 now you want to be,
One man, let me tell you something. There was this guy, I was paying his school fees, and he finished secondary school, got into the university. So I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, I lost my job, and he asked me for money, and I told this guy that I don't have money. One man, you need to see. He was calling me. I wasn't picking. I didn't know what to tell him and all that. Now the next thing, he flashed me with this text message. One man, you'll be surprised. I said, so for all these 6 years, it meant nothing, right? But this one that I said, oh, like I've not even responded, and he sent me this nasty text message. You see, and it's the entitlement when you start giving like that in the time. But I think your solution works. The solution is good.
That thing happened to me with one of my best friends like that. The guy I was always sending. So the time he called me, that time I didn't even have at that time. He said his son was sick and something. That was the time I was really broke because I didn't give him. The guy replied me with nasty message, calling me a bad boy. I'm like, that was the last time I said, you know what? From now on, anybody that even say want money, whether Nigeria or even America, there's no free money anymore. It's either I borrow you money or you say you want to do something, invest in some kind of something, and then you must pay me back. No more free lunch. That free thing is not a good idea at all.
My brother, even the way you are giving, I always tell people, anything you're going to borrow to somebody, if it's something that you know on a very good day, you cannot,
No, I won't expect to get it back. I'm not even expecting to get it back. I'm not saying I'm borrowing
you have enemies everywhere.
No, me, I will not say I'm borrowing them, but I'll tell them you must pay me back. But I don't expect to get it back anyway. But just that way, they know that it's not free, So in the future, they will know that hey, they owe me money. So I'll come around and say, okay, you see, owe me that money, but I don't expect to get it back. But that giving somebody free something is never a good idea. That free handout thing is not a good thing at all. Because once you take it away from them, it's like it's even worse than ever giving them in the first place. Because now it's like you make people in an even worse position. Because now they depend on that source. Now you just take it away from them all of a sudden. It's worse. It's not even good. That's one lesson I learned. Because me and the guy were no longer friends anymore. Because we could have maintained our friendship and never started giving him money in the first place. So
wow.
we lost our friendship ended right there, So I was like, oh, why did I even start giving this guy money in the first place? So that's one lesson I learned.
All right. Yesterday when was it Kulata or somebody that was asking that who are the disciples that Peter Obi built? We were having that conversation yesterday. So it looks as though one of the that question it rankled one of the subscribers so much. that he has sent in photographs of Peter Obi with quite a few of the people that he built. So we all saw the photograph, of course. Actually, let me show you this first. Hold on. We saw the photograph of Sanwo-Olu, Ambode, Tinubu, and all of that. Remember, we also saw that photograph, yes, at the gala event. Yes. So we also saw this photograph yesterday. And this was what started off the conversation that okay, so Tinubu, he can claim that he built these people, and we had a lot of back and forth around that. So that rankled one of the subscribers so much that he has gone to dig out photographs of the people that Peter Obi built. So all lined up in the same way that Tinubu surrounds himself with his acolytes here. So this is what the subscriber sent in. So that is those are the people that Peter Obi built to matter.
One man. I have
this is not me, it's the subscribers.
No, it's okay. One man. I know the kind of thing. One man.
I will do They are in different worlds.
One man, are you the find trouble for this platform?
One man.
Yes.
One man. One thing I have against putting people or having predecessors that you placed in there is that it breeds corruption. And we can also even see it in the way the governorship election was handled in Lagos State, for instance. Right? It breeds corruption. It makes you see you have this a protective state where you do not want anybody to come in there and expose what has been going on. So building people in Nigeria, I mean, I don't have problem with building people, but you can build people in different industries. You can build people to work in different places. But when you start building predecessors, when you are in power, I do not think it should be encouraged at all. Building people while you are in power breeds corruption, because the way you're going to breed them, you're going to use the people's money to breed them, to support them, and do all those things. And when they come in and whatever thing that you have going on, because that you put them in power, they won't have the moral obligation to expose that. So I do not think that Tinubu hegemony in Lagos State ought to be broken, and it will be broken very soon. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. All right. Rational Mind, are you still there? Rational Mind.
I'm still here.
All right, brilliant. So I was waiting for Thomas to join us. He has joined us, but in body, but not in spirit. So I'm going to look to take my leave and let Rational Mind take charge. But on my way out, let me acknowledge the super chats that have come in. Hold on. Sorry, Rational Mind. Carry on.
Yeah. So we'll wait for a moment to come back. So I think there were so many topics lined up. I don't know. One man did not.
I'm the one on.
Oh, you okay? So you want to round up? I think have you round up your thought on that? What you want?
Yeah. Let me round it up.
All right.
So Shure has done so much good for us in that country, for showing us that he loved that country, a patriotic Nigeria, and he will fight for the right of the poor Nigerians. The poor Nigerians have nobody to fight for them. But at all the time, he will be in the lead for their struggle so that their children can have good education, and themselves can have good health care, they can have food on the table, and their other fundamental human rights can be protected as well. So, as far as Chore is concerned, whether we like it or not, it will remain an issue in Nigerian politics because it's always standing for the right of the people. And a country that does not honor the rights of their citizens, that country will never get it right, and that is what is happening in Nigeria. No sense of patriotism. The leaders are not leading by example, but rather they show bad leadership all the time. They destroy the psyche of the people, and they destroy the future of that country and the people of that country. And it's unfortunate that we have those people in place. So, but some people are saying that the military, we should not talk about it, particularly Bishop. We can't write off the role that military play in the political evolution of our country. They are part of the history, and we always refer to them. As a matter of fact, the military manage the resources of that country better than the politicians. There is no way you want to compare how they manage the economy that you want to say politicians have managed the economy. Manage the resources of the country, that you want to tell me that for the 23 years that we have this criminal, I always call them criminals because they are not for the people. So for the 23 years reign, you can't tell me that they manage the resources of that country well. And I said it here some days ago, that in 1983, as at the time that Buhari took over the government, Nigerian GDP was minus 15%. Maybe it was 10% or 15%. Minus. Have you ever seen an economy that is minus? Minus. Within 2 years that Buhari governed, even though we can say that, yeah, he governed with draconian law, with abusive of human rights and this thing, he was able to bring that economy up to, the GDP up to 5% within 2 years. Within 2 years. 18 months, not even 2 years. I think they had 18 months. He was able to bring it from minus to plus. How do you want to describe that? Did they not manage the economy well? So you want to talk about what? The excesses that we witnessed for this 23 years, the way these people lavish our money, that we can see openly. Run, what do you call it? Large convoy every time in protection of themselves and their family. The big salary that they collect and allowances that the military never collected, they allocated a lot of benefit for themselves that the military did not even enjoy.
Babaja, God bless you. God bless you. Speak.
So they allocated so much benefit for themselves that the military did not even. Under the military, our oil production was very, very stable. We were meeting our quota, our production quota.
I just remember with all the sanctions. So with all the sanctions,
with all the sanctions and all the rest, we were meeting our quota. So look, yes, they are what's up in human rights, yes, but in the management of the resources of the country, in discipline that is required of leadership, you can see it in them. I said it here the other day that when Olusegun Obasanjo introduced austerity measure, he called down all the excesses and he demonstrated that, look, this austerity measure that I've introduced, that we put pains on you Nigerian people, we not show.
Just to correct you, Obasanjo did not introduce austerity measure. Just a correction.
Okay, who
Buhari,
introduced it?
It was Buhari that introduced austerity.
Huh?
Buhari. So when he was military head of state, he declared austerity during his military administration with Idiagbo. You've forgotten that. What's his name? This guy sang with it. Fela, austerity. Forgot it. Now be the latest one, austerity. Why for Africa? So why for Nigeria? Something. You forgotten? Have you forgotten Yadegogo?
What? Wait.
No, Obasanjo did not introduce austerity. It was Buhari and Idiagbon that brought it up because of the excesses of the Shagari.
What did Obasanjo introduce?
Operation Feed the Nation.
Operation Feed the and there was one economic measure that he introduced. What was the name called?
Obasanjo. Buhari introduced austerity measure in 1984. We all remember that. Babangida introduced SAP in 1986.
Obasanjo during his military head of state, Operation Feed the Nation. That was what
he also introduced. Operation Feed the Nation. Yeah, that one is yes. We know that that's on agriculture, for us to improve. But there is one economic measure that he introduced that caused him that usher in what do you call it?
Shagari.
No, that usher in the stoppage of that usher in the use of 504 and Mercedes-Benz as the leader of the country. And it directed all.
Is it self-reliance or whatever I call it?
Maybe something like that. Okay, maybe I'm mixing it for. It did one thing, so that one economic measure, he introduced it. Maybe tighten your belt or something like that. What did they call it? I can't remember. So
is this structural adjustment?
No, that's Babangida.
That's Babangida.
Maybe tighten your. I can't remember, but something. One economic measure that he introduced to say, look, we cannot continue the way we are doing. We have to cut down on our excesses. And he stopped the use of Mercedes-Benz as the president of Nigeria. He now cut it down to ordinary man vehicle. 504 was ordinary man. We use 504 for transportation. 504.
Most of the civil service then. All the vehicles were
all of them were 504.
Peugeot.
Yeah, Peugeot. This is Nigeria-made vehicle. This is a vehicle made in, not made, but let's say assembled.
Peugeot, as we like to call it in Nigeria.
Peugeot.
We used to call it Peugeot.
Peugeot, okay.
He said this is a vehicle that is assembled in Nigeria. We are not going to use foreign vehicle. We will use our own home manufactured vehicle. And it started using that 504. It demonstrates discipline, simple way of doing things, and it cut across all the state of the federation, all the.
Can I say something?
When the president was using 504, who are the governor that want to use? Yeah.
Can I say real quick? Let me say something.
No. Sorry, before you say that, let me just exit properly. I was going to do that, and then I got a call. Kulata super chat. So thank you, Kulata. And then Ayo, as you know, you already know that Ayo, he rattles off the super stickers. So that is Alexander Gomez. Speaking to Dewale during that little cameo. I still don't know, by the way, what that conversation was between Dewale and World Peace. Maybe I'll have to go and listen to it back. But that's Kulata continues still with, when he's not on the screen, he usually communicates via the super chat space. So that's Kulata still, and still Kulata. And the session was birthed off with Ayo with the super chat. So thank you for all those. Keep them coming. Just give me 20 seconds. Rational mind. I want to debut Thomas's intro music. So this is how our Thomas session will start now. Ìjọba ológun ti dé.
Ìjọba Olúkondo.
Yeah, that's how Thomas.
So Thomas is a military officer.
Àwọn ìjọba bẹ́rí wọ́n ti dé.
You see, that's how Thomas' session will start now. So thank you, gentlemen.
One man, no go kill person, no go kill person.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be a very short session, but it's short for me at least. But carry on, you guys. Thank you, gentlemen. Join us again tomorrow, and join us early so that I will spend more time together. Who's that? That's John.
Sorry, mute me, one man, please.
Yes. I think he may have spilled something, or something may probably spilled on him. So the eagle leaves the building is what
one man, you changed my name. Come on, one man, you changed my name.
Thomas.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Join us again tomorrow and turn up early. So thank you, gentlemen. Try and help Rational Mind and Thomas with the interjection so it doesn't get so rowdy. So over to you.
That's fine. Rational Mind, you take the lead. When you are tired, I will come in.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. So Adelekoko, sorry I interrupted.
Adelekoko, you guys are having some conversation. I want to hear it, so don't forget. Maybe continue that conversation.
All right.
You wanted to ask Adelekoko one question also.
Well, not really. I just want to say something. You see that policy of I think maybe I don't know. Maybe I can't remember too well if it was Obasanjo, but I won't put it past him because when he came in, he did a lot of things. Brought in a lot of reforms when it was military head of states. One of them is that Operation Feed the Nation that he started back then, whereby he was talking about Nigeria should be growing their own food and all of that. I think that was when he even acquired the farm. All those. So yeah. So besides that, one of those policies that I remembered was that most of the government-owned operation vehicles, utility vehicles, and all of that was Peugeot. We call it Peugeot, like one man said. Yeah. At least I would say more than 80% of the civil service.
But Rational Mind, Peugeot wasn't built in Nigeria; it was assembled.
Yeah,
Am I right?
Pan was the one building in Kaduna. They have a big plant.
The Pan is the one building in Nigeria.
We're building it. They assemble it.
Oh.
Let us assemble it.
Assemble, yeah. Let's use assemble.
So
yeah,
they bring it out from Europe, from France, and then they will assemble it in Nigeria. But then the thing is, it brings that is work for Nigerians. I know so many Nigerians that were working then in Pan in Kaduna. Then they family friends of ours back then. They work in there, and then that's it creates employment for them, and the money it saves money for the government. Now let me give you an example. Here in America, almost 90% of the operational vehicles that either the federal government use there and local and state government, they are all American vehicles. What I mean American-made vehicles like Ford, GMC, any American cars that are American-owned companies, like those big names I mentioned, like Ford, GMC, and all of that, Dodge. These are American cars. So it's a very rare you see them use any European cars like BMW, or you see them use Acura. I mean, yeah, maybe Acura and maybe Toyota, things like that. Usually they use Ford and all of that. So the point is that the whole notion is that America first. Use American stuff, promote America first, and it saves them money because, like, I don't know, maybe it's on this platform I saw that somebody was talking about why should government officials be using cars that are like worth $200 million? I mean, why? Why can't we just build our own cars, like our personal vehicles, like our civil service? Why can't we give it to like Innocent or to that other guy from?
Okay, rational mind. I was about to ask you a question.
Okay.
Innocent car, we brought it on this platform. Within 1 year to 6 months, the car is gone. So will you advise any? Let me finish, please. Will you advise any government that want to secure his president, governor, anyone should be using innocent car that can even break down in the middle of Abuja to Kaduna, and the president will be kidnapped? They are not viable. They are not durable enough. So people will still go outside the country to get their cars.
I don't know of that. I don't know. I'm not saying it's not possible.
Can I come in, please? Can I come in on this one, please?
Now, I mean, when we go round like this, you call me, please.
No, because this particular matter ought to be addressed and rational mind.
You address
because it has.
Okay,
go ahead.
Let me learn. When we cut short ourselves, we can't really put a word in like that. We just chop everything like that. Please, I beg. You maybe after me, you can come in, please. So I know that Ajadeko has the floor. But Ajadeko, you're going to put this together. So my point is that we need to promote what we have. We save money, we create jobs for our people that way. But our leaders don't see that. They don't see it that way. All these countries we're talking about, like in France, they talk about Citroën. They have this their little car they use. Most of their cars that they use is French cars that they use there. If you go to like I think in the UK, most of their cars there, I'm sure their government cars are locally made. So the point is, we create jobs for our people. And that was what Obasanjo did back then, because they built that plant in Kaduna. They were assembling and they were building up Peugeot, and these Peugeot were being bought by Nigerian civil service, Nigerian government. You see, even our police back then they were using Peugeot. Our police, Nigerian police, were using Peugeot. I know they use is it Land Rover or Range Rover back then. This is their car. I mean, so the point I'm trying to just make is that our government needs to start thinking that we can save money. Well, this is our foreign exchange that we are so scarce. We can trap it within the system rather than having to go and buy Toyota from Japan or wherever we buy them from. We ship our foreign currency out to go and buy these things, and it's gone. So why don't we create an assembly plan like what somebody's trying to do with this guy, soon. He has this thing. Let our government patronize this guy. I mean, like you're asking me, Thomas. I understand. Maybe really like if it's true. I'm not saying it's true. If it's true that they're not durable, they don't last. Let us help. Let us promote. Let us inject money into his business. Let us help him.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
All these big countries like Ford that produces a lot of the federal government cars here in America, and for other local government and state government, they started from somewhere. And I'm sure when they started years back ago, when they started.
But Innocent is the private company.
Ford is hold on. Ford is
why will government pump money there?
Pan back then is not owned by federal government. It wasn't owned by federal government. Pan wasn't owned by federal government. So it's not a federal. Not as if federal government has their own car manufacturing. No, even America, no country does have their own. I mean, normal country has their home car manufacturing plants. No, it's owned by some corporation or some individuals. But by supporting their business, you are trapping money in you are creating jobs for your own people, your own local people. Ordinarily, they will go and buy it abroad, and you are paying those people to create their own economy over there. They will employ.
But Rational, I just told you now. The Innocent car they bought from Alabra bought. It doesn't last 1 year.
I don't know of that.
Brand new car.
Hold on. I don't know.
Okay, please. Can I just say something at this time, please? Rational mind.
We cannot keep postponing. We cannot keep postponing falsehood, because I remember when we used to have the issue of akwoche, this clothes that looks like chair clothes. That was how they destroy someone's business. It is so bad that we come on a platform like this and we talk down on our own. The car, the innocent P2B bought for what they call them, the traditional chiefs, they're still using it to date. Those innocent products are built for Nigerian roads, not these ones we buy from abroad and we bring to Nigeria. It is built for Nigerian roads. Even the AC, if you understand, if you bring car from abroad to Nigeria, the AC most times have problems. You don't see that with innocent cars because it was built for Nigeria weather. It was built for Nigeria road. The cars are durable, very, very durable. And of course, if you need the parts, you don't need to go anywhere. You go and get a new part from innocent.
But
so it is so wrong.
But
Go ahead.
we see Obi convoy. We didn't see any innocent vehicle in his convoy. So what are you telling us?
As a state government, even
hold on, because if he talk about innocent and you wanted to landed on him and you just shivering. The southeastern governors that are supposed to
don't put it like shivering. Don't use the word shivering.
Southeastern governors, how many of them are, how many of the civil servants, how many government vehicles are innocent vehicles, even among the southeastern governors? Tell us.
A lot.
Don't say that. We see them. They don't write. The governors in Southeast, are they using innocent vehicles?
Hello.
You asked me a question. Let me answer your question.
Toludo is using innocent. Otis is using innocent.
Innocent. Even if you look at his parade. If you look at his parade,
the one innocent brought to Abeokuta, when you go to Abeokuta, what was not innocent. It was not innocent. We saw it.
Hold on, everybody. Everybody, hold on. Sorry, Rational Mind, can you moderate the interjections? It's just that
I can. It's just a cascade over my voice. I don't want to yell if I yell.
And sorry, everybody, can you cooperate with Rational Mind so that it's a smooth flowing? It's just rowdy. So back to you.
Yeah. So Jewel, I just want Adeleko to land this point. And I know we all have. I know Thomas has a question. So my point is that I'm just trying to put it to Adeleko is that, and everybody can also answer maybe later. But then the point is that because I don't know if you people have listened to a guy recently online where he talk about our steel, the Ajakuta Steel, and the other steel company. All these countries we're talking about, all these car manufacturing companies, they depend on steels. And a lot of this for the parts, to manufacture parts. If you're talking about a country that wants to industrialize, that wants to move on, if you're steel, and Nigeria has that kind of vast amount of steel, you can create jobs. Like you can make steel for construction companies, not only for cars. Like almost everything we use is made from steel. There are different kinds of grade of steel you can make. You can create employment. All these are almost like 33%, 33.something% unemployment that we have will be reduced to at least nothing less than 15%, or even maybe like 20%. So my point is that if we do not promote what we have, nobody's going to do that for us. I will continue in this misery that we're living in that country. So Obasanjo was right back then when he did that, because he created employment for our people. But sorry to say, it's so sad that today, the pan, I think that they said, but Dangote bought it recently. But I think Innocent does it, and there's one other Ekiti guy that does one other car. I'm forgetting that name of that car. Why don't we promote these guys? Of course, like maybe Thomas, you said they're not durable. Okay, fine, maybe they're not durable. Why don't you start patronizing them first? Inject money into their business by patronizing them. Allow our civil service to buy their cars, to use it. You will trap that foreign exchange that you otherwise have shipped abroad to go and buy other foreign cars. Let's leave all these stupid politicians that don't want to use our locally made cars. But the point is that we need to start thinking that we need to start industrializing our own country. by promoting what we have within our country. And that was what Obasanjo did back then, which helped to some extent. I know later they killed it. So for me, not only Innocent that produced like
rational mind.
Yeah.
The same Obasanjo that started this thing when he was a military man. Let me talk now.
Go on.
I understand where you are coming from. I understand where you are coming from. He did a good job by even during Babangida and all those military regime, they made it mandatory. Even the governors were all using 504. Everybody was using Pijo. But what I want to say is that this same Obasanjo came in 1999. I didn't continue with that. Even before that 1999, that Pigeot assembly plant was already moribund. He didn't do anything to revamp it. So at this Innocent, I didn't know when it started, and I didn't know the quality. I'm not privy to the quality or whatever of vehicle is manufacturing. But what you are saying is we have you also talk about the steel plant and all those things. You remember that we have so many steel plants. We have Osogbo steel rolling, which became moribund. We also have machine tools, which are supposed to also be manufacturing all those spare parts for the for machine. We call it Osogbo machine tools. It worked a little and it became moribund. We have all these things in Nigeria. And the previous government, including Obasanjo, they didn't see anything. In fact, it was Obasanjo that even sold the Osogbo steel rolling and machine tool. This same Obasanjo that you mentioned. So I don't know what we can do to actually revamp all these company that we have in Nigeria. You remember, it's not only Pijo. We also have Volkswagen in Lagos. Then we have even Excite battery in Ibadan.
You're right.
Most of the spare parts. In fact, most of the spare part of vehicle were manufactured in Nigeria. Then tires, glasses, batteries, and all these things now we're importing all of them. So
we have no power. We have no power.
What you just said.
We have no power. Dunlop left for Ghana. Dunlop left for Ghana.
Hold on.
It's about the power.
Okay. Rational mind.
Bishop John Job. Ajalekoko has the floor. Ajalekoko, please, I'll beg your indulgence. Jewel, land that point real quick. Then Bishop, and then we'll go back to Ajalekoko. Please, real quick, please.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that you cannot expect Obasanjo to come in and also follow the Pijo narrative, because it was, like you say, it was already moribund. The problem there is that the last power plant that was built in Nigeria was built by Obasanjo when he came into power in 1977-76. And the next one that was built, the next set of power stations that were built, was also built by Obasanjo when he came back over 22 years after. So that is the point. So most of those companies, not only in the automobile industry, the textile industries too were gone. So it was a lot of companies that left Nigeria or went moribund because of power. So we have some infrastructural problems. But I'll wait for my turn so that I will address the issue of Innocent. Thank you. Is anyone hearing me?
Yeah, we heard you, but
Yes.
So Bishop, please comment, please. Sorry,
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's good to eulogize some parts. I want to start from the issue of Obasanjo and Pojo when he came as a military head of state. When after Buhari, Muritala was killed. Now, Obasanjo, immediately after him, a lot of things went down under the military. All our automobile manufacturing companies. At the top of my head, I can mention 5 or 6 or 7. I know of PAN, which we have always been referencing. I know of Steer. Steer was manufacturing, Steer Punch. We're manufacturing some truck in
yes, in Bauchi tractors.
Yeah, tractors. I know of Leyland in Ibadan. I'm very familiar with Leyland. Manufacturing Land Rover. Land Rover was very widely used by military there. I know of Volkswagen in Lagos. Which other one? There are about 2 other, I know of Anamco in Anambra. Is it called Anamco? Was it called Anamco then? Yeah, they were manufacturing.
Mercedes. It's in Enugu State. Anamco, Enugu State.
Okay, Enugu, yeah. It used to be Anambra before. It's the splitting of the state that made it.
You're right. You're right.
So now all of them died. All of these industries, we can mention 100. I can mention 100 industries in Nigeria that died under the military without opening book. 100 companies. I want to talk about Iwope paper mills under all the military put together. Those are period of time. Do we want to start from the Iwope paper mills, the Okuiboku? We have said about Ajakuta, the 2 companies that Simba just mentioned now. So what is the way forward? The way forward is to reinvent where we went wrong and begin to move forward. It will be very desirable to have vehicles manufactured in Nigeria. We have about 10 of them today. It's just that we get a little bit emotional when we mention some of them. There is a young man that is doing some of those SUV in somewhere in Lagos. The young guy around somewhere in Ota that is doing armor something. They do some cars, some like heavy duty small cars.
No, you say Ogun State. In Ogun State.
No. The one is in Lekki. The one that does not is in Lekki. The other one, Proforce, that's the one that's in Ogun State.
Okay, Proforce. Yeah, that's the one.
Proforce is in Ogun State. Not is in Lekki. Does this. So we have about 10 of them now. If we can get them what they need to move us forward. But sometimes it's always good to learn to crawl before we learn to walk, and it subsequently learn to run and fly. There are some little details we have not paid attention to that is going to be like a springboard to creating bigger things. I'm not saying we should not go for, if we can go nuclear and be manufacturing, what do you call it now? Jets or airplanes. I don't mind, but there are little things that really matter that we affect the life of citizens first. If we get them right, and those little that get governance right at the local government level, that children can go to school effectively and get the right kind of education, gradually it will transcend and it will mature with time. If the same way these vehicles we are manufacturing today, I don't think they are perfect yet. I mean, this one is not to bring anybody down. I was in Anambra for something around 2012 or 2013 when Peter Obi was launching cars for police, for security outfit he had then. I saw it. Not anybody told me. I was in Nnewi. I stayed in this man's hotel. This man that used to have this football something. This man that's in the Senate now that bought this football team that was in Nnewi. So I went to one of the parties. That day, I was so disappointed. Do you know why I was disappointed and angry? Because they were launching cars, and all the cars he was launching were Toyota cars. I'm not talking of anybody. I'm talking of the governor, Peter Obi, the cars he bought for me. And Innocent was already manufacturing cars there. Of course, they were not as durable as they are now. They are improving gradually. It is not the same thing he was manufacturing 5-10 years ago that he's doing now. Technology is improving. Even the investment in it is improving. The government under Buhari really tried to patronize him because I know, what do you call them? Road safety bought cars from him. Police bought cars from him. The army went into a kind of arrangement with him, and the Air Force to manufacture some of the parts they were using for some of their
for the airplane.
For the airplane. So it's a long journey. We cannot complete the long journey in a dash, but one step after the other. And I believe if this government, the current government, can give Innocent the kind of patronage that the last government gave him, there will be an improvement. The same thing goes for other manufacturing companies. Nobody is condemning them, but we can do better than them.
Bishop, I want to tell you that the first person that patronizing us into beer where it is today is Peter Obi. You can go check it.
That's what I want to tell him. It's Peter
So
Obi.
you don't
I don't
the
know.
first person that
I
made
said
that
the
company.
day. Hold
what
on.
it is today is Peter Obi.
Let me repeat what
Yeah.
I said. I said the day he was launching those security cars, I was there, and they were not innocent cars that he launched. I'm not saying he did not patronize them. The day Peter Obi, I can check the date and remember, the day he was launching that security outfit and he bought several cars for them, there was not a single innocent car there.
And you should know, even before Peter Obi bought that
Oh
car,
my God.
he had a lot of back and forth. A lot of people
Look,
him.
I'm not arguing
But
that
he
he did
still
not buy
fight.
from him.
He still fight to buy that car.
I'm not
order
disputing
that
that
car.
fact. Look, don't let
And
us
they
dwell.
paid him
Don't let
upfront
us
more
dwell
than
on that.
1,000.
Guys, hold on,
Yeah.
hold on.
Don't let us dwell on that. I don't want us to argue that. I only said what I witnessed. Yes.
Bishop.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. I think I just want to say to Epenet that what Bishop is telling you is that what he saw. So he's not saying that maybe he did not later buy from him or whatever, but the one he saw. So yeah, but Bishop, please, I just so we can manage. Can you just like in 1 minute just round up your thought and then
No. What I've said, principal, what I've said essentially is that yes, it is desirable. We lost a lot of gap. It's like you and your mate start a journey, and somewhere along the line you get bogged down with certain things, and you lose, time. When you start, you cannot catch up with them the same day you start. You recover yourself. It's a journey. You need to rebuild and start moving towards it. What I'm saying, I see positive if we continue to go, but not when we now go a few miles and we now turn back and we can make it, but we need to haste a little bit slowly. Thank you.
Rational Mike, can I try and get please?
All right. Okay. All right. Yeah. Go on, please. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry for just jumping. I really like the way Bishop talk and I think Joey too talks on this. See, that thing, it pains me generally whenever we try to use beautiful words to pull our owns down. Now, look at it this way. We have Tata. When Tata started, it was not a perfect product, but they built a support base. Kia,
Thank you.
and other cars, when they started. See, this thing that we are saying innocent car is not good.
I think Kia today was what we used to know as Skoda back then.
No, it's not Skoda. It's not Skoda. They are not the same.
Different.
Huh?
Now you see innocent car, innocent motor. You see, is a very good and solid car built for Nigerian road. And the idea that to diminish them, we are just assembling. Look, we can use beautiful word. Innocent is a manufacturer. Because when you design your car, you can source the product to complete your product from somewhere. This idea of because you are assembly, America, they manufacture parts from China.
Thank you, Allah.
Even some of those Rolls Royce you see, they manufacture those parts, some of those parts from China to come and assemble in this thing. So we are not going to say because of that they are no longer manufacturer. You design your product. The owner of the design is the manufacturer of that vehicle. Forget about where they are sourcing. Person like us in IT, when you hear Dell, when you hear HP, you think they are the manufacturer of the component. No, they are just designer of the products. You have different companies building all those things for them. So and they assemble.
What about planes? Planes. Does one country build plane? No one country build one plane.
No way. You don't be. You can't have expertise in all products. It's impossible. So the thing is this: that Obi did not buy a car for this thing. That's not the argument. You don't expect because he doesn't buy it. You don't expect him to buy that innocent car for everything. It is don't just run like that. You have a means of those things. He has supported innocent motor. I know that GT Bank.
Sorry, pointer. The reason why we are mentioning this is that we have other manufacturers also in Nigeria. You can hear Bishop mentioning some other people that are also assembling or manufacturing vehicles in Nigeria. So the what we want to actually is if we want to promote something, we should promote it generally. We should not be fixated on only one manufacturer.
Come
because
on. Simba, come on.
Hey, let me finish. Don't say come on, because that was why I came at Jewel, because he mentioned innocent, and that was why he was actually so energetic and talking about it. We have others also, because I know the way people are attacking Dangote and say it was a monopoly, whatever. If we are talking, then let us make it general. We should not be fixated on innocent. We should promote every other person also.
Can I say something, please? Rational mind.
Okay, go on.
Let me just answer.
The floor, please. I want us to be real quick. Please, no longer.
Okay. Simba. The issue here is simple. It is not about where innocent comes from, because I know that's where you're headed. But I want to just make this clear to you that I would want you to go look at the first car manufactured by Ford or Dodge and see if you can drive that car today. Every country has their own history on how they came to be where they are today. In Austin, the reason why I was worked up was that Thomas came up here and said that innocent cars do not last more than 1 year and 6 months, which is a disgrace. He cannot say something like that, because under Peter Obi himself, Peter Obi has their power over 9 years. And under Peter Obi, we had so many, I said 9 years, about 16 years now. All those traditional chiefs, they were using innocent, are still using innocent to date. So what I'm trying to say, is just this. It is not about Rational, let me just land.
I think you've made that point before. We understand, and I think.
Let me just land this one point.
1 minute, please.
Okay, let me just land this one point. So what I'm just trying to say to Simba is this: I do not care if you have a Simba cars. I do not care if you have a Rational Mind cars. I do not care if you have an Angelico cars. All those indigenous companies should be supported. That is my point. Thank you.
Exactly. So Rational Mind, let me land my point though, so I want to jump out. So the thing is this: what I'm saying there, Simba, look at it this way. Innocent Motor happen to be the one that we hear very well because it is well promoted. So you can't, it's all about marketing, it's all about promotion. I know that Dangote has assembly, has car assembly too. You know, it's manufacturing, we call it the pan. The pan is what it's calling it. So it's manufacturing. So there are a lot of people. So the way you market your products, the way you see, it is the responsibility on you. So that innocent car is popular should not be what should be set our bias against him. It's not his fault that is fighting against the GT Bank. It's not his fault that it has government to back him up. Because everybody should lobby government to support their product. It's acceptable. So to me, let us not get on innocent car. Let's promote. If you have other one, let us promote. That's all I have to say. Even the guy in Ogun State too that is manufacturing armor vehicle, let us promote. All these cars they are promoting in this country, if they are telling you that the one coming from overseas are better, it's a lie. The only thing is that Airbnb build the support base. If any product that has no support is when we have issues. So when they build, look at BRT in Lagos today, just because they have a maintenance factory, the factory, that's where to sell. So if government want to support, as a matter of fact, government should support them whether they are private business or not. There's a way government can support. I'm not saying government should give them free cash. You can give them some kind of loan with a very lower interest rate. Governments around the world they do that. American government bail out Ford Motors. So it won't be the first time. So to me, that's all I have to say. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Rational Mind and everyone. So I want to jump back to my desk again.
All right,
Rational Mind, can I go now? Can I go? Because I have to leave.
You cannot go now, please. I think Adeleko has the floor. Joel, let Adeleko round up. When you round up, then I'll come to you, please. Adeleko, please.
So, the point I was trying to point out is that the military administration show more discipline, more patriotism more commitment to that country than the civilian with the way they manage the resources of that country. I'm glad that Bishop mentioned all the industry that were producing vehicle parts across Nigeria. Look at the way the military, it was done by the military. Most of those companies came into Nigeria in the 70s when Gowon was head of state.
And killed by the military also. They were also killed by the military. You remember to say that. Because some of them became moribund before the civilian government came.
Let somebody land. So look at the way the military, when Gowon came, he came up with that industrialization policy. And that attracted investors, and you see companies moving in, and we saw industrial estates here and there, and everything was going well. And up to 1979, that Obasanjo handed over to civilian. Everything was working well. It was civilian, it was during the civilian administration that we started having problems. Within 4 years, they run the GDP of that country to -15. It's at the time that Idiagbon and Buhari took over government. You can't believe that can happen in any part of the world. Just for 4 years, they run the country down. The same thing they are doing now. Before Idiagbon and this thing came and start to, reposition the economy and revamp the economy, only for Babangida, who have that brain, that corrupt brain, like the civilian people, corrupt brain, is when he started to introduce the structural adjustment program.
After Janeko, I would like to come in.
Let me land. So when he came up with this structural adjustment program, and the structural adjustment program that was, badly managed, then we started to lose. Then our currency started to lose its value. We started to exchange our currency, large sum of our currency, pursuing smaller number of dollars. That was when, and bad policy upon policy, that was when we started going down gradually and gradually. So the military that was very good, they handled the economy of that country. And Babangida started the shenanigan that started to reverse it. And in 2019, 1999, when they handed over administration, handed over the government of the country to the civilian, Obasanjo, again, he did very good to bring the economy back on track. But this criminal-minded civilian, after they took over from him, after he handed over from him, look at the way they mismanaged. So what I'm trying to say is that, look, we have the history the civilian, the military, and we can pinpoint which one have done better for that country in terms of the management of the resources, between the civilian and the military. So, but unfortunately, this is where we are today. We hope that the new administration will try to reverse and put Nigeria back on the right track. We start to implement good policy that we attract investors both locally and internationally. So, rational mind. In conclusion, let me say that because it was Sowore matter that brought us to this military administration, Sowore has shown consistency. Sowore has shown discipline. He has shown, courage. He has shown reliability. He has shown commitment. He has shown everything that that every one of us, that quality of leadership, quality of that you want to see in patriotic citizen of the nation. He has shown it, he has done everything. It is good if we can have the same mindset like him. That is when we will start to get our country back. So, but if we want to continue to support all these people or defend them because they are our tribal man and this and that, we will never get that country right. It's unfortunate. So kudos to that person that sent that video to one man. We hope that this kind of, history, this video that come with history of our political evolution, we hope we can have more of that. That is what we need to let the youth of that country to see. Maybe you can start to change them, change their mindset, change, the way that, their way of life, and they will start to, stand up for their country because the country belongs to them. If they don't stand up now, the future with this politician, I don't know. It is not going to get better because look at them. I'm comparing them with what Obasanjo did by cutting down costs of governance, by showing leadership, riding on 504, ordinary man car. Look at the kind of vehicle they use, the most expensive. And those vehicles that you see they are riding in, they are all bulletproof. They are all bulletproof vehicle. Do we ride a bulletproof vehicle? At whose cost are they running those bulletproof vehicles? They provide the best of the best security for themselves and no security for us. These are irresponsible leadership. These are leadership that does not love that country, and they don't love their people. They are so wicked. So, but look, let me leave it there. One rational mind for others to speak. But we want more of this video, and we can continue to play it. Video that come with history, we can continue to play to orientate our youth. They need to see more of this. They need to see Ganifanya Yumi speak his old video, the way what he has said of Nigeria in the past that still resonate, that is still all he was fighting for are the real problem that we are still fighting for today. And of course, it's getting worse than back then when they were fighting for all these good things and good governance for Nigeria. It's getting worse now today under our own civilian administration, democracy that should work for the interests of the people, but it's not working for us. They are taking all our benefits, and they don't take any inch, any shishi of their own benefit, but only the benefit of the people. So let me leave it there, rational man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ajale Koko, for that. Yeah. So I don't know if Jewel is still there. Jewel, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh yeah. So I think
I hope you didn't choose me because I'm obedient. I'm just trying to put it out there.
That's not it. It's just,
now you everywhere. Any day where you come now, wala in the look for. You know, say rational mind now obedient. Now you they talk to your fellow obedient like that.
No, I know. No, that's why I said that. I hope he didn't choose me because I'm obedient.
Send him out to teach him a lesson that he must not talk to his fellow obedient like that.
Yeah, no, I just want decorum. No, I will never. Not because somebody is we have the same political idea. I'm not able to.
No, I'm just.
I know you're just. Yeah, but I'm just trying to make that for our audience. Anyway,
Rational man, I was joking too, right? You understand what I'm saying, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. What do you want to speak to? You want to speak to?
Okay. Let me just speak on general. Let me just speak on general issues and allow other people to talk. I've been talking. I've been interjecting too. But you see, what I chose to talk about tonight is about nation building, and my case study is going to be on innocent motors, and to quell this notion that innocent is not durable. I think those things comes from ignorance, and it's either ignorance or people want to be mischievous. And I say this because we all know we have followed the growth of this man. Many people don't really know. If you understand those days, I don't know how old, I know most of us are old, but if you listen to different genre of music, you will know that if you know Oliver the Coke, I know most of us know Oliver the Coke. When he was singing, there was this song, he said, innocent, innocent. He was thinking about innocent. If you remember those days when we used to have J5, who were those that were at the comfort of J5? It was innocent. They were the ones that pushed that. Innocent has been in the transport business before they went into manufacturing. So if you are in a business of transportation, I decide to go into manufacturing, you ought to know that whatever thing that is leaving me from a lucrative spot to go into an unknown spot has to be good. It has to be promising. And that is what, what's his name? Innocent did. And afterwards, he's not big on promotion, because I'm one of those that think, why are you not selling in America? But innocent is being used all over Africa. All over Africa. I remember in one of his interviews, he said that Obi told him that there's no need to go to all those foreign, if they need it, they should come and buy. But you should focus on Nigeria and Africa. Your base, build your base. I don't know where Bishop got his information from, but I don't know. I'm not there where he say Obi, and I know he's a government. Probably he bought some foreign cars, but we all know that the biggest
You didn't
patronizer.
listen to Bishop. Bishop said he was there at the launching of those.
That is what I was saying. That is what I'm saying. That I do not know.
That was not what you said. You said you don't know where I got the information from. I never said I got the information. I said I was there. Here, live.
Sorry.
What are you talking about?
Sorry now. I get it. You were there. But I know for sure, because if you go and listen to Peter Obi's interview, and you go to listen to Innocent's interview, he will tell you, Innocent said it in his interview, that the person that made him what he is today is Peter Obi. If you listen to Peter Obi, when he made the interview, he said,
leave Peter Obi out of this place. If the case, Peter Obi using innocent vehicle, his Jeep is not Toyota Jeep that is using.
It is not my problem if you have problem with the name Peter Obi. It is not my problem. But just allow me.
It's you guys leaking everything. Is everything that you have to talk? Must you leak it?
What is your matter? Allow him to make a point now.
Simba, allow me to make my point. I'm not here for you. I don't know who you are. I mean, we met on this platform. Allow me to make my point. There's no back and forth on this issue. I'm telling you facts. I'm not here to dilly-dally over issues. So the issue here is this, that he made the biggest purchase that made Innocent to still be in business today. And many of us still don't really know how Innocent has been in business today. Innocent started making use of CNG when most of us didn't really talk about it. I know in one of his interviews, he started talking about CNG to power his company, which is about 60 to 70% cheaper than the ordinary fuel or diesel that we use out there. Then he started building cars. He did not use the CNG just for himself. He started building cars that actually use CNG, which made me one of those days where we were talking about subsidy removal. I said, why can't we have all our transport companies run on gas? That way we guarantee the prices of food. You see, my brothers and sisters, most of these things that we talk about here are not rocket science. They are not rocket science. These are things that are doable. These are things that can be done with better planning and better willpower. But we are not doing it. Please, before I leave, let's stop badmouthing our own. Let's stop badmouthing our own. I believe in all those indigenous companies. I'm not talking about the Tatars and the Todd or whatever you I love them. They are coming in. Those are foreign direct investments. Even in the United States, we have all these cars. We have the Toyotas, we have the Lexus. I mean, almost all the beautiful cars, we have it here. But their police force, their president, their governors, everybody in the public service uses American cars. It's either you're using Ford, you're using Dodge, you're using Chrysler, and some other ones. But it must be American cars. There's a reason for it.
Go
ahead.
Hold on. Let us make a distinction here. For some of us who say, well, why is Tinubu not using Nigerian-made cars? Why is Obi not using Nigerian-made cars? Yeah. The point is this. Here in America, guys, for your information, I'm just trying to make you understand that we're just using Americans because we share the same. What I mean, we practice the same similar system of government. That's why governance. That's why I'm using the example of America. When it comes to their civil service here, anything government agencies, they use for the most part 90% of the fleets of what they have, or utility cars or utility vehicles they have here, are American-made cars. When I mean American-made cars, I mean American names like Ford, Dodge, GMC. Those are American manufacturers that are typical America homegrown American. Now they use, even that the presidential cars that they use, their governors and even their police, they use American-made cars for all of these operations. Now, in their own capacity as an individual, I think the last time I checked, I think they said Biden has one foreign-made car like that he has in his fleet. It's no personal car. So individually, they are free to buy whatever. If you want to go and buy Toyota products, you want to go and buy Jaguar, you want to go and buy whatever, they call them exotic cars here. It's up to you.
Yeah.
That is.
But you can buy with government money.
No. Hold on. Your own personal life, that is but in government, that in civil governments and everything, they use only American-made cars. For the most part, they use American. So that's the policy we're asking that Nigerian government should also do. If we can get our local manufacturer, not necessarily has to be Innocent. It could be the other guy who has that. Somebody give me that name on the comment section. What was that name of that? There was a name he called it Nord. That NORD. If there could be this guy or any other manufacturer within Nigeria, it could be Dangote. If we can manufacture our own version of our own beast, like our own kind of presidential cars, that would be that will be bulletproof or whatever technology that they would infuse into it. Let us do that. Let us promote our own thing. You know how much Tinubu has to spend, or Buhari had to spend, on buying cars in his fleet, those presidential cars that fleet that he had to buy.
What about governors?
And they have to change his cars every year or every time. They have to change it.
And even after the leave state, you have to change that car every 3 years.
Yeah, that is billions of dollars being taken out of the system. So my point is this: that if our own government, could start making it a mandatory that only in government we should use Nigerian-made cars. Well, in your own private life, you can go and buy Toyota, whatever you want to buy, but in government, that's what we're talking about here. Because we want to start making put our people to work. Our people should start working, be gainfully. Now, Tinubu said he wants to start taxing people now. I don't know. That's another topic we're going to discuss maybe later.
I wanted to talk on that matter before I leave.
Mr. Joe, let me say something before you continue, please. You see, this issue of degrading our people, I don't understand. Because I'm beginning to get somehow upset the way we degrade our product or anything a Nigerian comes to put up in place. We don't see it as anything. Somebody came, a minister came on national TV just to disgrace a Nigerian owned airline. The same thing we citizens are doing on a national platform. What kind of attitude is that? Why can't we, for once, at least promote a little effort of a fellow citizen?
Yeah.
Why? It goes on to our political class, down to citizens. And we carry it on. And we are saying we want to build a nation. A political class come on national TV said that APC has no capacity. And the we citizens come on a national platform say that innocent is not durable. Man, I don't know where we're going as a nation. That's my concern. We can move on.
All right, thank you. So we'll move on to another topic. I think this topic is overflowed.
Yeah, let's move now to the topic.
So, I don't know.
Rational man, can you give me just 2 minutes to talk?
Go on, please.
Okay, because earlier on we were talking about people were talking about military. The military regime is better than the civilian and all those things. And then we are talking about our GDP growth under the military. You know, if we are trying to give statistics, we have to give it with fact, and our fact must be correct. You know, Obasanjo ruled from 1976 to 1979. In 1978, he has minus 5.8 GDP growth, minus 5. That was what he had. And if you look at it throughout the military era, the best we could have was 8, and it was only 2 years. Every other one, minus 0, 0, 0. You can go and check it. The best were, and then if you look at our GDP growth in Nigeria, is not something that we can even rely on and be looking at it as a performance of any government. I'm very sorry to say this, because it's only dependent on the price of crude. If you are fortunate as a governor or as a president, and during your own regime, you have a high oil price and you have high oil output, it will be as if you are performing a wonder, and people will just be looking at the GDP or GDP growth as if maybe you have gone into one manufacturing or the other. Because if you look at it holistically, the GDP growth of Nigeria only comes sparsely. Maybe you see 1 year you just see 8%, then the next year you see negative, then the next 2 years you see -1, -2, then the next one you see +5. It doesn't base on any realistic development. But when we now come on the platform and somebody will look at all those sporadic +8 or +15 and say, okay, that is the performance of that person, I don't think we are being fair. And if you look at it, if you go now and check our GDP, in fact, it was even worse under the military regime. All these companies that we are talking about that we say, okay, was actually built by the military, they were also killed by the same military. And you know, for us to now come and say, okay, a civilian government that came within the military regime for just 3 to 4 years was the one that killed those ones, and the one that now ran for almost 13 to 15 years. It did nothing. It was the civilian regime of 4 years that killed those industry. I don't think we are not being fair, and that is what we are doing.
Simba, yes. How long has the civilian government been in power?
We are talking about before 1989. That was because all these companies that we are talking about. No, just hold on. Let me finish.
You are going back. And you have made the point about the military. You have made the point about the military regime.
We are talking about those. We are talking about those companies that Babajale Kuku mentioned that were built by the military, and I was saying that it was also the same military that killed those industries. That's what I'm trying to let you know.
And I'm trying to make you understand that the same company that you are saying that we lost in the military regime, we are losing far more in the civilian regime. How many companies left under Buhari? I know for one that under Jonathan.
Let me tell you, we cannot. What I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to say is that we cannot exonerate any of our past leaders from this problem that we are talking about. I knew a lot of companies that also became moribund even during the Obasanjo 8-year regime. I have a uncle who was a PRO of Dunlop. Dunlop left Nigeria in 2004 during the Obasanjo regime. Michelin left Port Harcourt the same period. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There are so many companies that even Unilever and all those companies, they left. So it's not peculiar to one regime. And what we should know is that in Nigeria, you discover that one regime after the other, we always look back at the previous one and say, the previous one was better. During that previous, you understand? So we have to just pray that we just get it right, because things are just getting worse and worse and worse. And we cannot say this is the particular person that will actually perform the miracle. So all of us, we just need to because all these things that we are just doing, that okay, if it is not from my side, it must be from another side. It's not working for us.
Simba, the only way you're going to correct this thing, the only way you're going to correct it is by if you know or if you have control of who goes into power and who comes out of power. That is it. Elections. And when you see some of us that were so mad during the election, there's a reason why. Because I know that if I go to look for a job and I know that I can drag this person, drag that person, do some underground job and get that job. When I get into that job, I'm not talking about government, I'm talking about the normal job. I will start, if I don't have the intention of the company, of course, even if we do, the interest of those people that brought me into the job, we have a good play, or we play a big part in how I discharge my duties. And that is the reason why we are saying we are talking like the way you were standing like you were in a state of hopelessness. No, we are not in a state of hopelessness. The people decided to be docile. The people are docile. If we choose, or if we fashion out a way outside of what INEC is doing on how to guarantee elections, who goes in, who goes out. Any person that goes in will go in there to work because he knows he did not put himself there. The people did. If the people put you in there, you work for the people. It's simple. If your godfathers put you in there, you work for the godfathers. It's not rocket science. I mean, if you have not lived in a state where godfatherism caused havoc, I have lived in a state. I come from one in Anambra State, and I have seen what godfatherism has done firsthand, and it is not pretty. So yes, our democracy had its shortcomings, its ups and downs when it started. But even if I can give Obasanjo a pass, but it seems to be that the best civilian government we've had is still Obasanjo. It's still Obasanjo till date. And we are talking about a man that was in power over 60 years ago. So that is the point. After then, what happened? I don't want to talk about Obasanjo because it's the man I love so much. But I also believe that the way he handled the elections in 2007 didn't all go well. And that is what spiraled into what we have today. Because even if Buhari came, even if Buhari took over from him, and Buhari didn't perform, we know that we have the power to remove Buhari after 4 years. What was Buhari doing here for 8 years? So, my brother Simba, I get your point. You were a little bit trying to generalize it, like, make us open up the floodgate. But I always believe that we have to solve these problems little by little, components by components, department by department. And which are those departments that are giving us these problems? The first department is the political department. We have to solve that problem. If we can solve the problem of the political department, then the people will follow suit. Nigerians are the easiest to rule. The leaders are the hard head that we have. So, rational mind, I do not wish to take much time. I have a place to go. I thank you all. Thank you for having me. Love, share, and subscribe. I love you all, and let's keep talking. Hopefully, Nigeria will get better tomorrow in our lifetime. Let's be alive to see it. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. It's nice having you. All right, so I think we have other topics here. Simba, I don't know. I want to have your take. Yeah, so I think Woman gave me some topics here about the subsidy removal that Tinubu did at his inauguration, and how they've been able to save some money, and that money will be shared to the states. So what's your take on that? Is Simba there?
Yes, I'm here.
Did you hear what I said about the subsidy removal that Tinubu announced at his inauguration, during his inauguration speech, and how ever since then we're saying how he has saved. He said he has saved over $400 billion, naira rather, and this money will be shared among states. So what do you have to say on that?
Yes, I think that is. I think that's one of the essence of the removal of subsidy, at least to free money for the running of the government. And then, because I heard earlier that people are wondering why they should share it to the state, I think it has to follow, because that's the rule. That's what Constitution actually require for them to share the money, and they have the percentages where they share it. But my only concern is that the federal government doesn't have control over how the state actually spend this money. And also, because what I think they should do is to increase the salary of the civil servant, because that will also have a trickle effect on other people who are not even government workers, because largely Nigeria is a civil servant country. So if the civil servant salary increases, it also increases their purchasing power. It will affect the market women will also benefit from it. Even the artisans will also benefit from all these things. So that is what I want. What I want, the way they should spend the money is they should increase the salary from maybe at least by 50 to 100% because of the inflation that has happened in the country. But my only fear is that we have so many reckless governments, and the people of Nigerians also were a problem in this case, because we don't focus on our state governors. All of us were always focused on the federal government. If people can now focus more on their governors now and make them more accountable for the money that they are receiving, so to better their lot in individual state, I think it will be better. But if everybody starts attacking the federal government and are not seeing anything wrong in what their state government is doing, then it might not actually have the desired effect they're supposed to have on the people. I think that is what I want to say there.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, so because if you look at it, this whole thing about this sharing of this money that they're sharing, because for me, the essence of governance is that the people should benefit. People should get the dividend of what they call the dividend of democracy or governance. And so, if you're giving, like you said, to this so-called emperors in some ways of this that are governors, and they don't give out this money, and then you cannot question them when they say they use some for security votes or whatever they say they use it for. You can start begging you start asking so many questions, like, what are they using this money for? So the thing we should be asking is, because I know some months back ago we talked about what's it called what's it called?
The local government autonomy.
So yeah, so why can't this money go straight to the local government? Why the state? Why even this sharing formula? I don't understand. How state generate their own funds.
Rational mind. Let me also put some summation, please.
Okay, go on, please. Yeah, we are listening. We can't hear you again. Are you still there? All right,
Midwest.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, go on. I don't know. So what do you see? I mean, because if they are sharing this money, why can't they send this money? Okay, state, have your own. Straight, have your own. How about that?
I don't know, because before the local government used to get their money directly from the federal government. I don't know at what point they now have this joint account that they now used to have with the state. So maybe this one that they are speculating about, there are so many of these bills that we discussed even before Buhari left, that we thought Buhari had signed, and we just discovered that Buhari did not even sign some of these bills, and so you can discover that it was after Tinubu came that we discovered that he was not signed some of these bills. So I'm not so sure whether this bill for the autonomy of the local government has been signed into law. So with this, I don't think I have.
Midwest, can you hold on? Because you're just
are you people hearing me? Is it okay now?
Now we can hear you now. We can hear you.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, we can. Can you hear me? We can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
But hold on. I think Simba.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you clearly.
Okay, so when Simba finished talking.
Okay.
Talk. All right.
So, but I'm very sure there are some states, especially in the Southwest, that they still allow their local government to function, and the local government still get some of this money, though they might not get the full amount of the money, but they still, at least some of this money still get to the local government. But I'm very sure in the northern part of Nigeria, where the local government is not even in existence at all. So it's still the state governors that will still actually, disburse some of this money and determine how they spend this money. So I don't know. Maybe we have to verify whether this bill has been signed into law, so that at least if it has been signed into law, then the federal government does not have any option than to actually give this direct allocation to the local government. You can't do anything against the constitution if it has been signed into law. I think the local government will get their money directly instead of putting it in a joint state account that they used to use in the past.
Simba, can I contribute one thing before you?
Oh, go on.
Okay.
Okay, just number one, I just want to point out a few things from what you said. Number one, the sharing formula between local government and federal government is the constitutional matter. I think federal government get 52%, state government gets maybe 27 or 30 something percent, then local government 27%. Is the constitutional matter. That is every accrual
into the federation account. Federal government makes some own money on its own, but anything that goes into the federation account is shared based on that formula. That's one. Secondly, if you remember Executive Order number 10, Executive Order number 10 was when Buhari tried as much as possible to make local government fund to be going to local government straight. Unfortunately, it was part of the thing that was local government autonomy, financial autonomy especially, was part of the things that the state assembly turned down in the last constitutional amendment, that they still want to go ahead with that joint account committee, the one they call JAC, Joint Account Committee of State and Local Government. Now, they had the opportunity at the state legislative, the National Assembly passed it. Both houses of the National Assembly passed it. But they need concurrence from 24 states. And they couldn't meet that 24th state. It shows that the issue of money going to local government directly is not a problem of the federal government. It's a problem between local government and state government themselves. If you remember when Buhari signed that Executive Order 10, they took him to court. I don't know how many people remember that here. They took him to court. So I don't know why local government is being emancipated, strangulated with the active collaboration of local government themselves. Why is it that they don't want that separation? I don't know. So they answer that one. So it's not a function of government. Thirdly, you did me mention of, it's like we make a mistake. Nigeria is not a civil service state. What is the total number? We are saying our population is 200. I don't know. There's no verifiable. It's just based on how do they call it now? How do they call these things? Estimation or some. It's not like we have had. So let's just take census. But we don't have a verified. We've not had any census in 2006. That's almost 20 years. So, and when we had in 2006, they've just been this thing that they just calculate progressively. Progressive estimation. I don't know the right. I can't remember the right one. I know it. So, but what I'm saying in essence is that. So let's just assume. Let's just assume for a projection. So just the projected. So let's just assume without considering that, okay, we are 200 million. What percentage of that 200 million do you think are civil servants? Some states in Nigeria, that some of the big states don't even have up to 100,000 civil servants. The one that have with the highest, maybe they will be between 150 and 200,000. I don't think Kano has 200,000 civil servants. 200,000 in a state of more than 5-7 million. Or you say I don't think they have up to 150,000 civil servants. Everything together, both civil service and other parastatals and agencies. So when we say civil servant, I see.
Are you still there, Bishop? I think we lost you.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you now.
Sorry, something else. So because we make this reference like Simba 2 made now, what is the number? How many civil servants are on the payroll of federal government? How many are they? They are not majority. I think they are not up to 5%. I stand to be corrected. So when we base, because when we were talking the other time, I don't know if it was Ajaniko or someone that was making a reference, that palliative, when we share palliative to civil servants, have we shared palliative to Nigerians? I don't think so. There are many people that are not in direct service, that are ordinary, very ordinary people that need. I don't think it's the civil servant. So if we make reference and we want to use the parameter of the civil servant to judge, like, I think they are so much in the minority. Those are the three things I just wanted to interject. So it's the choice of the local government. Yes, please.
Can we look at it this way? What I mean, I'm not looking at it from the term of population. Okay. How do the money get to the people? The money is from the government. So it's either from the civil servant or from the project that the government is executing. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So because what you notice in Nigeria is that, in fact, even if you go to market, it's only at the end of the month that you see market women rejoicing that, okay, people, they have received salary and the market is moving now. Even the people that are self-employed, they also depend on the money that is coming from the government. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not as if we have all these multinational companies that bring money from abroad and invest in our country. The majority of the money that we are still spending is money from the government, either directly from the payment of salary or from the construction or infrastructure being produced.
Okay, now
That's what I mean. I'm not looking at it from the time of population. If government spend more, there'll be more money in circulation. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You just hit the nail on the head now, which is something that by promoting infrastructure, and that's why building infrastructure is one of the way. Fashola used to make mention of this several that look. Do you know that he has one contractor, just one contractor, a major contractor? I know he was talking about Julius Baja. I didn't know that how many people that were working, because I've worked as a contractor in construction before, and I know how this thing trickled down. So, and that was one of the things that they did then, to just continue to liquefy, to make sure that there is money. The woman that is selling bread at the site, the one that is selling Coca-Cola, the one that is selling rice in wheelbarrow, the one that is supplying granite, the one that will come and supply diesel, the laborers that are working there, the iron bender, all manner is a chain reaction. It continues to. So if you say government is the biggest spender, and so they make money to go around, I will agree with you entirely. Some people used to make that, because I thought that what you were saying is that the civil servant, that if they give them, because they are just a minority. I'm not saying they should not give them, but it does not really translate to. But if it is in the area of paying them, and they buy pepper here, they buy rice there, they buy lace, they throw party, they go and drink beer, because beer business is big business in Nigeria. It's big business. Beer and pepper soup business. You see, Nkwobi. And what's the other one?
In fact, let me even tell you, just yesterday, Bishop, my younger brother is a computer scientist. Yesterday morning, he came to visit me, and so he left my house very early morning. He said he has an appointment with someone. So when he came yesterday evening, he was out telling me that he wanted to work with a guy that got a contract of 250 million naira to supply computer for a CBT center. Wow. So he said when they now do all the estimation and everything, they gave him the quotation and everything, that everything came out to be around 105 million naira, and it was a contract of 250. So he was not saying, hey, why will it be like that? You can see the gap. I said, no, that is one way that government used to give money out, to allow money to flow in circulation. That money is not the only one that will spend the excess that you are looking at it. That there are so many people that will benefit from that. So you don't look at government contract as if you are the one purchasing this thing on your own. Exactly. You understand what I mean? So because we are also good at that. When we say our government give contract out, and people will just go and Google that, what is the price of this? Why should they buy this thing? They are this. No. There is a lot of things that goes into government contract, and the government always allow money to flow into circulation, because that's the only thing that can keep the economy going.
Yeah, you're right there. That's
please, rational mind, can I also come in here and put
go on. I think you've been waiting.
Yeah, I agree the whole house. You see, the problem is this: whether you come with American style of solving problem, whether economic problem or issues, or European or whatever, like a country like Nigeria, the chances for it to work is not even there, because the real problem we have is corruption. There's no other thing, and no government is willing to cure that big virus. So therefore, whether they are pumping more money or they are not pumping more money, we still remain the same place, because the money is only meant for few people. And those people, they are getting richer, and they want to make sure things remain in the same level so that they can continue to acquire more money for themselves. If you increase the money going to governor, you're giving money to people that cannot account. What is the essence? All the money that they have been giving to them since we entered this democracy, what can we show for it? There is nothing. So even to a point, every Nigerians today, common man in the street, we want to do it fast. That thing is already in.
Hello, Midwest. Are you still there?
Are you hearing me?
Now we hear you now. You went off. Yeah, we can hear you now. Go on. It's like this, your connection is because I've been noticing you've been going in and out here.
Yeah, I have network problem.
It's like you are driving, right?
Okay, let me just give me like 20 minutes or 10 minutes. I will make my submission. I'm coming back.
Okay.
Yeah, let me connect to another Disney.
All right. So, guys, yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen this other, I think it's not what one man gave me here, but I don't know if you guys have discussed that before. The retired generals that military officers that will be given their what's it called, retirement package. Have you guys seen that? They'll be given each of them is 3 bulletproof jeeps, or cars, vehicle, and then they will have domestic staff. I mean, we're talking about a country that is almost sinking in debt, that has shortfall when it comes to revenue, and then they are still buying this thing and creating more and more burden for the country, because I just don't understand how we expect to run a country like Nigeria, because it's like the way they run in Nigeria is just that country is only meant for some few people who become privileged, maybe by virtue of being work for Nigeria in some capacity, like being retired generals. So the question is, where are we going with this? Because if retired people like that are getting this kind of retirement package like this, I mean, where are they getting this money from? On top of this over bloated governance that we have, whereby we have these are bicameral legislative arms, and these people go home with a heavy package, and we're talking about individual states that have their own too. How do we expect to run a country when more than half of our income that we earn, revenue, is being used to service this people who call themselves leaders? I don't know if you guys see it that way. Yeah, go on. I want to say something. On.
Yeah, in terms of those military stuff, I don't have problem with them. These are the real people fighting to keep this nation. You see, the problem I have is
there's a background noise that we are hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, do you have kids around you watching a cartoon? It's like kids are watching cartoon. All right, I think it's from Ekene. So, does anybody want to say?
Yes. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Can you hear me? It's my children, their cartoon.
Right, go on, please.
So,
yeah, go on.
What I'm saying is that I don't really have issue with military men giving them a good package, because even our military, if you look at them, they are one of the most poorest military we have compared to other nations. So if we can find a way to improve their lifestyle, give them what they really deserve, just staying in the bush for almost all their life, they're retiring, you just give them peanut and all that. It's not encouraging. So if someone knows that I'm serving my nation after staying in the bush for many years and all that, coming out, I'm having a good package that will sustain me for a very long period of my life. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. You just check it. Even most of them don't get those packages. So I don't have problem with those military. It's just a government. I'm the only. If you check itself, the people that have problem with former governors changing their cars 3 years, their pension and all that, running in millions of nairas and all that, giving their own is 3 years, but you serve for almost all the years of your life. Just give you a package of 3 Jeep and other house allowance. It's nothing. One man, rational man. It's nothing.
Why is it not some? Do you know what that means? Do you know what you're talking about? I
know what I mean.
Hold on. Do you know who's paying for those things? You are not. Hold on. You are not the one funding their lives.
Yeah. To give a military man to pay a military man who's only want to protect my life is nothing. They are protecting the society, protecting my life.
We'll get to that. Oh yeah, maybe we can start talking about that right now. But the thing is this: taxpayers. You just give an example of governors or ex-governors. After 3 years, their individual states' taxpayers' money will be used to fund their lifestyle. Now we're talking about this. This is just one of the many other few retired generals that we've had who have also retired that served Nigeria. I mean, I don't know if you guys even understand the implication or the scale of this whole fun in the lives of this
One man, the military deserve everything they want, they got.
They do.
I mean, rational mind.
I'm not saying that they should not.
The most of these militaries, I'm not even seeing that package in their life. I'm not seeing I'm not seeing the quality of the service they give the country.
You're talking about are the younger and are the smaller ranked people you're talking about. Like people who
that's what I'm saying. It has cut across all of them, all the military.
No, it doesn't.
Going into a military is not a child's play.
No, not all of them. Not all of them. Those who retired in that category of the ones we just mentioned that are going to be given these jeeps, like the the chief of defense staff, chief of army staff. You know how many of them we've had in the history of that country, and all of them we retire all of them. You know how much will be doling out every month to be serving, or every year to be servicing the life of these people. I'm not talking about
rational mind.
Yeah.
I also do you also aware that I don't know where it started from, but if you retire as a general, you are even entitled to all those things, even if you are not even an officer. I mean, as in a serving like a chief of defense staff or chief of army staff.
Here you go. So
that's what they are doing. That's what they are doing. I'm just only, and those things is not something that they are starting now. It's not as if I'm promoting it. If you want to stop such things, it's not something that you can just say I'm stopping it now. It has to be legislated. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
So it's not something that somebody will come with fiat and say I'm stopping this.
But my point is this. In terms of military, you don't play with it. You give them everything they deserve to protect this nation.
Exactly.
You see, I have an experience of somebody that was a military in America. This guy is rich. It's just a Nigerian that was opportune to work in a military in America. This guy is rich.
No. You can't. You don't have all the details. You don't have
all but what you just use that to compare to our own military in your own country.
I have them a lot here who retired as high-ranking military here. If you want us to talk about that, that would be another topic.
But but I don't want to go. The issue is I don't want to go into that side of military. They are not even getting enough. They are not even getting enough compared to all these crew you call former governors and the ministers and all that. They are not even getting anything. That's my point, rational mind.
Okay, all right. We'll go back to it. Let us hear the bishop.
Okay, rational mind. Let me just say 2 things or 3 things very quickly in succession. Number 1, the package of the military has not changed. We make a lot of issue out of things that have been like that. Now people are just, for whatever reason, whatever gain. And there is a package they have compared to package that professors and permanent secretaries, senior members that have served. To become a general, probably you will have put in between, except for accelerated promotion, minimum of 30 years. Some of them serve up to 40 years, And when they retire, what you were reading, bulletproof cars and the rest, I don't know where that one came from. Maybe it's just for service chiefs that they just introduced that one, and they won't give them 4 bulletproof cars. I think it's a little bit exaggerated. If we get the real of it, because I've seen general that retired, at least at close range, what they get is not anywhere close to that. They still get some benefit of having one service personnel to guide them. They have what we used to call Batman and the civilian staff or something, about 3 altogether that serve them, depending. But most times they used to even monetize it so that you can hire your own personal aid yourself. But if people have given 35 years of their life, and we took 35 years of people's life away from them in active service, I don't think it's too extravagant. It's just the way we are painting it. I'm going to check if they have reviewed this, their package in the past 5 or 10 years. But I know if what you are saying is a new package, there's something they used to call it
the package for this. I can't remember it now, but I used to know
Is
it.
it severance package or something
No,
like
no,
that?
no, 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 no. It's like it's not several package. Several packages is just a generic. It's like a special, like how do I call it now? Like something like a grade. They used to grade. When people have this, and if they don't see and they have served diligently, I don't think it's too extravagant what they have for them. But I will see. I cannot speak
But
authoritatively
is that something
because
like that also happen in civil service also now? It's not
exactly
only even the
that's
military,
what
in civil servant.
that's what
If
I'm
you
saying.
retire as a PAM secretary, in
Yeah,
fact, if not because of the new contributory pension,
that's
you take your
right.
salary for life. You
That's what I'm
continue taking
saying.
your
That's what
salary
I'm
for life.
exactly. That's what I'm saying to rational mind. That I cannot talk authoritatively because I don't know if it has been reviewed in the past 5 to 10 years. But if it has not been reviewed, uh, it's nothing spectacular. It's just that the way we sensationalize things now, people will just add things and they will embellish it. But I would try and look. I will ask somebody and I find out if they have actually changed it. Sometime our news media they will just pick something and they will, but if it is what it used to be, it's not too. I mean, it's not too. How do I call it? It's not too outrageous. It's not too.
All right, all right, all right. Bishop, can you guys see? I just tried to do that I've never done this before, but I had to go through this thing that one man was able to give me access to here.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, but then if you look at what is on the screen, I don't know if any of you have watched that.
Okay.
I don't even know how to enlarge this. I don't know. I'm just new to all of this.
And
So
why?
it was this interview that Arise granted this former military, is it colonel?
Okay.
Yeah, so Sadiq Shehu was his name. So if you people listen to this guy, I don't know, maybe I can play it so that you guys can listen to it. I listened to that interview. The guy talk about over bloated military that we have. I mean, when we say over bloated military generals that have been every year that have been churned out, and how that is going to be weighing on the pension and everything. Because when you make too much generals within a short amount of space, like what is going on right now, that Tinubu has to ask some generals to retire. That's a lot of generals that have been retired. That's a lot of wastage. Because if Tinubu asks these people to retire who have been trained in many ways, in many capacity, they went for foreign training and all of that, and now you're easing these people out of the system. Why, without even picking their head in this knowledge they have or skills that they've acquired from different money that the defense money that they've spent on these guys to go and get them trained, and they just ease them out of the system. And then you want to know you have to train other people from scratch again. You know the money. So we're talking about saving money for ourselves, saving money for the country, so that we can use money for where other places they are used. I mean, they're meant to be used. Now, let me see if I can play this thing for us so that we listen to it, so that we understand what this guy is saying. Hold on, my guys.
But from lieutenant rank, when you are moving to captain, that is where the process of filtering starts come.
Let me see.
To have a large base of second lieutenants who come out of NDA.
Let me take
regular course. We come about 100 or 200. I cannot remember. There will be, some people will fall out even from the NDE. Will become second lieutenant, then lieutenants, then captains. Now, to maintain that pyramid, the lower bottom of the military should be higher than the next higher level. What do I mean? Whether it is non-commissioned officers, you expect to have more privates than lance corporals. More lance corporals than corporals. It's the same thing with the officers' corps. You are supposed to have a large base of second lieutenants who come out of NDA in the Navy, in the Air Force, in the Army. As they progress into their second rank, that is full lieutenant. There, it is almost automatic. Unless somebody dies, also very serious case, almost all the second lieutenants will make, will make lieutenant rank. But from lieutenant rank, when you are moving to captain, that is where the process of filtering starts come. Probably you'll be looking like 80% of the lieutenants will make captain. From captain to major, you should make it such a way that from there you have like 70%. Towards the end, at the top end where everyone will call general, the ideal is that only 2, maximum 3% or 5% at the most will make generals. Now, what do we have in Nigeria? According to the research I made, there are some courses that since they went out of NDA, about 44% of them became major generals. This is not, a good way of this. So I think the failure is having a well-coordinated modern military personnel management system For every rank, you are going to be stricter, 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 stricter. At the end of it, if you take any course from NDA, they should be able to produce not more than 5% of them to become major generals. But like I told you, we have courses where 30%, where even 44% became major generals. Then you are going to have a problem. Now, if you follow that structure of military pyramid, whoever is the president and commander-in-chief, you have already, given him a few number of top quality officers where he can make his choice. Like I said, a situation where a president comes and he has 350 major generals to pick, you have not helped him. So I think the problem is not made by the president himself, because again, like I said, the president, in fact, if you look at the literal meaning of section 217 on the appointment of service chiefs, as it is now, the president can even pick a colonel and say, this is my service chief, because his hand is not tied. He picks whoever he wants. But the military as an institution, with the strict supervision of the Ministry of Defense, should be able to follow this filtering process so that only the best become general. Of course, everybody who enters the military wants to become a general, but when you follow global best practices, you have to filter. Now that filter has not been working. That is the honest truth. For those of us that study these things, I think as far back as 2012, we noticed this tendency of promoting too many generals. Well, I know times are not like when I joined the military, but I remember in 1984 when I joined the military in Kaduna, you can hardly see, even as a military officer, you can hardly see a brigadier around. Hardly you can see a brigadier. But what do we have now? We have too many generals. And we have to listen to our elders. General Ishola Williams, as late back as 2020, he gave this warning that we are having too many generals and too few troops. So in the long run, it's the country that loses. Also, the officers that we are told to go, because again, we have another complication of what you call the harmonized terms and condition of service. What the harmonized terms and condition of service says is that it guarantees every officer a period of service for 35 years or 60 years of age. If you look at the officers that are left, they're all my juniors. I think the highest will be in their middle 50s. So the issue is that when you continue doing this, people will leave not really unprepared, but what the military promised them, they are not going to attain it. So it's a lose-lose situation for everybody. You lose a vibrant young man, they go home unprepared, and then you have a bloated military structure. What does a bloated military structure does? It costs a lot of money. Let's be honest with ourselves. There is no money you can pay a soldier for risking his life. Whatever you give a general after serving 35, 30 years, he is worth it, because they go to the bush and stay awake while other people are sleeping. However, in order to be fair to the taxpayer, you should be able to produce only generals that are necessary to carry out the job. You don't just give general rank just because you want to favor somebody. Another issue I want the government to look at: what is this desperation about people being major general? It started.
So I think we all heard from one of the guys who has been there in the trenches. So with this over bloated, it's draining. You see, I don't know how we.
No, rational mind. No. Calm down. Let me respond. He's very right to some extent, but I will give you a very small overview.
In fact, Bishop is like this guy was even contradicting himself.
Just hold on. I understand what he just said now, at least from what you played. I've not seen this before, but let me give you, to some extent, is very correct. From lieutenant, second lieutenant to lieutenant, everybody will go, because commissioning, then to captain, you begin to write exams, and from that exams, you weed out some people. The fewer people who get to be major, from major to lieutenant, colonel, lieutenant to brigadier. To colonel to brigadier, general, major general, and the rest. Now, at a point in the Nigerian army, in Borno, Maiduguri, the highest ranking officer at some point was a major. Imagine what that means? It was a major. Eventually, we had a lieutenant colonel. So the governor under military was a major, then he was promoted to a lieutenant colonel, then the brigade commander, 21 Armor Brigade, Diwa Barracks, was a lieutenant colonel. I remember Oga Boali, not the one that died in the civil. In Boko Haram. That was his son. He was just a little boy then. The father was a lieutenant colonel too, and we have a brigade. Apart from the brigade commander, we have a brigade major, one major Fakria then. So the three highest people were just a major and lieutenant colonel in a whole state. And I can say that of about 3 or 4 states that I know. So there were the top echelon of the army was very narrow. It's only the best of the best that got there. Now, let me fast forward to why we have a lot of generals now. Because we got into an uncharted territory when we started this banditry. Of course, at some point, military was politicized. So that was what made Obasanjo to retire a lot of people when they came in. And there were vacuums, there were vacancies, which they needed to promote people to occupy. And they accelerated some promotions. Because they accelerated some promotion, there were vacuums below. And it was difficult to deal with. It created some disaffection and the rest within the army. Obasanjo did it because he wanted to remove the possibility of a military coup. So everybody that has had a political appointment, he retired them. Oh, people applauded it. But beyond applauding that thing, there were some vacuums. So everybody was, and one thing you understand in this, if you know the workings of the military secretary, we call it the MS. MS means military secretary, is like the what do I call it now? Like the heart of the military, not military discipline. It's the heart of the posting, the examination, the promotion, the deployment, and the redeployment. But when this issue of Boko Haram came, a lot of things were distorted. A lot of things were distorted. So people were promoted, and our army is not really large. Compared for a country of 200 million people, we don't even have army of 200,000. And I'm able to say that we don't have 200,000. Despite everything that we're talking about, we don't have 200,000. So if we say I don't know about 350 generals, it's counting them from brigadier general, because anything from colonel is where you transit from junior middle rank officer to senior officer. Then from colonel and above, there are some people they call them deadwood in the army. That means you have hit the height of your career. Now, what they did was that we have different kind of commission in the armed forces, at least in the army. We have the quartermaster general commission, we have the short service commission, we have the regular commission, regular combatant, we call it regular combatant, we have the direct short service commission. So some of the DSSC, direct short service, you cannot go beyond a certain level, because by the time you are getting there, they want to win it out. If you are a quartermaster commission officer, you cannot get beyond a certain level. If you are a short service commission, you cannot get a certain level. The only ones that are likely to become service chiefs and full general are the regular combatants.
Bishop.
Yes, please. If you just let me 2 minutes, I would rather.
Okay.
You want to ask the question? If you want to ask the question, go ahead.
Please, so that we can just go to.
If you want to ask a question, ask. So the issue that maybe what he said, the way I don't disagree with him is that like it's a waste that we have that number of generals. I don't think so. I agree with him. It was the circumstances we found ourselves that led to the creation of many commands, different commands, and promoting people to fill those capacities. One thing he did not mention is this: by the time you cross major general, ordinarily before your service, your promotion we have some level of political balancing in it. Immediately you are crossing from brigadier general to major general, it becomes political. So how a lot of people became generals, that I find 350 a little bit, maybe he's talking of the old armed forces, both the army, both the air force, and both the navy. If he's talking of the old armed forces, then 350 generals is not a lot. But if he's talking of the army alone, or if he's talking of the whole armed forces, air force, navy,
Bishop,
if he's talking of the whole armed forces, yes.
I thought you have certain number of years that you can spend in your rank. If you don't get promoted within that year, then you automatically retire.
If you fail your promotion exam twice, you'll be retired. That's what I call deadwood. That's that's the system of weeding out. That's the deadwood. If you go from major promotion exam from captain to major and you pass it first time, the second time, because your colleagues are now 2 steps ahead of you, it's not going to augur well for a healthy military. So you'll be let go. Either you put in a voluntary retirement, or you are just compulsory retired?
I think maybe the reason why he was saying is a waste is because of the money they used to pay these generals. So if you have too many generals, it maybe thought that the money that they'll be earning will be actually very huge. And to be
that's what the point. My point is with those is I'm not talking about that's their problem within the military. But the point is this: that do we understand? Can we even wrap our head around this whole thing? That we're talking about a country that is struggling right now, that has a debt of about almost how many billions of dollars that we have hanging on our neck as a country, and we're either we like it or not, we have to pay off this debt, and we have somebody who just came in who's lamenting about how they messed up the whole place before he came in, and he's trying to fix it. And then you keep churning out these numbers of people to be retired, and you put them on some kind of pension. And when you are making the defense budget every year, you have to factor in all of these things that you're going to pay all these people. Who's going to pay all of this at the end of the day? It is the taxpayers.
Good evening, everyone.
Hold on. It is a taxpayer that will pay this. So the money that we're supposed to go into areas of development where we're supposed to create more primary school blocks and maybe build more some rural areas and get their road tarred. Now we have to pump this money into defense because we have so many people who have been retired that their lifestyle have to be funded. We have to take care of their domestic staffs. We have to also buy every year, maybe every 2 years, how many years, we buy their bulletproof car for them. Good, dude. I mean, how do we expect to run a country like this? I mean, I don't know. So if we understand the seriousness of this, what we're doing as a country, that is just in the armed forces. So we're not talking about in the civil service and other agencies that people have to be funded. We're not talking about the number of presidents and governors and deputy governors that are being retired, that are coming in and out of the system, and they have to be funded. Their lifestyle has to be funded. So. And then we're expecting to have a country whereby everybody's, projects are being funded. We are dreaming. I think we are really dreaming. And then again, on top of that, the sitting person that is the president right now there is also, they're putting in place a lot of taxes now. They want to be taxing virtually everything you own. I think they said there's another VAT tax now, and maybe they'll be taxing or that. I don't know. I have to check. I have to look into that. So, God, I mean, I don't want to sound like somebody who is just. I'm just tired of all of this.
If people grew to be generals in the armed forces, the same way people grew to be professors, the same way people grew to be permanent secretaries, and they have served with their life. If by law, it is what they deserve. Nigeria is not the biggest military in Africa. Our population is almost about twice the population of Egypt, but Egypt has about 2.5 times our military, and they spend heavily on them. Germany is not 1/3; it's just about 1/3 of our population.
This welfare package. Listen, my brother, you and I will live here in America. I think you said you live here in America. How many of the U.S. generals?
Can we still contribute?
You will contribute. Okay, all right. Come in, please. Sorry, I play some.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So it's been a tight one this evening. But I actually came in when I had Ekene giving a contribution, and to me, that is a strong thing we should see. We should not look at we should not put our view on the present government, whether we like him or not. Ekene made a solid point. Somebody who served the country for 30 to 35 years. My issue now, the reason why I say we should not just be looking at the political issues, like because my person is there and my person is not there. My own problem is with the governors, the executive, who only serve, some of them serve for 4 years, some of them serve for 8 years, and they get bogus benefit that these generals we are talking about. They get bogus retirement benefit that these generals. If permanent secretary get bogus benefits, I don't mind. We have our families are there serving these civil servants. We have pensioners who are queuing under the tree at the pensions office. Old people who are dying and they're not getting their revenue. Those are the people who need to be supporting, not this government. So if we have to be frank with ourselves, it's not people, generals who serve Nigeria through war through tribulation, through problems. So whatever they are getting, and whatever they are getting is a fraction of Nigerian money. So it's not our major problem. So we should not be dwelling on their retirement.
Hold on. Let me ask a question, please, Honor.
Yeah.
I don't know if you live here in America or wherever you live. I don't know. You all live in Nigeria. Tell me which. Any of those countries that we can talk about as a model, as an example of industrialized and working countries. Let's even talk about even China that we talk about is a very, very dictatorial state. How many of their generals that you know that get this kind of severance package that we give our own people in Nigeria? Even Egypt, you're talking about. That you know that, okay, at the end of the day, they give them this kind of amount of severance or whatever they call it.
But if we have to talk to the facts, we don't know.
Domestic staff? No. You see, here in America, it's your pension. It's a level you get in the military. You go home, when your pension increase, you get more money paid into your pension. And so when you retire, that's all you get. Maybe because they are their own, maybe when they come about, you don't see them go about with retired generals here.
But every country, okay.
Hold on, they will give them, according to what I saw in that package, they'll be giving them the military personnel that will guarding them. Imagine what kind of how do you run a country like that? Like here, when you just have your pension, your fat pension, whatever you get, that's what you get as a professional military guy. If you graduate and you finish all their whatever, and then you finish as a general or whatever level you only have your pension. What they say they are giving you, government come and give you one car, every year they'll be changing your car. Where do you even get all those kind of things? In any serious country that it works, where things works, you don't get all those kind of things. Because when you have to change cars for them every year, you have to pay their domestic staff. That is on the dime of, that is on the cover of every Nigerian taxpayers. Till they die. As Buhari did like that. We continue paying Buhari, we continue paying Yadua family, we continue paying Abasajo family, we continue paying their good luck and all their deputies till they die.
Rational mind. If you understand what I'm saying.
Insane.
Okay. Oh, wait. What I'm trying to say is that, do you know governors who ruled a state now went to Senate, they still get pension. So this general's own is still small. So we should make arguments on a point that is very valid.
For every one of them. Just because we're talking
No, but those are the worst one. These generals own. They are 350 general. I listened to that video. The video I've listened to it before. Those 350 generals is all across from Navy, Air Force, and Army. So it's not like it's too much. And in fact, what that guy is speaking to, he's not speaking about what government is doing. He's talking about the political side, how the way they promote generals, that there shouldn't be up to 350 generals because it is political. That is why they have 350 generals. That is why he termed it as way. Some people who are supposed to be lower because of politics, just political zone, all of those people with connection, they keep promoting them all at the same time. That is what that guy was speaking to. Listen to
it. But the point we were trying to pick from. Okay. We know what you're speaking to. But the point we're making here with this whole thing is that you use the word over bloated there. And taxpayers have to fund this lifestyle of these people. So the more you get these more generals, like you said, which is the angle side of it, the political side of it, whereby a lot of royal fathers or whatever, the political side.
Exactly. Yeah.
But as long as we continue getting them that, we continue that with this trend, we continue having lots of generals, and we have to start paying them. Taxpayers have to fund their lifestyle for them. So that's the point. That's the angle I'm coming from.
Yeah, no, but we are talking about the retired ones now. But for me, I'm telling you, whatever those guys are getting, it's not too much. A lot of them have died on the war front. We are calling only 350. Some of them have gone before they got to even major or whatever. So I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about the politician. The politician. Do you know some of these politicians only have school certs? Some of these politicians only have like one managed diplomat. And the humongous benefit they get in government and after they have gone for just 4 years or 8 years. The rationale might just oppose. So you will know people, somebody who worked for 30, 35 years, whatever benefits, especially somebody who goes to the war front. Please, it's not up to the way we are talking about it. That's just my own point. It's not like whether it's too much or not, but it is still not comparable to this politician. My own concern is we should look at the politician. Those are the one we should hammer. And they are in government, they get security votes unaccounted for. You can never prove. Have you ever had the proof governors security vote, whatever billion they collect, and after they resign again, they still continue to get benefit. We are talking about 3 cars. One of these northern governors, is it Matawale or something, that they went to dip out 50 vehicles, brand new vehicles. We are not talking about that. We're talking about they are going to give them 3 vehicles.
No, please, Soma. I get you, but you see, let's not deviate. It's because
I'm not deviating, but I'm trying to tell you.
Hold on. I get you, and we've often talked about those people too. It's just the focus of this topic I'm bringing up is just based on what just happened. I understand what you're saying, that we have to probe all those people too, our governors and all their lifestyle, and how should we continue funding their lifestyle after they are gone, after they are left office. I understand it, but this is part of what we're talking about too. I understand that the servicemen, they've served that country and they deserve whatever that should come to them. But what I'm trying to say was that, like that man is saying, that thing is that we need to review so many things about, how we promote these people and how we retire them. That way, we don't continue having these over bloated retired generals and have to be funding their lifestyle. Of course, they should be giving whatever is due to them. But the question is, are they supposed to be giving those 3 cars and those domestic staff that will be funded by same taxpayers? Are they deserving of that? Why don't we just give them a severance package of, okay, this is amount, whatever you go to this level of chief of staff or whatever you are, this is your severance package, 22 million naira or whatever million naira, take it and go and put it in your bank or whatever, or go and put it in a pension scheme or whatever. That is it. It's not up to Nigeria to now start taking care of them and start giving them cars every 3 years. Goodness.
But Rationama, the domestic staff, they don't usually, they give them the money. So it is their own preference whether they will employ or
it's
not.
the full package. Yeah, it's the full package. And meanwhile, let me say it. Nigeria, the stage that we are, it is better to take care of the armies even than the politicians. Because you have to take Buhari after retiring Buratai and his groups and his sets. They got all these humongous benefits. He still gave them diplomatic appointments for the fear of he just want to please them. So you just go and settle down. That is the stage we are until Nigeria is very strong that we know, okay, everything will be equal. This is the benefit for every retired civil servant. And in fact, you don't tell me these generals, are they not human beings? Are they not Nigerians? Do you think they don't know how money is flowing in Nigeria? Do you think they don't know the humongous benefits the ex-governors are getting? And you come to give them peanuts after service. They will not work diligently. That's the point. Seriously, we should look deep.
This mindset of ours, and sometimes I'm puzzled. Some of us talk the way you talk. Please, but I understand that's your view, and everybody has, So, but then, I know I'm not forcing anybody to see things my own way. But my own point is that
no. But if you see it in my way, you will understand. Somebody carrying gun, you want to treat him like a child.
Hold on.
And a politician, with full sack.
Yeah, I get you, Mesoma. I get you. The same way people protect me here, our servicemen here in America, where I picked up as my second place or if not my first place for now, where I live. They protect me here, but the kind of severance package that we are giving is so ridiculous to our generals or whatever in Nigeria.
In America, the governors are not getting humongous. It is open. Everything, whatever they get after their retirement, it is not. But in Nigeria, it is different. You get everything in America.
Why is it different? That's the question. Why? I mean, of course, it should be different. But what I mean, why is it different? Is Why are we
in
doing
Nigeria, right?
Oh, okay. Why we no? My question is this: why are we doing it to hurt the people, the taxpayers, at the expense of the taxpayers, at the expense of the people? The money that should be going to develop. We are wondering why we are cash strapped, why we cannot deploy money into other areas that needs to be used, because we are funding the lifestyle of this people who call themselves leaders or whatever capacity they serve. We're funding their lifestyle.
Okay, I'll prefer when you generalize it, not putting on the generals alone. Like all of them, yes, I would have preferred that.
About
all of them.
Yeah, it's part of what we're talking about. The generals are part of what we're talking about. We also talk about the governors too. We'll talk about that too. Yeah. So I'm not talking. I'm not just excluding the governors and then just. I mean, don't get me wrong. I respect our generals, our army people. They've done well for that country, protecting that country. We should give them what they are entitled to. But the point is, those entitlements we're giving, because even these people we're talking about, it is those subordinates among their subordinates that does all the job. Well, really, although maybe some of them, they were also subordinates, they were also in the trenches before they became general. But the point is that we should do better. We should look at ways we can pay these guys, and it won't drain our pocket as a country because we have to fund their lifestyle. We should look for ways of doing that. Can you give them a pension, put them on a pension, and then let me go figure out that their life after that? Put in place a very good security whereby they will not have to be. Imagine somebody. I mean, God, it's just so senseless. It's so ridiculous that after they've retired, you still be having 3 military personnel that will be going to their house. I mean, blocking them. That will be guarding their house. Where do you see that even done in some serious country? That you see?
No, it's the peculiarity of where we live. Where we live, bandits will go anywhere and take up general, or they don't care whether you're general or anything. They can kidnap general, and it will be a bad thing to our country. That's why they are going to be protected. It's going to be a bad thing, you know.
I understand. So fix that security aspect, so we don't have to be deploying this hard money that we'll be using. I mean, those army that are
rational. I think I agree with you. They have to trim down all this because we don't even have enough soldiers to even do the fighting for us to protect us.
Yeah.
So if you now have a lot of them are now serving individuals instead of serving the nation, is appalling because now we are claiming that we don't have enough officers. Meanwhile, large chunk of them are actually not even working. Because I have a friend who is a retired Air Vice Marshal, and he has 2 military officers. In fact, one of the guys has been with him for more than 10 years now. The guy you won't even know he's a military person. He's always in a civilian uniform, and he uses him like a houseboy. That's what they use these guys for.
You see what I'm talking
it's
about?
Not protect.
You see,
he's not even protecting. He's not protecting anything. I've never seen this guy in uniform. I've never seen him with a gun. He will always send him on errand. He's working like his driver.
Just imagine.
That's the way the guy.
Simba, if you know what I mean, there was a video about 3 years ago that a lady in a party and a policeman was carrying food behind her. So that's why I'm saying it is not let's not centralize on the generals alone, so that it will not be.
I think we need an holistic restructuring.
God bless. Yes, that's just my point.
And it's not something that we can just take drastically like that. We need to sit down and then.
No, my point is when we begin to talk it holistically, that is when we are sending message. It's not that to pick for generals only. We begin to criticize wherever we see there is loophole. That is what I'm saying. So that it won't be like we're only picking on generals only. I don't have general power. I don't have anybody in army. You get it? But let's criticism be general, not like on one particular. It is all in most parastatals in Nigeria. It's not like only in army. Do you get what I'm saying? That's my own point. It's not like I'm saying it is good for this one. It's not good for this one. We should talk about all where they are wasting the money. Every corner, every nook and cranny. That's my point.
And it's not only even in the military. It cut across the military, the paramilitary, the immigration, custom, police, and all those things. That is what they do. So I think I agree with rational mind. Is forget about the money, even the service that these people supposed to be rendering, they now turn them to houseboy, house girl, bag carriers, and all those things. People that are supposed to actually be protecting the us, and then we will have banditry, we have everything ravaging the country. We don't have military personnel to actually to put in those spaces. I think it's something that we have to look at. I think it's necessary.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I think we have Rebecca. Rebecca just joined us. It's like you want to come in, you want to talk about it.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Good morning, everyone, and salute to you, Russian Mind. I've been listening to you for a while now about the several package of the military. I totally agree with you. I think the package is extremely too much, or more than even too much, because when you see most of these general, how many war did they even attend, or how many war did they even went to in their lifetime before they were retired? This is a dilemma because this is Africa. Sometimes I know that maybe they are also afraid of them. If they don't treat them very well, they can plan a coup. And like you see now, I'm so sorry to say this. Look at this election that we just that was just gone, and a lot of some Nigerians are calling them to take over the country. If they were not well taken care of, some of them can just I mean, can just plan a coup and do whatever they want. But in totality, I think this several package is just extremely too much. And not only them, I blame the National Assembly of most of the states in Nigeria, because sometimes I ask myself, who are these National Assembly staff? How can you approve such a kind of package for a governor that has served the state for 8 years with all salary and all security vote and too many things that they have enriched to corrupt themselves? So when you look at the problem mostly in Nigeria, to me, are in the state. Every time there's a problem in Nigeria, everybody always shouts the president. This is a federal system. We should understand the constitution. The president of a country does not have power to tell a state governor how he spend his state resources. The National Assembly does not have power over the state assembly to tell them this is the law they should legislate on. You can see the irony part of it. The National Assembly passed a law about the local government autonomy, and all the states turn it down. You can see, but if you know the monumental corruption that is going on in the state, you just cover yourself. It is so appalling. So when you look at, I read it yesterday. The several pages of this. What did they do, sir? Of course, we know they are protecting our life, which I give kudos to them. But most of them, they didn't even go to any war. If you look at their record, some of them just continue to from one juicy position to another juicy position all throughout their lifetime. I'm talking about those commission officers, because if you talk about commission officer, then they are the ones that really suffer for this country because their salary is not so high, and I don't think they get a lot of several package like those ones that are commission officers. But what can we do to reduce this? This I think the National Assembly should look into. But unfortunately, most Nigeria will not look at that. So nobody is writing petition or writing something, sponsoring a bill to the National Assembly to look at all of these issues. So that is why all these governors will just, after 8 years, will go away with 8 or 9 or 10 cars of their state. They will still collect a huge amount of salary every month. I think for those that they give them, for those commission officers that give them on commission officer to be their guard or maybe their aide, to me, I think that one is okay because that is the standard in military service. So when you are retired, giving you one person to work for you, because it's always like that.
What military are you talking about? The African military, Nigerian military mentality, or what are you talking about?
It's Nigerian, man. That you cannot. Let me be frank with you. Every country have their own system. You cannot say they don't do that in America, so Nigeria should not do it. So you should remember that countries are different. So what I'm trying to say is that for those that are commission officers, then when they are retired, they give them 1 or 2 people to continue to help them, because throughout their lifetime as a commission officer, they always get this kind of people, maybe 2 or 3 people working with them to guard them, or maybe to do some house an errand thing for them. So this are always been.
So army, police, and our army should be used as an errand boy. What are we?
I'm not saying the police always withdraw their own, but the military, they always do something like that. What I'm just trying to say is that there should be a bill sponsored to the National Assembly to correct all these anomalies, because I don't also like it. It's a waste. It's a big waste, and that's part of our recurrent expenditure. And when you talk about the military alone, you have to look at the other civil service and the other, the government, other executives and judiciary as well. So there is a lot of waste, but at the same time, you know, there are some positions that also come with the juicy part of it, the juicy perks, so that they can come with so many good things for the country.
Remy, 1 minute. Remy, just please 1 minute. Rational mind. We should not compare Nigerian military with American military. Even the lowest retired person in American military that served for only 2 years gets discount on everything all his life. So American is even spending more than Nigeria. How many Nigerian military lower rank?
Talking about discount for what?
Say it again. They get discount on flight ticket, discount on medical, discount of anything they do. Once you put veteran, you get discount. Once you put veteran,
okay.
Yes, you are aware of that now. I'm
right now. What you're talking about? I just wanted to understand what you mean by discount.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You know, so America spend more on their military, but Nigeria don't spend more. It's only when they get to the top rank they now spending on them. So it's not like America is not
the commission ones that the commission officer that they really enjoy. Because when I was a teenager, I used to visit the 2nd Mechanized Division in Ibadan to go and visit a Major General. Is part of our family member, and I can see the opulence and the kind of lifestyle they live there. So that was even more than 20 years ago, or 20-something years ago now. So I can see how they really take good care of them. Why the uncommissioned ones, it's just like soldier is a soldier. But as you rightly said, I totally agree with the rational mind this morning that they should look at it. These are part of our recurrent expedition. And I don't know why somebody that have served for 20 years enjoy all these perks. And then when he retire, you also give him a lot of money. I also want to give him somebody to be guiding for his life. Let him also use part of his money to employ some people to guide him. Let him also use some of his money to create more wealth for himself. So it's a thing that the National Assembly should look into, because they are the only one that can look into it. And
Remy, National Assembly that get humongous benefit after retirement will look into army.
Yes, but the problem we have in Nigeria, you know what? I always tell people that the kind of democracy or the one we copy from America does not fit that country. Nigeria is not so rich to practice that kind of democracy. Or maybe we turn it down, I don't know. Maybe
Remy, democracy is not even good for, we have debated this thing. I've never seen any, apart from the Western world, any other third world country, developing country that the democracy is working for. It's not working for us.
Yeah,
and that's why we cannot make, if you have a military now, all this local government autonomy that we are talking about, the guy can just say, okay, this is what I want. But this one that you have to say, you have to go through the state legislature, and they will say they will not accept, and just dragging us.
For me, I think democracy is good for Nigeria, but we cannot copy America 100%. No, we don't have the resources. We don't have the resources to do that. That is why a lot of people are still shouting out there, how can we have 2 House of Assembly? And each time they spend 4 years or 8 years, they also get a several package that's huge, man. And when they are there, they also get a lot of money. And some of them they will be there sleeping throughout for 4 years or 8 years without no single bill. So You are just talking about the National Assembly. What about the State Assembly? If you go to the State Assembly, they are even worse. Nobody.
Remy, do you know? Do you remember Jeremiah Oseni,
Yes.
Abacha's pali?
Yes.
That
Yes.
guy, maybe it was maybe 4 years or 8 years ago that he left National Assembly. Since Abacha died, he was you never see him talk. He has been at National Assembly since Abacha died.
Play some man.
No,
David
yeah.
Mark is still in the National Assembly up till now.
You
David
can
Mark
imagine.
is still there.
I've never seen him on camera.
He only since 1999. He only left for 4 years.
Yes.
So he has been there
no,
for.
it's not back now. It's not back now.
He's back. He's back. I'm telling you, he's back now.
Really? They also.
You mean he won the election in Benue?
Yes, he won.
No.
David Mark as a senator.
No, it didn't this time.
I don't think so.
But there are a lot of them there that they are faceless. They just go there and sleep.
Yes. So, for example, I think if we want to reduce our costs, we should start from the executive and the number of special advisors. Maybe Nigerian, you see the constitution, they also say mandatory. You must have 36 ministers, 2 ministers from each state. Calculate that one. We have 36 states. That is almost 72. 2 ministers from each state. Calculate. So, and then you also have to appoint a lot of special advisors. And because of no trust among our people, if you are a leader too, you want to protect yourself. So you appoint a lot of military people to protect you because you can never know what is going to happen. Just a simple game of election. Some people does not want to accept defeat. And they know the country where they find themselves. If Obi or Atiku have won today, even if Tinubu is shouting that they rig him out, just let it be. Because all of you are the same thing. All of you rigged. That is the total truth. Nobody should defend anybody here. So we have a winner. Instead for all of them to continue to support the winner, it's a lie. Everybody will just be looking at downfall of each other. Nobody is patriotic enough to say, this is exactly what I want for the country. Everybody is just about interest. Everybody is just my people. Why should you be like, if they appoint somebody from your family or relative, then everybody is happy. Oh, wow, this is our time to eat from the national cake. The orientation has been bastardized. And to be frank with you, anybody that wants to make that country good, that country should have a blind eye. The person should be very courageous. Not somebody that's a lily liver will rule that country. You have to be courageous. You have to step on many toes. And if you die along the way, just accept your fate. But if you are just going to that place and say, okay, I'll be rugby, I don't want to sack nobody, I'm a gentleman, I want best thing for the poor people, is a lie. Anybody that is telling you I want something for the poor, I don't subscribe to that. Everybody always use people to get to the position where they want. And once they get there, then you see their true color. But when you see from their past achievement, you can just see it and say, okay, probably this guy is going to be a good material or not. But at the same time, with the kind of democracy we practice in Nigeria, oh my God, it's very slow to take decision. The people under the presidency, the civil servant, most times they will not obey the policy direction. Everybody is looking at the loophole. Where am I going to eat? Anything is about myself. What am I going to get from this position? That is the mindset of an average Nigerian. So don't tell me it's only about leaders. It's the same thing with the followership. You guys have been abroad. You will have experience of doing something in Nigeria, even with your immediate family. What do? They try to also cheat you. They won't do the right thing for you. And if you employ an average Nigerian, the only thing in his mind is to eat more than you, the owner. So when you talk about leaders themselves, what about the followership? So that country it's like we need a total overhaul. Really. Unfortunately, I cannot call for military government because at the end of the day, they are even worse. And if you call for a courageous leader that is taking bold decisions, some people say, it's too harsh. Yeah, people are suffering. Tell me which country did not suffer before they become prosperous? If you don't want to suffer, then don't talk about being prosperous or you want to be happy in the future. If you don't suffer in the beginning, you don't tell me. Everybody have a story, and your story, you cannot tell me your story is so smooth, so 100% that you never suffer in your life. Even if you are born into a silver spoon, if you don't suffer physically, you might suffer mentally or any other way of suffering that the people cannot see visually. So when you talk about Nigeria, without a courageous leader taking some bold step and putting people to work, when I say that, sometimes we have to use what we call carrot and stick. People are saying, no, Nigeria need a iron hand, a carrot and stick approach. It should be, because you can see in Nigeria, so there's a new road, an highway, and within a twinkling of an eye, you see some cool Nigeria, they will remove all those stainless steel that use as the divider of the road. They will remove it. Some people will go to the pole and take away the cable. So a lot of people are so terrible that the mindset, the money, the material things that always have in their mind. So when you see all of these leaders performing all of this rubbish, because they knew that the followership are even worse when they get there. I rest my case here.
All right, thank you, Remy. I think I think I have to go very soon. It's been nice having you guys talk about these topics. There's so many things, Nigeria just have to move forward. For me, it's just it tires me sometimes when I just look at the sheer amount of issues that we're grappling with in that country. It's so numerous that I don't see one person, solving this whole problem in one single tenure, like maybe in 4 or 8 years. And whoever does that, whoever does that within 4 8 years, it's gonna require a lot. I don't know. Ola, are you there? Ola, because
yes,
I see you.
I'm here.
Yeah, so I don't know if you want to take over. Do you have access? Ola, do you have access? Because I have to go very soon because I'm getting sleepy. You don't have access to.
I'm actually busy. That's why I'm not even.
Oh, that's why
I'm
you're
supposed to be
coming
one
out.
of you guys. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see here. Maybe I can squeeze some little few minutes. Like okay, maybe at 8:30. I mean at 7:30. Let's say in about 17 minutes time we should be ending it. So let me just spend like 17 minutes. So we've been talking about this whole the over bloated spending that comes in form of retired people, both in the Nigerian army and our civilian governors and senators and all of that we have to pay every year. So what do you have to say on that, Ola?
To me, I think we just have to see. I don't have problem paying all these retired politicians the retirement benefits. But what I have problem with is when it is not standardized, when it has a special scale that is out of this world. That is where I have problem. See, like there's one thing I learned in this environment. You see, the politicians, you can't find them any more than what we consider like average top earner. What I mean is this. Okay, let me give an example of a mayor of a city now. You see some mayor of a city that will be earning like, let's say, $150,000 a year. Now that $150,000 is what an IT guy can earn, depending on your level. Some people can earn it straight. Some people, they have 2 jobs for them to earn that. So you still find out that people that are still doing professional jobs, they are still earning very close to the politician. But now we have politicians today that they even earn more than the executive of the banks, the executive of the telecommunication company. So you start to wondering, other than feeding on the on the public, from feeding from the public treasury, what value are they adding? Because if they are feeding on you and they are giving commensurate value, maybe the noise will not be too much. Maybe we can understand, but we have people that they see politics as what will make them become Dangote, what will make them become Adenuga. Is unfortunate. Yeah, they should be entitled to retirement benefit, but not at the present scale, because no, to me is that we call it official robbery. That's what they are doing now, which is very, very unfortunate to me. That's my point about that. It's not sustainable, to be honest, because we keep bringing more politicians into this stream every 4 years, and it's
Ola,
going.
if you look at it critically, it's because of corruption. An average politician actually doesn't earn more than an average civil servant in Nigeria. There are so many other people that are working that earn more than this politician. Legally, I'm talking legal, I'm talking about their salary. It's only the money that they are stealing that is making that office to look attractive. And that's why people flock and be doing it. I mean, all this do or die appear to get to political position because they know that they can steal when they get there. But if you look at the salary of an average politician in Nigeria is not actually very attractive if you go and check. The other time they are talking about the salary of the president. You can imagine Tinubu earning like 8 million naira per annum as salary. You understand? That is the salary that he earns. But we all know that that is not what you will get at the end of the day. So it's not something that these other ones, let me tell you what is happening. The one for the civil servant, before a permanent secretary retires a permanent secretary, you earn your salary forever till you die. Full salary. Even if there is any increment, you also benefit and you'll be earning like somebody is working actively. But with the introduction of the pensions, this new pension scheme, now everybody go with their own pension. So that one has actually removed that burden from the government. They wanted to introduce the same thing in the military. And these same military people, they rejected it. Even at a time, ASU rejected it before they forced them to take it. So there are so many parastatals that actually they knew what they are benefiting from this old scheme that they go with several packages and all these attachment but if the government can actually force them to go with the new pension scheme, then because it's contributory. Whatever you contribute, government will also contribute for you. At the end of the day, the pension administrator that will be paying you your pension. So it's not something that you'll be waiting for government to pay you certain amount of money. But this our present military, these military people, they rejected that pension reform. So I think if government can, if this government can actually force them to actually, kick into this new pension scheme, it will actually save government a lot of money. So I don't know how they can do it.
No, I think no agency of the government should be bigger than the constitutional authority, because the government will have to address that. But the problem the government may be facing is because when you want to reform someone, sometimes you are not reforming yourself. It now make people not to take you seriously. That is that way I see. Like the thing you talk about too, like about earning 8 million, but what comes after that thing happens in the corporate organization too, because there's something we used to say those days, that you will find a situation whereby you will see a general manager that earn like 40 million a year, apart from other bonuses. Maybe by the time they do some profit sharing, maybe they will be getting like 80 million a year. I'm not even talking of this 2021 or 2022. I'm talking of as far back as 2010. And you know what the exchange rate is then. If you convert all these things, that you see some of these people, they will convert their money and get something overseas. But see at that, you know what people still do, what they used to do? They will even still want to attend the same training that someone that is supposed to be entry level to attend. They want to attend the same training because all of a sudden, when they know that the training will happen overseas, all of a sudden, someone that is making 80 million a year want to go and attend that training so that they will collect a stack code of $500 or $6 a day. So those are the kind of leakages, because there are some kind of things that we should they should incentivize some of these things. Like we were alive when the like of Dekunle Ajasin and people like Ambrose Ali, people like Bola Ige and Jack Conde, when they were ruling. Those guys, they were not totally different from a civil servant. What they were earning, you know. So to me, I do, because if I say I have solution to how to make sure that we even stop this idea of making these offices attractive, because one thing is to make your parastatal to be functional by taking those parastatals away from the public run enterprises and to make everything private. And another thing is that the taxes you collect is another thing to know, okay, how do we manage that people will not still find their way around those taxes, all those money we are getting to help themselves. That's the challenges now, because it simply means you have to get a good administrator that will be trustworthy on his own. But unfortunately, those administrators now, when they get to the office, the first thing they want to do is to give themselves life pension that is larger than life, And well, I must say, if there's any of those things where I'm disappointed with Tinubu, honestly, this is the matter that I'm talking about, because the type of life pension he granted himself that some guys copied, man, I lost my mind. See this old man, I will be talking like a young man. And so when you see all those things, honestly, if I say I have that solution, it's a lie. It's a lie. I don't know how we are going to do that. But as for the military, I think the government, the civil authority should tell the military that you are just our harm. There's nothing you can do.
I think it's just a matter of time. They will get them to key into the new pension scheme. There's nothing they can do about it. There's nothing they can do about it.
I want us to reform our system truly, because throughout in Nigeria, all my properties are acquired raw cash and air. Even if I have that cash, I won't be silly. For example, I won't be silly now to go and put 500,000 in property, but raw cash. No, I won't be that stupid. So I prefer to pay the minimum, then find something to do with my money. But in a system
you put it on credit.
whereby
You put it on mortgage.
Yeah, I mean, good mortgage. Yeah. So if I have 500K now, I won't go and buy, put everything on more. I put the minimum. The minimum requires what I put, and I will be servicing it. And I will keep and go and keep my funds somewhere, use it to do other things. So, but in Nigeria, you have to build your properties from the beginning to the end, no government help. So I think when we start reforming all those things, that people, because I see sense in what Tinubu was saying, because that's one of the ways to reduce corruption among the civil servants. If we can reduce corruption within the civil service, I think it will be easier for us to capture the politicians. All the politicians we are talking today, they are not omnipotent in time of how they see that thing. It's the help of the civil servants that they are stealing. But if we can get civil servant that is not afraid of the future, that can get everything, that you don't need to steal before you go and build. Because I won't deceive you, most people that will go and build in the civil service, they steal money, because you will see, because if you work in a bank, you earn like 15 million a year, and you even manage to build one bungalow somewhere or small duplex. You will see civil servant building like a 2-story building. Someone that's supposed to be a teacher.
I think if Tinubu can introduce because this credit scheme or this whatever, or even mortgage or everything that we are talking about, is not different from what it's not totally different from this cooperative for everything that most civil servants are doing in Nigeria. I don't know if you all know about this cooperative that they used to do. That they make contribution.
My mom and dad did that very well. Sure, I know.
Because just yesterday, a colleague of mine came, and he came with a Camry. I was even asking her, how did you acquire this vehicle? And she said that she got money from the cooperative, about 8.5 million naira. that she's going to pay over 2 years, and she acquire a vehicle for herself. So, and if they can do it in 2 years, then if the government can give them a longer one that will take maybe 10 years, that one will even give more relief to such a person than the one that they will take a lot of money from her salary to settle 8 million naira in 2 years. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. No,
So,
that's a good solution. Yeah,
so,
I agree
so
with you. So I believe if we can reduce the corruption in the civil service, then to reduce it among the politicians will be easier. Because if you see those people even holding politicians to accountable those days, they are the one in the civil service because you are going to use them. For example, let's say within the banking environment now, if your guy is going to steal money, they are still going to use the staff. So when they are auditing, now those junior staff or the middle level management staff, now them will still reveal, say, oh, this guy stole the money. So because the politician, they don't do anything without the civil servant. So we need to get to the level whereby a civil servant will say, no, again, I'm not doing this thing. No, we all know a very good case that, don't say that time that you can't, we keep saying Ondo. When they say Ondo Alagidi, where they say they are stubborn, it is a real stubborn because Ondo people, no matter, when I say Ondo, I refer to Ondo and Ekiti generally. You see, no matter what, they will stand to their ground. Look at the time Feyi George goes slap one of the Ondo State judge wife that time. The woman just goes the woman back. Didn't even mind whether she was the wife of administrator. Returned the hot one immediately, and nothing happened. Nobody is the day that civil servant will just about today. It will be civil servant that will say, "Oh God, what can I do for you?" Just because they want to make money. So make these people comfortable. To me, that's the solution I have. And in my own opinion, in my humble opinion, I don't know if it's going to work, but that's just my opinion.
but Ola, I don't know why we actually got, all these things that we're actually clamoring for. They were there before. People get car loan, all those loan, housing loan, even in civil service before. So I don't know how we just go.
You will know why I don't like the idea of bringing Buhari back. You understand? When I was campaigning against Buhari, I fought seriously because this time I was still active on Facebook. Oh, some people were even telling me that I'm senseless, and the annoying is that even some people that were never born during that time, they will even be telling you about how Buhari regime was like heaven on earth and all those. So you just start be wondering. To the point that even a classmate of mine was even setting a question of looking for me. I say seriously, really? Because I went against Buhari. So look at it. I experienced Buhari firsthand. I keep saying this thing. I must have said this thing even 16, 20 times. I experienced Buhari firsthand between 1983 and 1985. And Babangida that followed was even worse because Buhari started the killing of those things that you are talking about. Before you will get
I agree with you because one of my brother who was a pharmacist got a car even when he was serving as a pharmacist. Then that was when he got a car. They gave him a car before he even started his work as a pharmacist. 1982. 1982. Yes, 504 GL. Yeah, in fact, this one it was GL that they even gave him. It was GL that they gave him that time.
The top of the class that time was around 5,000.
The other one that finished 1983 was not given anything, and that was when Buhari came in. That was 1983. From 1983, they stopped all those things.
No,
I said that 1983.
Ola, whatever you have against Buhari, I totally understand. But during when he came in, there was a level of decorum. There was discipline before he was overthrown. I mean, his first time coming. I think the major, the person that really
what we call discipline was just a denigration, really, because that was not discipline. See, how does it sound like this, right? You look at my papa, although he couldn't have done it to my papa, though. Now you look at my papa.
Your papa is bigger than Buhari, so he will not do what to your papa.
No. I know my papa served briefly in the military, and Buhari now senior to my papa. So no, that's not what I was even saying. But I'm saying that my papa didn't do anything that will make Buhari blah blah. And that's what I'm saying. So the thing is this: those days, how can you see someone you carry koboko, blala, a grown-up person, blala grandma, blala grandpa, oh, you have to stand? No, those things we hate that time was where we got
yeah, though I do not subscribe to that one too, but you must also know that time we live in, cannot be compared with today also.
Okay. Okay, did that blala solve the problem now? That time, did it solve the problem?
So I know it does not solve the problem, but if you are going to put the blame squarely on the people that really destabilize Nigeria, finally it is that Babangida, really.
Because okay, who paved way for Babangida? That's what you look at. Because this guy Buhari was supposed to be guiding Buhari, Shagari. Now, even when there was a rumor about coup, even Shagari innocently go ask Buhari whether there was a coup, and Buhari said no, not knowing that this guy was even going to coming to take power from him. So anyhow we want to see this thing, anyhow we would like to praise the military regime that time. No, we got it wrong. You could not. There's no way. See. Let me tell you something. If you wanted to pull people to do the right thing, like I keep saying, put infrastructure in place to control people, and that infrastructure will even generate money. You know, it got to a stage here. I give an example in 2015 here when they were saying, oh, they will reduce the police, the Calgary police service. They will reduce the workforce because the city started seeing them as that they were taking too much resources from the government. You know what happened? This guy just rolled out radar outside. Ticketing started growing high to the point that you will see the police, they will just be leveling against themselves around the world, and they'll be carrying an head radar just to make sure they catch a speed. Those people speeding. Even if you J cross alone, they can pull you and give you tickets. What am I saying is this?
Ola. You see, that you just made my point of what I was saying here, arguing about that these are countries that understand. Sorry, I'm telling myself. These are countries that are conscious of that every dime, every kobo of taxpayer is important. It's important to an effective running of to running an effective governance, because they know that if you just employ people for the sake of employing them and you can't pay them, at the end of the day you're going to be responsible for paying them and paying their pension if they ever, or they even enjoy on the work and they can't work anymore. You have to pay them for the rest of their life. Do you understand all of this? That is why they had to say, okay, we're going to retrench them, but at the same time they were like, okay, let's just do further way of generating money so that we can keep them keep them to continue working. So, but then I know we already talked about this, but when we have so many people in the system, governors and all of that, I don't think some of us understand the implication of all of this. Because if these people retire, I'm not saying we should not get army, we should not retire them, or whatever, don't get me wrong. But we need to put some things in place whereby we know the numbers of people that are coming into the system that are retiring from the system, and how much these people needs to be paid after they are retired. This is how a sane society that is serious and effective, that's how they run. But you just retire people, and at the end of the day, because you can sign out a budget from central bank or whatever, and you can just ask them to be paid like that. For me, it's beyond me. I mean, I don't even know how the kind of governance, the kind of people that were allowed to lead us in that country. It's just beyond me sometimes.
No, that's the situation we find ourselves. But I hope we just we get ourselves up. But that's why I focus on boosting our productivity, because when you ask me, that thing is a big issue now. But then the bigger issue for me now is how to just get our people engaged, because I don't want to go to Nigeria now. Like I keep saying, I said it jokingly that someone may be asking for my phone in the hold up. I want every kids, every people that can walk on the street to work. So for now, if the government can just stand up to that responsibility and make people to become wealthier, less people are well to do. Tomorrow, people will be able to stand against these people, because when everybody starts working and start paying taxes, the voices, because when you see the voices of ignorance that will support government for everything, I mean everything, not the good one, the both bad and everything, they will say, hey, if now you did there too, you go shop your own. When you start hearing those kind of statements, Go and look at some of those people. Maybe some of them are not even where to do. Maybe they don't even want to work. Maybe the opportunity that they are waiting for the day that maybe they, by virtue of law, that they will just get into one government position, or maybe it was the civil service and where they can even hit their money. So they will never see something bad. But if you get to a stage when you create job for people and people are paying taxes, to me, a person, people will start studying. Because to me, when I was even working for Intercontinental Bank, it was even good because you still get some benefit to even cushion the effect of your tax. But Access Bank, that will just take your 33%, you won't even see whether they even remit everything fully or those things. That time it was so I will complain. For example, how will you take 33% of my income like that? And I will complain. So if we can get to that situation, we'll create job for people and people will start complaining. The same civil service, like I said the earlier time, let everybody not be building houses with their own this thing. So when you build this thing may not even happen fully within our own lifetime, but we will start seeing the impact that this thing will eventually work. To me, if we continue the way we continue and without taking care of the masses, man, what is going to happen in Nigeria? I don't want to talk. All those ones we saw in the past, that do not full those people that are not educated fully, now them they cause them abi. Because when educated people, the people that were educated, that you are not providing job for, when they start doing something bad, those guys are more dangerous than all those uneducated people you see. So to me, we definitely, in the long run, we can't sustain the excesses of our political class. No, it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. But we still have to build the pool of learning Nigeria, that when you talk to, they will understand you are listening properly. At least what we call it, this Lekki Toge, this now, you understand? It has shown us something. The next something that will be similar to that Lekki Toge, if the government will not do the right thing, they will not be able to cover it, honestly. So I'm not being a prophet of doom, but we just have to face
No, you don't have to be a
reality.
prophet of doom. I mean, you don't have to be a prophet of doom. The inevitable is staring at us in the face. Like
Exactly.
you use the word, it's not sustainable. It is not
Yeah.
sustainable. Sooner or later, that the ecosystem will collapse, because since it cannot sustain itself, because when you try to continue sustaining these elites who are milking, just like you're drawing a blood. I mean, let me not use blood. You're drawing something from a source, and that source is getting, and that's the source of that thing is getting drier and drier and drier and drier. There's a time you will suck, and then you get no thing again because the source is getting drier. Talking about the revenue, because you continue having more and more impoverished people, and how do you expect them to pay tax when they are not working? Now look at what Lagos City is trying to do. They say you will be paying was it 1,000 levy for for you to prove ownership of your car. Now I don't know if you watch one of these Arise news, something that they would do recently. They said now people, in fact, I think what's it called? Sahara reporters carried it that somewhere in Borno State, some of the government workers are now riding bike. So when you don't have anybody to come and to pay car, or nobody rides car anymore, and you don't get anybody to come and pay so-called
but rational mind, don't you think we are actually too arrogant with the way we spend money in Nigeria? Take a look at it this way. I don't know, maybe US, yes, people are very buoyant. But if you look at what happened in most of the European countries, even in Netherlands, majority of Netherlands, they don't buy cars, they go on bicycles. Go to Japan, the same thing. But in Nigeria, you see somebody who is struggling. Let me give you an example. Yesterday, I have a Honda car that I wanted to dispose. So I have this electrician that used to work for me. So I was just saying it yesterday, he just overheard it. This guy is somebody that just came to me. I was begging me, doctor, he just came back. Can't you find something for me? But when I mentioned that I want to dispose a car, you know what he said? He said, hey, he has one savings that he's making that he will like a job that he would like to buy the car. I was just looking at him. I said, "Do you know what you want in life? If I can ride a bicycle conveniently to my place of work without any harm or and with my safety guarantee, then why should I go with a car?" So
No,
I think
Simba,
maybe yes.
I will respond to that. You see, one thing, sometimes it's not yet mature for us to compare these days an European country or an American country to Nigeria. We have to look at the development there. You see, if we want to encourage Nigerians to start riding bicycle, how many bicycle pads do we have? Like as I speak now, I have bicycle pads. Anytime maybe I have information overload that I need to relax, I can even walk to the park and sit by the artificial lake that we made in our community. You see bicycle pad there. But when you look at the way we build in Nigeria, because we allow individuals to build their houses, we don't have a structured estate management. You know that we give it to the estate people in the real estate to build and decide that. So we build anyhow, even any little space. We just said they said to anybody, we're supposed to be passage. We just block that place with shop, everything. Now, in Nigeria today, just put bicycle on any part in Lagos. You are trying to commit something. I don't know. I don't want to use
I know that's what I said. I said safety. I mentioned safety when I was
exactly.
talking.
So government
I
will have
mentioned
to
you okay because I don't know because let me tell you I don't know if you because when that we were at secondary school in my village, majority of us we ride on bicycle to school. All of us we have bicycle that we used to go to school.
Simba, I love when Dami, I hail you. You said I'm making lazy excuse. No, it's not a lazy excuse. In the city I live, not only city I live, even if you go to UK, the city used to, even every year, we used to discuss the new bicycle paths that we want to. There's bicycle paths, and even when you want to share road with the
bicycle lane here. Bicycle lane.
When you want to share the common road with the road with the vehicle, they put it there. So you put the lane there. It's not. See, can you go and try and put bicycle on top mainland, or you Ikorodu road? If you are doing that, you know what you are inviting. Because all of a sudden, Okada will be competing. See, Okada said it will not. Okada in Lagos said, because when they were saying they should scrap Okada, some people were trying to be emotional about it. No, like I keep saying, the first question I will be asking people, because do you know what? When I say Bobby, I didn't go to Bobby with the intention to go to that place. I went to Bobby as an injured person, and the lesson I learned in 8 weeks there is a valuable lesson that way. Whenever people are talking about safety, I try to educate people that there's no safety lesson. There's no safety education that was more that can be more than what I learned within 8 weeks in Ibobi, from what I see there. So when they talk of safety to you, if you want to know what safety means in Nigeria, go to Ibobi. You understand? There are some words that get together.
You see the leg hanging, the neck hanging somewhere.
Simba, one madam came to greet me there as he was entering emergency like this. The woman just picked race immediately, as if something went wrong with her. She picked race. She could not wait. So when we tell you about safety in Lagos, see, you don't just
but we are all not living in Lagos. There are some people that can do that. You can imagine somebody living in my village that is working in local government in my village and he still be riding, going with to work with a car. It's something that is no more than maybe 2 kilometers that he can go with a bicycle, but they want to use it as a status symbol. That is what I'm talking about.
Simba, I like bicycle. That's one thing. Even not only that, I even like to walk on my foot just because of my health. Because I keep telling people, say, look, I'm not the kind of person that I want to sit down on chair for like 8 hours. So I go to park, sit down there on holiday. I go, I work out, I run like every day. Now, if I tell people that I make sure I cover at least 10 kilometers a day, People will just be wondering, how did you do that? I just laugh because it has been part of me. Because people say if you can cultivate an habit for 21 days, you repeat 21 times, it becomes part and parcel of you. If I don't work in a day, it's an addition to me. I will feel like something has happened to me. You know, when I failed to do that during that COVID, man, just for me to work for 30 years at that time, it would be as if the whole earth was collapsing on me. You understand? So what I'm saying is this: walking, riding bicycle, it makes you even last longer than sitting too much in the comfort of a car. But what I'm saying is safety, government should encourage that. That's what I'm saying. When government says people should ride back, good, we should ride back a bike. But anywhere you want to provide for bike in the city, make sure that some crazy Olokada will not be sharing that place. Like we've not seen Okada that carry the overhead bridge that for pedestrians to cover that Okada, man, we just carry Okada. That was Ikorodu lane. You understand? The one that there's one like that that was not too sharp. It's not stupid. Okada will be carried, will be climbing the pedestrian beach. That is crazy. I will see Danfo too. Will be compared. So that's what I'm saying. Ride bicycle. Bicycle makes sense. It makes you live longer. It saves you money. I don't have a problem with that.
We have a long way to go in that country.
I'm telling you,
it's just a long way. I mean, you said it all. You cannot say you want our people to. I understand what Simba said. In those rural area, like in like Ondo, Kwara, those places, apart from Lagos, Abuja, some part of Abuja, you can't expect to be riding bike like say on Funshaw William Avenue between your Surulere to National Theatre there. There's no bike lane. I don't know now, but back then when I mean a few months ago, I didn't say anything like that. So you cannot be riding it. I said you want to be riding it on the pedestrian walkway where the pedestrian walk. What's the point of riding on there? So our urban design in that country it sucks. It's very, very poor. Don't say they cannot read. Don't say they cannot do it.
But rational mind. Let me give, because I remember when we were even in primary schools.
You're talking about many years ago when we don't have the.
No, I just want to use it as an example. Just hold on. That time we even believed that Nigeria economy at least was better then. But you see primary school teachers, a lot of them, the ones that doesn't come to school by trekking, majority of them, they have bicycle. All these Suzuki, if you remember, Yamaha, that's what they used those days. Go to an average primary school, even in the village today, you see cars. That's what I'm saying. You see cars. So it's like both the politicians, even the citizens, we are living beyond our means. We are living beyond our means, and that is why everybody will be crying. And even with the cost of petrol now, let me tell you, if you are riding a bicycle, a motorcycle, with 1 liter, it can last you for 2-3 days. 1 liter, even 1 week. And where you go is just to go to work and come back. But such a person will not say, he will be looking at it. Will I be riding a motorcycle? Me too, I need a car. You understand? That time everybody, according to your Henny, people are contented. They will not live beyond their means. But today you see a gate man is eyeing the same jeep that his master is also is riding. That is the problem, and that's why. Well, that's what I'm trying to say.
No, Simba, I got you. Because the thing is that we just have to make make that awareness. You see, it is something that we teach us to do the right thing too, right? Because sometimes if the situation doesn't arise, we will not do the right thing. So like those that you are talking about, I know for sure now. When those how do we call that keke? We used to call those keke.
Rally. We have rally. We have yes. We have even there's a one that they call Pidgeot. We have Hammy, Rally, Hammy, Atlas. There are so many of them.
And before they started introducing the one with gear,
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
The one they call the keke lemu, I mean.
I know now. That's
You understand? And people, they write those things with dignity. You understand? People write it with dignity and you know,
but
and
you
nobody.
You normally pay. You normally get license for that in my local government. Then if you buy,
you know, they get license. You know, they will put headlight. You used to have headlight. You can ride it at night.
Yeah.
You understand?
Okay, shopper. AB don't give us that.
Yes, chopper. Yes, there's another one called chopper. Yes, chopper.
Yeah. You remind me of those good old days when things were like.
That's what I'm saying, rational mind. But now, nobody want to ride bicycle. You know, everybody, both the poor and the rich, they want to live the same life. And let me tell you, it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Let me tell you, even in Saudi Arabia, you see their poorest. You will hardly see a Saudi person. All of them, they are using iPhone. That is what you see with them. Though most of them, they will buy it and they will pay small. But the people now don't want to live within their means. Everybody, both poor and rich, they want to live the same kind of life. And I think that we have to change that. Everybody should live within their means. And there's dignity. If you are riding a bicycle, you know that is what you can afford. If you are riding, but somebody that cannot, somebody that came to my house yesterday, you know that you are even borrowing money. Once you are telling me that you want to buy a cow, that you are going to pay almost 1 million naira because you have one saving somewhere that you're supposed to plow into your business.
Yeah,
you understand?
Our that even the money wants to come and borrow from you. He wants to put it inside business.
You know, he wants to just get that one to go and spend, and then they say free money. That one is a free money now.
Let me tell you,
have misplaced priority.
Exactly, you got it, rational mind. Misplacement of priority. That is why we have so many self-imposed poverty. Self-imposed poverty.
No, it's ego. You know, our ego leads us to do so. You see, we have one bad culture in our country. You see, although here now it starts from simple thing. If you are big, some people will body shame you. Oh, you are too fat. If you have if your leg is not big, oh, see his leg like a stick. The same thing you transmit you translate it into the property things. If you don't have big cars, you believe that people will not respect you. So you want to, even when you cannot afford all those stuff too, right? You start flexing muscle. There was a guy was just cursing one guy. This guy is causing. This guy happened to be one of the general manager in Igbo. So that guy was choosing a big car. So the other guy is a lecturer. So he was calling this guy. He wanted to get money from me because this guy wanted to be doing competition. So I think maybe the other guy promised him money. You see the way he started cursing this guy that Olori Bukwe. He promised to give him money. The people were not saying, "Oh, Benny, this money that you are promising that this guy wants to give you for what?" You know what this guy wanted to do? The guy wanted to go and buy muzzle just because some of his friends bought muzzle. So he too needed to buy muzzle. He started tasking people, started begging for money. See, you are a lecturer.
Imagine that. Exactly.
Live within your means. Simple thing. Now you go, they tax student now. They give them they collect money. They face.
You'll be selling handouts now. Selling handouts.
Wrong.
Threatening them that if they don't buy the handouts, they will fail.
Exactly. Your friend has even a general manager in Glow that you want to even borrow money from. Look at the life of that guy. That guy is simple because only that if he knew the guy he was running after was a bigger man than what he said, because that guy will pay his salary the year. He will pay his salary for 10 years ahead. And if you want to, and look at the simple life that guy was living, and you're a lecturer, so because your friend now don't go back, because we are talking of where Mozu was just be coming out, you know. So we are talking, okay, because a friend of you could buy Mozu, you two, you want to compete. What? Seriously? And you are just a bloody lecturer. So to me, is until we make it difficult to get free money, because that's the main thing.
Ola, if you have a car, let's say you even say you love trekking. If you are in Nigeria, if people meet you along the road, you are just doing exercise on your own. No, the first thing they will ask you, they will not ask you about your wife or your children. The first thing they ask you is that kilo ṣe mọ́tò yín ni? Ẹ fẹsẹ̀ rìn ni?
They body shaming. That's okay. I be a ruaye ni bobo ni. Or maybe.
Oh, in fact, what they are driving at to just make jest of you, pé bóyá kò lówó lọ́mọ ní fífẹsẹ̀ rìn báyìí bóyá ó ti ta mọ́tò rẹ̀.
I remember some years ago when I came back from the United States, I went to Nigeria. So there was one car that I was using. It was a stick. We call it stick manual. Manual. I sent it from here. I was just using it. One of my friends.
Toyota Corolla we are talking about too.
You say what?
I said that's my Toyota Corolla. My first Toyota Corolla na stick, man.
Oh, stick. Okay. Stick shift, or we call it manual. So yeah. And my friend was like, "Boy, you big parts like this now. You be Americana. Why they use go get automatic car?" I was like,
imagine that. You look at the way the society is pushing you, and that's how we push our leaders to corruption. That's why we push them to corruption. You immediately have a local government chairman. Then they will ask whenever they want to do any fundraising, they want to do any occasion. He will be the chairman, so they will be waiting for him to donate money. And if he comes and doesn't give them money, then they will castigate him. Then where do they expect him to get the money? And that's why I always talk that the citizen, they are the one encouraging corruption.
Everybody is messed up in that country. That country is messed up and everywhere. Guys, let me just end it here because almost I've been saying. Like,
okay, it's nice, very nice.
What are you handing?
Yeah, let me end it. Kumi, I have to go right now. I don't accept. What's his name is not here.
Thomas.
Thomas is not here. Let me see here. I'll let us say.
Okay. Rational mind. Let me give them 30 minutes. I can push balls. I'll be doing something that I just promise him that I will make it rowdy because why doing something? If I see that it's rowdy, then I will shut it down. So.
But have you signed in as a host?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So as long as it's not rowdy, I'm okay. I will be monitoring, but I just want.
But how many people are ready to talk here? Because most people are quiet now.
Yeah,
maybe you can just look at the censors and look at it so that if it's not limit, then
maybe you trust to the background. Then if people are not, continue on the background.
I think Adelekoko and Adewale, Adewale is gone. I think Adewale is still there.
I'm here. I haven't gone.
Adewale don't shout. Baba don't shout.
Adewale dákẹ́ látẹ̀kẹ́ bóyá mo wine ni bóyá mo wine.
No,
let me go and even take my own wine too.
I was listening to you guys. I left home and at the same time I was listening on YouTube and I was catching on every discussion. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me leave you guys.
Adewale, what happened between you and what is today?
Hold on, you. That guy just came.
I
was like, I mean, I was at first I was confused. What he came with got to do with my submission? I mean, he didn't fuck what I said, but he was saying that I mentioned Akpabio. In a gathering where you have acting IG, you have governor of Lagos State, you have one of the service chiefs, you also have chief of staff, and you have the president, and other dignitaries there. The party bigwigs, all of them have entourage, but it's only the Akpabio. And somebody was even saying that there was nothing in the constitution that says Akpabio can't travel with the president. But he just wanted to fight with that. And I was like, look, even if I said that, it's been debunked even on Arise News that is the only channel that opposes Tinubu's right from day one. That look, eventually it wasn't just Tinubu's only. But he didn't want to listen to that. He wanted me to retrieve, but what is the lie there? And the way security works globally, is no price when it comes to protecting VIP.
In fact, it's even more expensive when you leave your area and you go to somewhere that is not your area. But you know, the funniest thing is that if president, I mean, if the federal government cut the budget for every parastatals agency in Nigeria, they will not cut when it comes to protecting the presidency. They will not. They will not. Because that is very, very important. And I was trying to explain. I understand the optic. Nigerians want something that reflects what they were going through. I get it. As a matter of fact, this is more like an upcoming, elaborate one. Not like it's still going to come to Lagos more and more. You know, we're all familiar with when Trump became president. You know, we all knew where Trump lives in the Fifth Avenue, right? And if you are familiar with New York is a one rowdy hell of a place that a little traffic like. In fact, when the president is traveling certain routes, at the moment that he will be landing, they will shut down the airspace around that airport at that time. The entire Abuja airspace will be shut down. The same thing with vice president. And if there's other dignitary, other VIP personnel coming to Nigeria through Abuja, they will shut it down so that individual will land. Then after landing, they will now open it up. It's a standard practice everywhere. Now, when they come, the route that they will take, because this thing is very, very expensive, I would really recommend that please watch the video, you know, how the Secret Service conducts. And the same thing with our DSS, okay? They will first of all sweep that route. They will send advanced team that will sweep it. Maybe something that is already pre-planned. They will continuously sweeping that route for almost a week. And after that, they will now shut that entire route down completely. Now, Nigerians want something that when a president is traveling, maybe just view cars, you know, yeah. At the same time, not to shut down the entire traffic for, you know, inconvenience them. I get it because Lagos State is smaller in size, a lot of vehicles. So that inconvenience alone is enough to even hate on the president. But that is the standard price. I mean, the standard practice anyway. But, you know, we kind of a little bit hypocritical because if we are not known to all these things, we'll say, well, you need to reduce. The last time the president lowered his guard, we know what happens to that president or that head of state.
No, actually, they know the people that raise these issues. They know that that entourage is not only meant for Tinubu now. They know that all those vehicles were contributed by so many dignitaries. They just want to use it to raise the apprehension among the populace, and so most people bought into it. After that, he has traveled. He has traveled to Jebu. He has traveled to Abeokuta. He has traveled to Ilaro, and nothing was. Did they see the convoy? Is it the same? Yeah, it's not the same. So it's not the same. So, but you know, it's very easy for somebody to raise an issue in Nigeria, and everybody once it fits their narration, then everybody will watch it to you and start discussing it. And that is what everybody is falling for.
Even if Obi is made the president today, I wouldn't expect him to reduce the number of his entourage for his own safety. You think you have good people around you? No. There are a lot of terrible people that are thinking of evil. Even if people may hate on Tinubu, some don't wish him dead, but still there are some evil incarnates that want him dead at all costs. And so,
don't be surprised that some people that are promoting this, they think that the guy will fall into it so that they can easily buy the guy.
Take him out. It's possible, but I don't know because Nigerians are more or less like a rabble rouser. But I mean,
you see, I understand the grudges, but then sometimes when you want to promote your grudges, you have to do that from the point of you knowing exactly what you are doing. Someone said that it is not true that you have presidential convoy to be up to that number. That normally it should be less than 10. But in this situation, we have more than the presidential convoy alone. We have the one of Lagos State and some other functionaries. So I listened to Ajali Koko argue that in that it was even a security breach. Yeah, it's a security breach, assuming that those people were not screened before joining. So this idea that presidential something should reflect the economic situation.
Economic situation, yes.
So some things are just not realistic. I keep telling people. See, to me, the way I say it is they don't understand that the president of the country is not a state governor. As Tinubu is there now, he has a lot of enemies.
Oh yeah.
And if something happens to him, the difference is totally different from when something happened to chairman of a local government or governor of the state. So we are all in the country whereby even the governor convoy was attacked.
Oh yeah.
So if some people could do that, and we are even in the era whereby we even see the type of hatred being.
Buhari's convoy was spawned in Kaduna. You remember?
Exactly. So to me, people should understand that there are both local and foreign interests in this president. So we should be very careful of what we just.
They don't even know the economic implication if a president of a country got attacked, talk less of being killed.
So
if they succeeded in killing Tinubu now, nobody will come to Nigeria again. Nobody.
Some people will even start blaming, say he should have done better. He should have.
Exactly.
Some people that are saying he has a very long cover now, they will tell you that he should have done that enough. In fact, they will give an example. So to me, people seem not to understand our history, because if you understand our history, people will be talking like this. Murtala Muhammad, you understand? Yeah. Murtala Muhammad, he wanted to live a simple life.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. In that time, he was behaving like a Mr. Saint now, and he was going to mosque, and they pie him just like a chicken.
Yep. Exactly. Now look at although people can say, oh, it was a military, whatever, anything you would like to say, whether you like it or not. Look at Babangida at that time, right? Even in Odabara there, before he escaped to Abuja, to this thing, we can say, who said that we can't have some kind of people that we want to assess or find a means to get at Tinubu? So we should not we should put our focus somewhere else. Even when we even talk about
why are you even doubting that? Even all these critical obedience, some of them can do that. Some of them, you see the way they are crying all over the place.
We know how some people were shouting that the military should take over now. So
I even heard that. I was hearing that argument about military in concern to governors in Nigeria, and Joel was arguing blindly about, and Bishop was like, look, to hear about
Babaje Koko was also supporting him that time.
Yeah.
They were supporting him.
You know what? I noticed a lot of security lapses around the president, a lot.
Waiting in the chop now. They were waiting in the chop. What time of the day? What time of the day are you in the UK? I mean, US that you are eating now.
I would say maybe he's celebrating Canada Day with us.
Oúnjẹ sààrì ni, ṣé oúnjẹ sààrì?
Do you know I don't drink beer, but I will take 2 cans tonight. I don't drink beer, but I will take 2 cans tonight. Really? Maybe after.
Okay. Oh, you are not. You don't drink. You want to wash. You want to bath with it.
Yeah, one of my younger ones brought me an Alea just now.
Oh, that's lovely.
They bought me an raw one, so they monitor my wife now, because by the time she will cook it, I don't know when she will finish it.
This one is they've already frozen it, so they're just going to talk.
I'm monitoring my wife because they come now, because within a week now, because if I don't monitor her very well, that thing will finish. ìgbà náà máa pàtó ṣebí wo kì í fi bẹ́ẹ̀ jẹ red meat náà máa sọ ẹran eléyìí irọ́ nípa
eléyìí is once in a year now. It's once in a year now. So
even that red meat story self, I don't even put them aside.
In fact, let me even tell you, Adewale and Ola, you know, this year, come and see the way people are buying cow. Believe me, people buy cow more than ram in Nigeria this year.
Oh wow.
Cow. Even my neighbor that used to, even in the community, he doesn't contribute money, you know. When I heard the sound of a cow, I said, even me, I didn't buy cow.
I think they are trying to
You
buy
understand?
so that
No, cow is cheaper. Cow is cheaper than ram.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's cheaper than ram. You buy a bigger cow with less money than buying a smaller ram.
Is it allowed in?
But then it's not allowed now. That's you use ram.
It's allowed. It's allowed. It's allowed.
No. It's a ram.
Don't tell me. I said it's allowed. I don't the rational mind.
Me the afa, but more practice it.
Retired afa, rational mind.
Prophet Ibrahim. I mean, you call him Prophet Ibrahim.
Yes, Abraham.
Abraham, yeah.
Mm.
It was ram, kolo goat. I mean, kolo goat, kolo.
There was no cow there.
No, is that what?
Maybe there was no cow. That was one reason why it used ram.
It's specific. It's specific. It was a.
No, it's actually category by category.
No, not category. Oh God, where do you read that in the Quran?
Sọ tó wá sọ fún mi pé ọmọ Quran jù mí lọ ni èmi tí mo jẹ́ mùsùlùmí tó wá fẹ́ máa bá jiyàn torí Ọlọ́run.
Mùsùlùmí òdodo.
You remember that area? I know very well. Area in Momo.
Okay, go ahead.
For a Muslim to use cow, if you want to kill cow on your own for that, but that's your own. But that you want to use it as a celebration for that Eid, Eid Maulud, or how they call it, that Eid. You must use ram. It's ram.
It's not a must. And that's what I'm. Let me. Okay. You are finished. Let me just tell you.
Okay.
You can use the best. The best one is to use ram and goat. You understand? Then after that you can use cow. Then after that you can use camel. You understand? So it's not all of them are allowed, but the best when you want to carry as the good, better, best. So ram is actually the best if you want to use it. But the reason why most people go for cow in Nigeria because of the cost, and then they want to actually get less money for more meat. That's what actually influenced that decision this year.
I've had a debate with Muslim scholars in the past, and they told me that that's what it is. The Prophet Ibrahim.
What if you live in this country where all those things are not available? What would you do?
Is there any country where those things are not available?
I'm just saying. You live in a remote area that there's no.
If you cannot get, it's not a must. You will not die because of that. It's not compulsory. It's not compulsory.
Okay.
It's the way religion is structured. Is only people that doesn't know about the religion. Everything is not to go for Hajj is not compulsory. To kill ram is not compulsory.
You are conquering Muslim. Muslim is saying 45 Muslim.
Okay. Gen Z Muslim. Let me.
You see one thing. That thing that Simba said is what I've been saying about religion. You see one thing about religion is this: religion is good if we stay by the value of religion. But when we start bringing some fanatics into it, and we allow fanatics to hijack religion, that's the problem. When I came to this forum, I told people that as far back as 90s, religion caused me serious depression, because when you see people that all they do to you is to preach doom, 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 doom. If we got to see that we get tired, that okay, it's enough. To a point that someone preached to me one day that they preached to a brother when the brother didn't listen as he was crossing the road, the motor struck that person. I told the person immediately, I said, how do you know that? How do you know that I'm not even tired? Who told you that I even want to stay the way I am?
Huh.
You understand? It was shocking to the person because I say, when you are using this dead to scare me, who told you that I don't even want what this thing you are talking about? At least maybe the person who don't die don't remember anything again. So what are you talking about? You don't get to a level that I push back. Don't come to me and be preaching doom to me. Religion is not about religion is to give you hope. We know that some people now they've now escalated it now to now use it as money making venture, which is
it is money making venture in the first place.
You said
it's a money making venture in the first place.
No, you see, no, there's nothing bad if religion house make money and they use that money to develop the community. But if
not anymore,
if you now make the money from your congregation and you are using that to feel fat on your congregation, is questionable. Even though I understand Levi principle, I understand all those stuff, but God never planned it for you to start duping people just for you to survive. No.
Ola, let me shock you. You know, when I go to where I work, initially, every time for prayer, I will go to mosque. And I discovered that the people that used to meet in the mosque, they are not actually the indigenous. They are just all these people from the third world, the Indians, the Pakistani, the Bangladeshi. They are the one that we used to pray together, the Egyptians. I will search among us, I will not see, maybe 1% will be the indigenous. I was not looking at it. So why are we the one that are now being taking these things so serious like this? In fact, it changes a lot of things about me. Ola, let me confess to you. Last year, Ilya, I was there. I didn't come to Nigeria. I didn't see anybody carrying ram. They don't even kill ram in their houses. They have a place where they will go and kill all those ram. They will kill it, do everything. They will just carry the meat to their houses. And so they practice very simple, the way they take everything simple, but not in Nigeria. They will make it everything as if you don't do this, you are going to air fire. If you don't do this, you are going to die. If you don't do this, you will not make progress. That is the way we practice religion in our country.
I'm telling you.
And that is why somebody was telling you that if you don't, give you an example that he was preaching to your brother, the brother did not listen, and that was why he had an accident.
Immediately I told that person, say, look, who told you I know? Who told you I want to stay beyond? Who told you that I'm even enjoying this thing? See, the thing is this: any day you don't allow anybody to use religion to control you for the wrong reason, then you are liberated. You see now naturally, if I defend pastors, people would think, oh, this guy. No, see, if I told you I started attending church again this year, you'll be surprised. Even that I started attending church that I'm talking about, I started attending church in April this year. But the thing is this: when people talk against pastor, when I analyze the reason, I'm not comfortable because I still see that religion in Nigeria is what is still taking people back from doing evil. Oh, you see some people, if not because I'm born again, I know what I would have done to you. I will go and ask me when I was not born again. Just see the kind of person that is talking about.
No, I agree with you. It helps us actually to actually reduce crime rates. Believe me, seriously. Because of this hope of say, okay, if you do this is the punishment, you go to hellfire. People still have some fear for such things. And that's why some people still behave very well.
So what I want us to do in Nigeria, if it's possible, is that the clergy should be issued licenses. Don't See, the way doctor, the way engineer, the way anybody can lose their licenses, the clergy should be able to lose their licenses if they try to preach anything that is injurious to the country. See, people, see, I don't
they've
with this
introduced a
sentiment.
bill to
when you
that
start telling
effect
people
in
that,
the National
this guy
Assembly.
calls Adewale wanted to say something.
They've introduced a bill to that effect in National Assembly, but it met a lot of hostility. The Christian practitioners objected to it, saying that it was a indirectly controlling measure being tried to by the West, so that they can standardize their practice of their religion and stuff like that. They brought somebody to, I think, Sleep News one time, and he was commenting about it. And the proponent of that bill also came to defend it, that no, that what we have now is the bastardized practice, that they want to make sure that at least people will be accountable for their action, not just somebody who would be duping people and all that. But the people protesting, saying that is more or less like an indirect control by the West, so that they can introduce their agendas and stuff like that. But I think it's high time. It's high time they standardize and issue license, even not just Christian, across every religion.
Exactly.
Because if you're going to be an imam or a pastor in US, you have to have a license. You have to, because you are going to pay. You're going to. Your book in America, RCCG publish their financial record yearly. Every time they are doing what do you call this thing? Yearly
fiscal year financial statement report.
They are the campground. Once they finish the what do you call this program now? I forgot it. The one that they always
crossover, the crossover.
No, not crossover.
Holy Ghost
convention.
Congress.
Yeah, Holy Ghost Congress. That's where they usually give the pamphlet to people. I was surprised. I started going.
In Anglican, we used to do it now. In Anglican, we read everything.
I'm talking about here in North America. The one in Nigeria, they never do that. They never publish their accounts.
No, in Anglican, I grew up as an Anglican.
Talking about Anglican, I was brought up in Anglican too. I'm talking about RCCG.
Okay.
The one you people are talking about is what they do in December now, December 31st.
Exactly.
When you are about that will be calling the names. They will be calling the names of people that are owing in the church.
No, the financial record itself, how much was realized, how much was gone to this, how much was paid to this and all.
No, I used to it's now that people are very sensitive about religion. Those days we all go there to do all those things, whether you are a Muslim or not. Everybody just do his festival, everybody just celebrate everything together. I used to hear
I'm
those
a Christian, and here I am eating. Well, I haven't been to church throughout this year anyway.
What Siba just said now, he reminded me of my friend. That my friend, he attended a program. I don't want to mention the religion anyway. I want to be neutral. So they were saying that if they donate this how the blessing will reach and this kind of thing. So when they thought that in my friend confessed, because of this, I will no longer donate. Now, whatever they are saying,
they know those. I know what you are talking about. They will say they will talk as if they are the messenger. They will talk that if you give them that they are the one that will carry your prayer to God. That all those are fallacies now. Those are fallacies.
I've attended a church in Nigeria, in Lagos, actually in Ketu, Lagos, where I had to pay to see the pastor.
Is it the Apostolic Church?
Pastors, no, it's one only. We have churches in the grotto or somewhere like a vat. I don't know how I would describe it. Somewhere in the Ketu there, I forgot where it was inside one of those eating streets there. I paid, and the pastor said,
"Is it an Aladura church?"
No, Aladura, like Pentecostal church.
Consultation fee, Consultation fee,
Consultation fee to see a pastor, and the pastor said I should go and bring my girlfriend. I said, "Which?" So he said, "Your girlfriend is the one doing you. So I said, which one? In my mind, I was like, which one of the girlfriends?
Anyway, that's you talk. I will say what one pastor told me. When that pastor told me, I don't say, he said, I was looking for a job that time, so I now went to this. Oh, this one actually is a son was living with me anyway. So I used to see him as a family friend. Well, so I now say, Baba, pray for me. I'm looking for a job. You know, pray say, when he pray say, what is saw in my front is that go and be doing your overseas paper. What I see in your in front of you is that now white woman will go first marry. I just like I let this man don't miss road.
Oh my god.
And then already you were married by then, right?
No, I wasn't married by then, because when the man was saying I was looking for a job and someone was telling me, say, may I go the look for my paper. Me, where I never shop, I did look for something I go shop. And at that time, it never even crossed my mind that I will even marry Oyibo. Anything. It never crossed my mind. I was just saying that thing. You know, there's something that you say that the stubbornness of your own heart self will say, this thing again, Gary, say this Baba. See, Oyibo for where? Now my Nigeria I get married to. So the thing is,
but then I think the prophecy, whatever he saw, here, it's in how do I call it? It's in the reverse, in the sense that then I think I don't think did you ever think that you were going to travel to Canada then?
No. The thing, I wanted to travel overseas, but I was not desperate.
But that's not what you went to tell him about. Now you were looking for a job. Is that not what you said?
I was looking for a job. Baba, just pray for me now. So even the job I was looking for, I was already with Nepal, but I hate Nepal like. Even I hate Nepal like air.
So you went to him to change your job.
The Nepal, I didn't see myself as sustainable in Nepal. I hate Nepal with passion. Let me tell you that for sure. I keep saying this here. I hated Nepal with every passion. And see, when you are saying if you put Nepal and police side by side, I don't know which one I hate past.
You
understand? We will just enter pick up like this.
And that's one job. That's one job people can't stand. They can't stand people who works in Nepal. If you say you work in Nepal, you are a public enemy number one. Number one.
So the thing is, I will just say okay. I say, Baba, now the hour I go to shop, I come do for you, and they tell me say, I tell me say, Simba, I know. You know one thing is this. I was born in a Christian family, and I love Christianity. See, there's not anybody can tell me till tomorrow. You see, I will defend when people say, oh, religion is our problem. All of a sudden, you will see my tone will change immediately, because I will defend my religion with everything.
You know why? Even because I'm one of those people that used to talk religion is our problem. You know why? Let me tell you. Some people they are talking is based on what they have experienced. Let me tell you some of our experience. Let me tell you. You know, my younger brother, I think I mentioned it on this platform before, had brain tumor, sometimes around late 2010, early 2011. So he was complaining of headache. He was serving that time in Imo State. So he was complaining of headache. So I asked him to come to Ilorin, to come so that I can at least attend to him. But when he when he finished service late 2010, he went to Lagos instead of me to come to Ilorin. But when he was not feeling fine, I came to me in Ilorin. So one of my friends came to my house and saw him, because this guy was very sick. And he said, hey, doctor, you people is only medicine that you know. This thing that I'm looking like is looking like a spiritual thing. So let us go spiritual about it. I said, what do you want me to do? He said, there's one affair that he will take me to. So he took me to one affair. And I was even ashamed of myself as a doctor going to an affair. So meanwhile, as I was doing that, I took him to the hospital. We did the CT scan, and it confirmed that I had a brain tumor. So this man collected 30,000 naira from me, and he said I should go and get a goat, big goat. The man,
ó fi 30,000 naira ra ìlò tí ó bá fi jẹ́ràn mi.
But you know the funniest thing, Simba, may we not be in a position where we would know common sense will be scarce. Why common sense will be, I don't know. This woman, Professor Dora Kunyele, when her
yes,
daughter
when
was
she had breast cancer,
I mean her son, yes, the son said, look, he knew of a particular clergyman that was duping the family left and right, and they knew that this man was duping the mother, but there was nothing they could tell their mom that she would listen, because all she was
as educated as Zoya Kunyele, imagine.
You know, when you're in a position where everything now becomes irrational, your mind is not really, all you need there is just healing. Then at the end of the day, rational mind will go out of window. You know, Christianity is a way of life. It should be a way of life. But unfortunately, because of the prevailing poverty in the land, the smart ass among us took advantage of it by making sure that it becomes the Lord in the land. And
no, they are claiming to give hope to the hopeless, and that is why.
And when somebody will say, they will say, "Oh,
you see,
they are the
what
last."
Adewale is saying is why I'm saying they should be giving license. There's one thing they should be doing. They should be mandating the pastors, you understand, to be submitting their income account for auditing, because you see, every church, I think they have a council. I think they have council, so whereby they should be able to fix what the pastors will be earning, just to make sure that these people are not taking advantage of their congregation. Because
that one only work in the Orthodox church. What about all these Pentecostal that are owned by individuals?
Government should protect the citizen. That's what I'm saying. They should mandate. Okay, when they say, okay, when some people pastor churches for a particular year, they should leave. You mean there was a law that time now? You understand that people, when you've added churches to a particular point, then you should just set aside. Because if you see churches as NGO, well, you still have to protect the people too. Now it is the job of the pastors to protect the congregation by giving them the spiritual food. Then the government should do its own too, that should make sure that the congregations are not scammed. Just to make sure that congregations are not scammed is this. You should be able to find.
Let me give you this, Ola. I have a staff of one of my department. She wanted to pay the school fees of her son. She was looking for 25,000, and this guy was a very brilliant guy in the university. And this woman earns about, let's say, about 60,000 or thereabout a month. And she was looking for money. At the same time, she paid tithe every month. Tithe of about, let's say, 15,000 or whatever to church every month. And she didn't feel that, okay, let me save this tithe to pay for the school fees. She was looking for people to borrow or to dash her that money. What is the wisdom in that?
You see, one thing is that people, we are religious instead of being spiritual. That's where the problem.
And if you advise her that, okay, this tithe that she will say, oh no, that is why the God is blessing her. That is why she's not sick. She will attribute so many things to that tithe.
I can tell you of a short thing by that. If you are paying 10,000 as tithe today, if tomorrow you pay 20,000, let me tell you, within a month they will call you.
Yes.
To ask you, what are you doing now? Funny enough, if I don't want to mention, because I don't really want to create argument around that way, because it'll be shock if I make that big. You know, for example, you can't just be paying 100,000 now, for example, and tomorrow you say you want to pay 200,000. They will call you. It simply shows that they are monitoring the way the money is coming in. You understand? They are monitoring the way the money is coming in. So don't stop. But there are some churches that they will even say, okay, if you sow your house, they don't care. Okay, let me give you an example. Around the place I was living in Oregon, this thing happened one day, but I don't want to mention the name of the church so that there won't be backlash. Gbogbo yẹn máa pariwo Bankole ń kówó jẹ kìnìkan ta ló rẹsẹ̀ wèrè tí ò bú. Sorry, let me say that in English. We say Bankole is investing, and all you are is just to be biting. You be talking about it. You see how you can dupe foolish people, and you won't dupe. What's wrong with you? Is that the kind of story you'll be talking about? I was like, wait, church? Seriously? Like seriously? You understand? I was like, there's a reason I don't want to mention that church, because if I mention that, I don't want someone to get at me like Kenya. It was one of the woli in that church that was saying, he was telling me that they say, you are stubborn. Of course, now it's very easy for people to
the church.
No, when one pastor was telling me, say someone was crossing the road and car hit the person, I told the guy, who told you say me too? I don't want to go the way of the person you are talking about. Just if that person die, the person don't die, we don't forget, when you see someone talking like that, someone that you are using eternity or something that we are threatening, is telling you that who's telling you that is telling you categorically that he's not ready, and he's even standing by what he's saying. When I told people, say I'm a Christian, you can't threaten me with a fire. Get out. Don't try that.
I did not even finish my story. This is the story of my brother. So I gave him the money, I gave him the goat. I did not collect anything from this man. No. I just carry my brother go India for treatment. And lo and behold, the guy is okay now. If I have left him with that affair, this guy would die. And that's why, when I used to say that a religious kill, it's not like directly, but there are so many people that need physical and medical treatment that they'll be seeking spiritual. And they would die from it. You understand? Indirect death that religion is causing because of the belief of our people. That's why I used to say that religions kill more people. But you always come at me and say, why did I find that?
Of course, because Bible addresses those people. Say people die because people perish because of lack of knowledge.
If I'm not a doctor, this my brother. Let me tell you, this my brother would die because as at the time I took him to India, he couldn't walk again. So I have to even go. I travel with first class through Emirates to Dubai to India. And lo and behold, the guy is alive today. He has got married, he has 3 kids now.
Inshallah, sure you are listening to your brother. First class, so you shouldn't be talking about first class.
So Simba, you see the dilemma here is this. Anyhow, I will defend religion, but I will never defend fanaticism. I will never defend. See, because I've seen some social media influencer, all they talk about is to talk against pastor. And whenever they talk against
the Pentecostals have bastardized the standard.
No, I'm not even arguing that, Adewale. Those people that are even campaigning against those people is that you look at even their own intention. I know of a man today that I indirectly keep saying that guy, the way he's going on social media is destroying marriages in the name of making money for himself on social media. I don't want to mention the name because it's possible for people we know. That's just my opinion about the person, and I could be wrong. Because the way he advises people sometimes, some wives, they will just, they will just take their husband for granted. Even there was even a guy that even some of our family friend was telling us about that when they had issue among themselves with the husband and wife, they had issue. By the time the wife went to paint the story to someone on social media, one of those people, the woman that was talking was a lawyer. The woman was like, "Ha!" You know, when I say woman is a lawyer, you understand what I'm saying? Because you were someone that was, the woman was like, "Ha!" That if you didn't even know this book, you said the way that guy, the woman painted that mouse, I say, this man was nothing. People say, really? Woman that was nothing, I said, was now painting a number that's nothing. She reversed everything. And those are the kind of people that we see now be talking against all these churches and this thing. That is why that when we are saying that thing, I don't just want to for us to just get too carried away by those people castigating all those pastors, churches. But do I support licensing pastors and auditing accounts? Of course, yes. Judas was a disciple of Jesus Christ and he was stealing. He was a rogue. He even saw Jesus Christ. So who told you? See, let me clarify about it. Touch not my anointed that people think that, oh, because people have no. If you are, this is a Christian doctrine, to the best of my understanding, right? Once you are born again and you are called a child of God, you are the anointed of God. You are the anointed of God. It is not your pastor alone that is anointed. Every Christian that is born again is an anointed of God. Touch not my anointed. It's not referring to a pastor.
You know what I noticed on that?
When people are saying, "Oh, I'm afraid of saying that," no. As a Christian, I believe I'm an anointed of God. Saul, even despite this, Saul even moved against God. Was he an anointed of God? But people think pastors are the only anointed. No. Every Christian is an anointed of God. So it's not a function of. All right, sir. So it's not of being afraid of that situation. No, that is not it for me. But the thing is this: I don't want people to just turn blind eye to the good things that churches are doing. I will now concentrate on the weaknesses. The weaknesses, the government can find a way to audit, because if you start auditing accounts of pastors today,
no, there's no doubt that religion also has its own positive ways. At least they have contributed a lot to the society also.
You know, we were in the church
way.
one day, and one of Pastor Okonkwo, I'll mention him, I don't care. It came to our church. Our pastor was a very strict and upright individual. And the reason why I said that is that man doesn't hide behind one finger. He's late now, and his wife. They are both very, upright individuals. So there was a program, there was a show in the church. And of course, it's always the invited guest that will have him being a big man, big pastor from Nigeria. So every time he visited our church, he always bring that white man alongside with him. They're like a friend, so they always go show up together. So on this particular day, that was my first time. So Shobokunko came and said, "Look, God put it in his heart that 3 to 4 people here tonight with the 1,000 offering. No, not offering like a seed or something like that. I'm talking about around 2008, 2009, a seed. Okay, so I think only 2 people came out. After that, I thought that was the end, but no, $500 followed. At this time around, I was like, okay, this is a child play or what? What be this? I was like, okay. Then it came to $100, and that was what I knew. This, where is this still written in the Bible?
It was reducing the money as people were not coming out.
At first, we thought it was God put it in his heart, but this time around, it's no longer about God put it in his heart. It's about, okay, sow a seed, $100, $100. By the time he mentioned $50, I stood up, picked up my Bible, and I walked out. I think it was 2008. There wasn't no cable, tablet or anything there. I picked up my Bible and I walked out. No, I'm not going to be part of this because I could tell if I were to be in Nigeria at that time when it happens, I probably would have been gone alongside with it with the hope that this is normal, this is right and just. But me being away from Nigeria is kind of like a good eye opener. I realized that this is not right. I mean, if you have to use the name of God for anything, don't use the name of God to
But it's a common thing. Is actually is a common thing in Nigeria. I've seen a pastor that's asking a member of congregation to come and donate 1 billion naira. That who can he started
what are we
from
even
1
talking?
billion.
It happens here in North America. Pastor Adeboye himself talking about who can donate 1 billion. It was in Nigeria.
In fact, I don't want to mention him before now. Yes, that is the one I'm
a
referring
Redeem
to.
member. I'll mention him. It doesn't matter. I was in a Redeem camp in Nigeria one time, 1 year like that. As we were about to leave the Redeem camp, 2 people. Usually the road there was always terrible, and I don't know about now, but it was on tarred road, full of mud, and it rained. The next thing we know, people are driving through the mud. People that are just leaving the campground, and they were perfectly, still in the spirit. Everybody living with a good smile on their faces, with the hope that God has,
Answer their prayer.
Yeah. Only to come across these people and started hearing, oh, Lushirubuka. I was like, wait a minute. They were cursing each other out right at the holy ground. That's when I knew everybody is going to hell. It doesn't even matter this time. Because you just hear somebody preaching that change your way. I hear you are cursing your brother, cursing your sister out. For what? Because you vehicle block one another.
I don't know. There was a day on the Sunday in Iwori. I went to barb my hair. I was coming. So I was looking at something on my phone as I just jammed one woman just coming from church, very close to their church. If you see the way this woman para for me,
Wow.
You like a devil. I was not thinking you are just coming from the church and you are doing this. Wow. I think maybe what we should be laying emphasis is actually moralities and piousness and all those things. But these days, people go to religious places just for prosperity.
Yep.
And that's why it's not because of anything, just because of prosperity. Nobody is even fighting to go to paradise. They want this paradise on the earth first.
The family member came to America and said they found a job for him. Before he left Nigeria, he was already a pastor. And the job they found for him was a very good job. At the same time, he needed to go to work on Sunday. At first, he was like, No, like, okay. Well, I told you I was here, Lara. After, and he went back to them to negotiate them that him being a pastor, that he would love to take the Sunday off. And they said, well, you're not ready. When you're ready, let us know. After 2 months, he went back to them. They gave him the job. Pastor or no pastor. Adura Digba. It's commonsensical.
Can I, so to me, I know religion, we discuss this forever, but can I say
but I think even if you look at it, what is special about all these days, especially Sunday that we are talking about? We all know the history, how they come about this Sunday worshiping of Bettina. It's not actually a Sunday. There are some people will now make it sacrosanct that is all or none. Some people will even not go to work. They do it a lot in Nigeria because they know that nothing will happen.
No,
like one of my friends. Let me tell you, one of my friends was reporting one of the staff to me yesterday. The guy, the Salah was on Wednesday, so he gave them Wednesday, Thursday for Salah. On Friday, this guy did not come to work. Yesterday, he did not come to work. Can you imagine that? Then if you now sack that guy, you now bring some people and they will say, you understand? They will now put a lot of sentiment and everything to. But this guy is not a serious guy. They gave you just 2 days holiday. You added another 2 days extra.
No,
Heaven help those who hurt themselves.
It's not their fault. It's just because we are not productive. I keep telling people, for those people that care to know, I don't see either of the two Abrahamic religion in Nigeria that encourages idleness. Jesus himself was a carpenter. Abraham was a pastoralist.
Because his
David
father was a carpenter.
You said Jesus Christ was a carpenter too. Because
it's not the father. It's not the father that was a carpenter.
And the father was a carpenter and Jesus was a carpenter.
He learned it when he at the age of 12 before he disappeared.
Who? I don't know. I don't go to your own theological school. I only say about the one I know. All I know. See, look at it.
You know why I'm saying this? Because the story in the Bible was there was a story about Jesus at the age of 12. There's no story about him until when he started his ministry at the age of 30.
No, that's the area about him. So the question that what was Jesus doing within those periods? You understand?
So people said that he traveled to India, that he went to India at that time.
He came to Nigeria. Maybe he went and he ran out because he felt that these people are terrible people.
You see one thing. You say one thing about the story is this. Now it says something. If Jesus Christ's father was a carpenter, by default, you should be expecting Jesus Christ to be a carpenter too. You understand? So the thing is this.
Well, Bible didn't say
and Prophet Muhammad was a pastoralist. He used to rear goats, sheep. Yes.
Yeah. So like I said, David was a pastoralist and a warrior too. You understand?
Everybody works. It's only I don't know why they get. But in fact, let me tell you, it's even better than Christianity. Come and see all these affair in Islam. They don't do nothing, and they will just be moving from one place. You meet somebody along the road, they will come and visit you, and they will say they have already dropped some prayer for you in the house, so you have to pay for it. As if I don't even understand where they came with all this kind of thing. As if they have the power to pray and the God will answer the prayer immediately. They say they draw prayer for you, then you pay for the prayer. I don't know how they quantify the prayer, that this is the amount you are going to pay.
So that's it though. So the thing is, God help us. So I think we've tried, right? Even if we want to continue our discussion, we can.
No. I think let us just call it a day.
Exactly. So at least we fulfill the wish of.
It is almost 8 o'clock in Nigeria now.
Exactly. AB demanded that. Why should we close now? So at least we fulfill your demand. So let's just thank our audience for coming. I wish I could have joined earlier too, but then I have to like we'll be talking here now, right? I have to work and I have to shop. Even for some of us that we still have way to even talk online whenever we are still working at least. It shows that this forum is adding value to us, because if the forum is not adding value, there's no way some of us will just stay here.
I was a little bit scared not scared, but worried that after the election everything is good. But man, here we are discussing policy, discussing varieties of topic every day.
Exactly. You know this forum. I've known this forum. This forum teaches value and
exactly the way I see it. I just see it the way I see this forum, just like a group of friends sitting around the table and we're just having discussion. That's the way I see it. I really enjoy it a lot.
Yeah, local saying, yeah, atiburukutu.
So I have two kind of Stella with me here. Even though maybe I don't know, maybe next year I go one drink another one, but at least I use this one celebrate.
Happy Independence, so at least you guys are celebrating today.
Thank you. My deal that's on Tuesday, right?
Yes.
So let me just thank
Canada again be dependent from Britain, eh?
Yes, that's yeah. They say we got independence.
How many years ago? How many years ago?
It don't pass 100 years. So I think shortly after US chased them away. Although there was a kind of story, the story is complex, Gary. It's a complex story. So
how do you now come about the French that you are speaking?
No, because we have our own. The thing is, when they want to talk of our independence, they will say we get independence 1982. You understand? That's what they will say. But then that's why I say this is complex. But, so it's complex. But you were talking of our Confederation of 1867, and it's, to me, I've been a Canadian for a while now, but then I'm still confused about the story, despite reading about the history of Canada before my citizenship exam. But I'm still confused, right? Because was independence really in 1867 or was it in 1982? I don't know. I'm still confused between the two. So how we got to know about how we have how became bilingual is that we had two people that were predominantly contesting for the soul of Canada when they migrated from their area to occupy Canada. So we have the French people and we have the English people. Even though, if my memory doesn't fail me, it was an Italian that first discovered this Canada, and the story now is that Italian was even under the directive of the British. So anyhow, I just know that today is a Canada Day. That's the only thing I can tell you. So maybe manage them like that. So is the bilingual is just because of those people that migrated, right? We have the French people, we have the English speaking people. If I tell you the story, maybe we can tell the story after the meeting. If you want me to give you more about the story after, you can wait and I will tell you what I know about it. So, and because why I'm saying is I don't want to give people wrong information, because what I'm not totally sure of myself, don't let me pass it as information. So people will not just go and we will not give. So I don't want to give what one man show does not represent. You understand? That's exactly what I'm saying. So our audience, thank you for staying with us. Dami,
before you wrap up,
Ola. Desmond, we thank you.
Hello, Ola.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Before you wrap up,
yes,
today is my wife's birthday and one of my friends also. So I want to say shout out to my very lovely wife. Happy birthday, darling. I love you. And my friend, happy birthday, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah. Happy birthday to Mrs. Adewale, if that's the right word to use. So thank you for coming on, bro.
Thank you.
So thank you, Dami. Thank you, Desmond. Thank you, AB. Thank you. What can I say? Boaz Biggie. Thank you, Egbon Omoni Ikaye. Thank you, Ayo. Thank you, Aga. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Lumide Lesomi. Thank you, Adiola Ogunleye. Kulata. Yeah, you are one of the Kaba. So thank you for coming. Thank you, Sise. Let me see as much people as I can see on my screen. Thank you, Eze. Thank you, everyone that fast is too slow. Thank you. Thank you, Ekene. Yeah, you are one of the Kaba too. So thank you, everyone that I am unable to mention. You are the strength of this platform. And I know that you've contributed your own quota. And I keep saying, that even though you may underrate your impact in national building, that we eventually make our country better, I don't think anybody can be more patriotic than what you are doing now. So, and I pray that by the time our effort becomes fruitful, and we see the positive impact by seeing our nation becoming more flourish again, when we recover faster than Dubai or whichever, or maybe Japan, I think I pray we will all see and be proud of our country and look back at whatever we are contributing within our own little effort to make that country solid. And so I can say on behalf of One Man Went to Mo platform, we are proud of you, and we hope you will always join us to at least to promote anything that can reorientate our country and move our country forward. So the only thing I will beg of you is if you can just keep liking and at the same time keep sharing for people to have idea of this forum so that they can always come and even give us even better ideas of how to move our country forward. So that's what that's the least you can do to promote the forum and to promote your own personal efforts. So thank you everyone, and hope to see you later. I say, like one man we say, I say peace. Bye.